It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're just getting ourselves ready to take you through what could be potentially the last day of the first round of group stages here in this tournament. Fogg, how are you doing? Looking forward to another day of Dota?
Yeah, I mean, good morning. I'm excited. Excited for another tournament. Not excited the most because Anti-Mage has a 100% win rate. So
Wait, how many games is that?
I mean, it won
Decent
8
amount.
games. It won a good amount. Been played a lot, so that kind of makes things a little sour because then you're going to see more Anti-Mage in your pub. But either way, the tournament's been exciting. We're seeing a lot of teams doing really well. We're even seeing teams take games that we didn't really expect of them, maybe, like Entity beating Boom yesterday, I think. So it's kind of all over the place, but we do have teams already decided that have, unfortunately, been, removed from the tournament because of losing, so.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, Liquid being that team in question. They didn't have the best of time in the DPC. They still made it to the Major, but already definitely some signs of, them not being on top form were showing. Yeah, they've turned up here in DreamLeague Season 20, and they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it through this first round of group stages with the result that they have. Looking back at some of the games that we had yesterday, some of these replays, I mean, what sort of stood out for you from yesterday's results that we're seeing here?
Just back and forth, really, for the most part. We just had these kind of trades kind of going back and forth. I think we just, we saw lots of cool, well-executed team fights, and then we saw maybe, I don't know, maybe not the best overall game plan, I guess, from Entity. They went for two very similar drafts. Second game looked better, but it felt almost inevitable with the game state how it was going. So yeah, there was some good games though overall. It still feels a little bit more like that tie tournament as we tend to have happen here.
Yeah, I mean, the ties across the board do continue to come out. We're starting to deviate a little bit away from this whole kind of 4-4-4-4-4-4, but it's still, this Group A in particular, we're seeing a lot of very similar good results. So yeah, continuing here with some of the other replays from yesterday. Liquid going up against Secret, and Secret taking the game. I mean, Secret, they're
looking good.
Definitely turned up. They're looking good, bro. They made this change. They're coming in with FBZ now instead of Boom. And honestly, at the moment, they are absolutely on track to make it through this first round of group stages.
They look way better, I gotta be honest with you. It's nothing against Boom by any means, just FBZ, he's playing a role that he's more comfortable in. He is a traditional offlaner, and honestly, this looks like a revitalized FBZ. For me, I was like, oh, FBZ, for the time he was playing with Boom, I was like, oh, he's definitely struggling a lot, but then what was going on? He's just playing really well in most games here with Secret, so it's definitely good to see.
Yeah, definitely one of those things. It does happen with some players, right, when they're paired up with Puppey. Sometimes Puppey brings in a talent, and then he's just sort of able to just kind of step them up to the next level, give them that guidance, give them those sort of ideas that allow their sort of play style to really flourish. Here's the, as you're talking about Secret, as you can see, third at the moment, level with the top two teams here, BSCLGD, Talon, and Team Secret, all at 7-5 at the moment at the top of this Group A. As we
very
mentioned,
tight.
It is.
No.
I mean, it looks like... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if... I don't think we're going to see anything drastic change with those top three. I think if things continue, this top three will be guaranteed moving on. I mean, Secret's last game, it's against Spirit. I mean, actually, who knows? These groups are crazy.
Who knows?
They
I actually think anybody...
Maybe Spirit's going to end 8-6. Yeah.
I think this could end up literally that these teams could actually not even be at the top. I think it's like a 2-0 anywhere. Could completely shift everything. It's a pretty scary situation. Unless I'm totally wrong with the math. I might be wrong with the math.
I mean, out of what you've seen, would you say one of those teams in particular has looked to be the best team so far?
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think everybody's on very even playing field, especially in Group A. So.
Yeah, Group B. What have we got going on here? Gaming Gladiators up the top there with 9 Pandas. I imagine not too much of a surprise with regards to that. I mean, is there any team performing or underperforming in a different fashion to what you'd expect?
I mean, BetBoom went after winning, I believe, almost every game. They went 2-0, 2-0, then they went 1-1, then they lost 2-0 to 9 Pandas, and they lost 2-0 to Beast Coast, and then they traded with Entity. I feel like that really hurt BetBoom insanely. So I think for them, I would have expected them after their first day to have been a little bit better. But yeah, this is surprising. Beast Coast ending 7-5. Like, what the heck?
Yeah. Beast Coast is popping off. They're looking good with Parker. Parker's been doing some fantastic carry stuff for the team this Dream League season. And talking about what's going to happen at the end of it all, what everyone's playing for here in this Dream League. Top spot, $300,000 is that first place position, followed up by the $175,000 for second place. And those 2 top teams will guarantee themselves qualification to Riyadh Masters. Elsewhere down the board, you can still see, if you're an upcoming bottom, you're still going to be able to pick up yourself a tasty 10k USD. So even Liquid's still going to be taking away some from this. But a lot of money on the line for these teams. No messing around today.
Yeah, it's Liquid and Entity, right? Entity's also mathematically out.
That's true. Entity is guaranteed out. You're right. They're the exact same scoreline, 3 draws and 3 series losses.
Oh, I must feel bad for Entity. I definitely feel a bit bad for them because they did come into this with like a lot of ideas, and the ideas just didn't seem. I don't know. Maybe it's not even that's the ideas, just something just not gelling perfectly with them. But what can you do?
What can you do, indeed? And on the other side of things, up at the top, we're getting some 2 pretty blockbuster
big
matches
games.
when you consider the performances so far from all 4 of these teams. This is, of course, over on this stream. We will be having Talon versus PSG LGD. 2 teams right now in Group A level with that top score, that 7-5 at this moment in time. And then over in Group B, we're going to get Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. Gaming Gladiators slightly ahead with the 8-4 against the 6-6. But if BetBoom can find that sort of magic that they kind of started this tournament with, could definitely be a series where we see Gaming Gladiators getting threatened. I mean, already, Gaming Gladiators, whilst they do sit at the top, we've seen numerous teams be able to take games off them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think this is like very clear how it's going to be decided at all. I think everything is kind of up in the air. It all depends on who shows up, how people play, what heroes they. I mean, it's very. There's nothing really to say about that. Of course, it's just very standard kind of Dota stuff. But yeah, it's tough to really call any of these type of series just straight up. The Tundra EG, I feel like I don't know. Who knows? Tundra were starting really strong, then they kind of faltered a little bit afterwards. The one afterwards that we see there, OG versus Shopify. Also, who knows? I mean, I've seen OG take games from pretty much anybody, and I've seen Shopify take games from almost anybody too, so who knows what's really going to go down with a lot of these.
And, those last few here, Liquid versus TSM. I mean, Liquid, of course, they are out, but if they can get the wins against TSM, they would be able to stop TSM from having a chance of making it to the top half. So we'll see if they're able to sort of stop TSM in their tracks. TSM that's, short. When you look at their group, they are down, level 4th position. It's not terrible, though, at all. This is definitely one of TSM's better showings at this level of tournament.
Agreed.
And then over on the final stream, got Team Secret versus Spirit. Actually, it's the final stream. I've lost count now. Is this the 4th or the 3rd stream we've been through? There's so many games. Team Spirit versus Team Secret, and then 9 Pandas versus Beast. So this is over on the ESL_2 Earth stream. What sort of stands out from that, Fogs? Do you think Secret's in a good form to take some games with Spirit?
I mean, every game matters so much, right? Like Secret versus Spirit, yeah. I definitely think Secret can take a game, maybe even 2. I think Spirit could also take a game or 2. Looking at the bottom one, 9 Pandas Beast Coast. I mean, I would have, coming into the tournament, I would have said probably clear 2-0 for 9 Pandas, but now who knows? Parker's playing so well. These matches decide everything. Like if Beast Coast 2-0s, oh my goodness, look what happens. They might be at the top.
Yeah.
It's just craziness. So
yeah. Getting a 2-0 now for a lot of these teams in these series will pretty much guarantee some of them that spot in the top with sort of how level it is. Getting a 2-0 is pretty much going to mean that someone else who's in the group is going to be knocked right down, not scoring any points today. So we've got to watch out for the 2-0s. They will be the most defining results really in this final day of playing the group stage. Group stage 1. Anyway, in terms of our first game of the day, first series of the day, as we showed you earlier, we are going to be having Talon versus PSG LGD. Talon on your screen right now. What do these guys look like to you, Fogged? I mean, because they're turning up, and sometimes we see Talon at these events. They don't perform, but this one, that they really are. They're looking like they've got a great grasp on the game right now.
Yeah, they're still, I still want to say they're quite a bit of a wild card team because they're just so crazy sometimes with the way they draft, with Jabs just being like, I'm playing carry, too bad, move over. He sometimes just takes the, like, you know, plays a carry from the offlane. So it's tough to really predict for me for Talon. Yeah, they're a total wild card for me. It's really difficult because, yeah, I think yesterday we saw them like switching stuff up because their draft got weird versus EG. And then they end up with a Monkey King versus Legion mid, and he gets destroyed. Jabs got bodied by Kaz. So, yeah, it's like some stuff just really, it's so unpredictable for Talon. A great team with very high peaks, but very low lows. So I don't really know. Mikoto definitely the one for me that tends to stand out most games. When he has a good game, they tend to have an overall dominant performance, and most times he does pop off. He's like 13-1 on his puck, 15-1 on his Void Spirit, Embers, etc. So he's usually the one, even though 23 Savage tends to overshadow a lot of the times, and he gets a lot of attention from the community because of the memes and whatnot. I think Mikoto is a rock most of the time.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if he can be that rock that they need today against PSG LGD. I mean, PSG LGD on the other side of things, whilst they sit at the same scoreline, do you feel that their wins been more convincing than the wins of Talon? I mean, how would you sort of compare the performances of these two? You know, bearing in mind the fact that they have the same win-loss right now.
I mean, they're winning games almost exactly at the same time every single game. It's like the 35 to 42 minute mark or something for LGD. So they have a timing that they do wait for, but I think they're also a bit, you know, they're still finding their identity. They're still learning. They traded like every series. Every series they played was 1-1 except for the Team Liquid one. So still trying to understand and trying to figure out what's going on with the patch for Nothing to Say in particular. And I chose this mid matchup in particular. I wanted to see the Mikoto versus Nothing to Say because I feel like Nothing to Say has been a bit quiet lately. I'm not sure if it's his fault or if it's something that's going on with the team or anything like that, but he's been quieter, and I feel like most of the times he tends to just go crazy. He usually just shines every single time. So.
Sure, I mean, who's sort of been the loudest on... Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, outside that, who's been the loudest on PSG LGD?
That's actually a great question. Maybe it might still actually be NTS, but...
There he is. NTS. To say... You said, mate... I mean, that's the thing with these games, really. I feel like only there's been a few matches that we've watched where there's been sort of like a single player that's really popped off. Comes to mind things like Gladiators games where you have like Ace sort of becoming a carry, sort of take the team on his back. You kind of look at like Beast Coast winners as well, with the way that they play with Parker. Really sort of being that driving kind of 4-protect one as he's able to carry home the wins. But yeah, other than that, the other teams like PSG LGD and Talon have been a bit of a shared effort. And so this game one, the draft, it is beginning. We're going to be able to get it up on your screens. Fogs, what are we got to watch out for with these teams? Anything sort of outside the standard bans when it comes to player-specific heroes you want to target?
Let's see. Timber is probably going to go up there, just in general. I think LGD plays a really nasty Timber overall, but I think both teams do, so I don't know if it's anything specific. I think this one's more open. This one's more open-ended.
Yeah, Void Spirit,
maybe they're yeah.
Rising up the ranks in terms of bans, right? I think yesterday's teams, we weren't really seeing this team being banned out. Some games not at all. It got through quite a few times, and definitely not in the first phase of bans.
I mean, that hero is so insane. Okay, yeah, Timber gets taken out. LGD will be the one to ban it. So, Techies is in the pool.
You take it.
Techies mag.
It just feels like Techie's first pick doesn't really do you anything wrong.
No. Techies mag. Yeah, so like lots of stuff in the pool, right? Like the Bloodseekers and everything are going to be in. Techie's more than likely that first. But yeah, Deuce is even in the pool, right? So you could definitely see a lot of different stuff coming in. Even the Wind Ranger, which some teams are prioritizing very high. Let's see what it's going to be. Which strat do they want to go down? Yesterday, I think they tried their Wind Ranger stuff versus EG. Worked one game, not the second.
Look, consideration being had already just on the first pick.
PSG, LG.
And,
They'll just
they're gonna
Windranger,
they're gonna go
no.
with it again.
Okay.
PSG.
It's
Instant
open.
pick.
That just means you give Mag Techies or you give Mag +1 or Mag Rubik, let's say. Mag Techies.
And that's looking pretty good. I like that response.
You definitely take Rubik, right? Yeah, you definitely. Just
Yeah.
take it. Versus these two, I think we've said that so many times now.
I mean, you can take it or you can take it next phase, you know. Like,
10 seconds remaining.
It's gonna get. It could
feel-
just get banned though.
I don't know. I feel like it doesn't in some of these maps.
5 seconds.
I guess it
remaining.
doesn't. It's fair.
I know the carries in the off lanes sort of looked.
Oh, and they lost with it the
over
other
it.
day. They lost with the Rubik Magnus the other day, so they might feel pushed off from doing it.
Oh, what with the Rubik against the Magnus? Like, or you mean on the same team?
Oh wait, sorry. What am I talking about? Nothing. Never mind. Ignore me.
Well, they didn't play it or they didn't lose.
No, nothing. Don't worry. They had Rubik Magnus. I don't know. In their versus.
They had it on the same team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan, it's gonna be the Bloodseeker. They'll get that
Okay.
strong lad.
So yeah, as we mentioned, for first pick, sometimes you do tend to see these double core picks come out. If it is going to be a winner, of course, it's like 90%. I mean, Bloodseeker just seems to be one of the few answers in a way versus these super beefy universal heroes. It seems like it's Bloodseeker and Morphling, right? I think that's the two carries that have looked and shined the most versus universals for me, and they constrict the
10
pool.
seconds remaining.
I mean, who feels happier out of this sort of opening? Like, who would you sort of side with? The Wind Ranger Bloodseeker opening or the Mag Techies? What if you just sort of had the base feel that's been
Esports
having
turn
better
to
success?
ban.
I don't know. It's just there's a lot of Magnus. I think Magnus just has a bit of volatility, but the same thing can be said for Wind Ranger. I think I would probably like LGDs. It's team fight. That's what it provides you, besides just like strong lanes and everything. Talons, they're strong independent heroes, but what they provide you can sometimes be a bit lackluster
10 seconds
unless you get away with
remaining.
like a good lane and stuff for Wind Ranger. That hero's weird for me. I don't know. I think Wind's
5
insanely
seconds
good
remaining.
in a vacuum, but pro players really understand how to ruin this hero. Like they'll just pick a Shadow Demon,
PSG,
and then
LG.
Yeah, I mean
this
that's
hero just
the
can't
thing,
play
right?
Dota.
Ban.
I think
Like
that's what's gonna
PSG
happen.
Can they just go Shadow Demon? I think
think
there's no
they will.
reason not to.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
will. I think it literally hard counters the hero at all stages. It's not just the demonic purge. It's just in the lane. He's like running, right? You like harass him a little bit. He pops wind run. You disrupt him. Disruption pops up. No wind run.
10
Dead
seconds remaining.
in most situations. So I think it's. I mean, if they want to make this a core Wind Ranger, you
5
likely want to ban it
seconds
because
remaining.
they'll pick it. They'll put this techies in the off lane with a 4 position for planet, and they'll take a Shadow Demon for Why You Smile, and then yeah, it's scary. I'd imagine so. at least.
Esports turn to ban.
How long? See if any of these supports sort of kind of go through their head when it comes to these bans, or if they want to keep things focused around these mid heroes. Maybe to
Yeah.
10
take out more of the
seconds remaining.
spirits. Obviously, yeah, Ember is still there.
5
You don't care
seconds
too
much.
remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you have Bloodseeker, so you're better versus the Ember and the Void Spirit, but
I
you're
guess
worse
that's
versus the Storm.
Turn
And
to
they'll actually
ban.
ban the SD, so okay.
There
good.
it
They
is,
did their
yeah.
homework.
Oh.
They did their homework.
You know, I mean, the Wind Ranger player, if they've been watching the games, right, they're saying, I do not want to play into this SD because
I mean, that's been
it could just it ruins the hero. It just completely ruins the hero.
it's been one of my picks for years, like forever actually, versus Wind Ranger Core, whenever it was a thing. Just SD just yeah cripples the hero completely.
5 seconds remaining.
I like it. A good smart ban there from Talon. Definitely would have been on the cards if PSG LGD.
But for LGD, Doom and the Pugna. Interesting one. The Pugna band for me is very. I mean, Talon doesn't really like it, but
Let's still go with the Ember.
they'll still do
We'll go
the
with the
Ember.
Ember here. There was the chance Talon to ban it. As you say, they probably didn't because they felt that, they got the Bloodseeker, they've got ways to play against Ember. But yeah, on the side of PSG LGD, they don't care. They don't care about that. Sort of the rupture. And feel that Nothing to Say is still going to be able to have the potential for a good game.
I mean, it's still good. It's like Void Spirit is the one that's the roughest versus Bloodseeker because you don't like disappear or anything like that. You still take damage when you use your Astral. So Ember, he can play around it. He can dodge stuff. So Talon, they'll do what they did yesterday. They really like Silencer. Yesterday was, I guess, a big day for them with it, especially and even the earlier part of the tournament. They, I think, what, day 1? Day 2? They were doing like Bat, Silencer, and then Wind Ranger, and they would open up their draft like that.
Yeah, very, very annoying as well, right, for the Ember if he gets cursed.
Yeah.
He just wants to be spamming his spells in these team fights. It's, it's going to cause him to have to probably itemize for that BKB maybe a little earlier than he would hope for in his build.
it lets you change the dynamic of team fight and stuff like that too, where it's like, yeah, Talon may be lacking some team fight with their opener in comparison to LGD, but now Silencer can just completely switch things up entirely. If you do get the jump yourself, you get the global initiation, etc. Any specific matchup they want to get now? They could be looking at Morph. Wait, what am I talking about? Wait, no, they still could.
Oh, they can. They can. They can put the Bloodseeker
Okay.
elsewhere. Oh, they'll get their
They'll
second
stick to the
support.
breaker. Yep.
Or the offlane. Do they play on the offlane Talon sometimes?
Yeah, probably. I'd imagine that might
Yeah.
be it. Interesting. I mean, Bulldog's fantastic. Of course, versus like all of these heroes. Techies can work versus it, of course. The Taser to dispel it if you do hit him. And Ember overall versus Breaker can be pretty good. You have a lot of different ways to disjoint and stop him. But Breaker overall, this hero's insane. And what we're looking at for Talon right now is, besides the Silencer, which is a little bit long cooldown, it's a fast-paced lineup. This is a run at you. This is a fighting.
Oh, it is.
Very fighting draft.
I mean, early on, every global silence, you want to be going for action, right? You're popping global,
Oh, yeah.
you're getting in there, Spirit Breaker, Bloodseeker, Wind Ranger straight to the front lines, and you're trying to get that kill. Well, during those moments of silence where PSG LGD won't have the best of ways to fight back.
Esports turn to
Whoa.
Witch Doctor.
I would have never expected that.
Yeah, this is an interesting. I feel like it doesn't look like an easy Witch Doctor game, does it? I feel like this hero's gonna die.
I need to think.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm
I mean,
really
we-
trying to think why.
We don't see them try and do some Witch Doctor IO offlane duo, right? Mag safe, Ember mid.
LGD? Oh my god, I don't see Joey.
You know, I'd love to see him try it.
I mean, I know they played Witch Doctor
Yeah.
the other day versus the Wind Ranger. Maybe it's something they like versus Wind.
An
But that-
interesting one for sure. I mean,
But how?
I feel
I
you're
don't
just
know.
going to get charged. Global comes out. It's going to be hard for Witch Doctor to play the game
10
in those
seconds
team
remaining.
fights. Maybe we'll have enough of impact in the laning stage.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm really
sort of
curious
how to
about
team it
this
up.
pick.
Remaining.
Definitely an interesting one. Not one that I would have expected. Because they have a lot of their, like, I would say, like, the YU Smile signature heroes are in the pool, right? The Enchantress and the Phoenix. They're the two bigs that the ones that I was looking at, actually. But
Enchantress could have been pretty solid, right?
yeah, I really thought he was going to do the Ench because of the Wind Ranger core.
Turn to ban.
That one's I'm very curious to see what's going to go down with that one, but I don't want to get stuck on a Witch Doctor.
What's the carry pick then? LGD. Because the Naga Siren Band did come out as well as the AUG, so they're assuming what this is going to be the offlane mag.
I'm going to say a no-no on Owen. I'm going to say a no-no.
Which hero?
The Troll.
PSG LGD.
Okay, never mind. They
No,
actually
no,
get
yeah,
the
no,
Morphling
no.
at the end.
They go with
Okay, they'll go the
yeah.
Rio right
Okay.
with the Morph.
Your hero.
I'm surprised that Morphling makes it to the end, honestly. I thought they were going to fourth pick Morph and it was going to get banned out. So I think Talon, they got away with murder getting a Morphling here.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice morph
versus
game.
Ember. It's just the PL. PL is definitely a concern this game. It's just how good is PL overall. And it looks like it's going to be Jabs playing Wind Ranger with the way this is being set up. Mikoto Morphling. All right.
All right. I mean, are they going to do what I like to see, put in this morph against the Ember matchup?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is really good. I think this is really good. I don't remember the last time I've seen a morph go mid against an Ember and not just have a brilliant pre-farm.
Yeah, he should have a
Yeah.
good time. He
It's-
should have a really good time. It
It's
just comes down
it's
to the...
really nice to do.
And actually, this is kind of interesting now because, yes, you have PL versus Morphling, but now you're a PL core versus... You're PL carry versus a Bloodseeker who can itemize very easy for you. Like, Aghanims is a thing now. It absolutely is a thing on Bloodseeker where you can go for, like, a Maelstrom BKB Aghanims. And it's not an easy game for PL to really stand toe-to-toe with you in a lot of situations. Okay, Q plays Wind Ranger and Jabs plays Spirit Breaker. They up the priority on the SB. I guess just wanting to have a little bit more clear and everything for the PL as well as the game progresses. It's a trade. Either you have the Wind Ranger who has the high focus fire for the individual PL, or you have the SB to help you clear illusions and get catch throughout the game. Okay. I kind of like Talon.
I do as well. I think Morph has all the potential to win this game. Unless, you know, something, some sort of hard-hitting ganks coming on the mid, maybe Planet's able to make some moves, catch him by surprise with the jumps, his techies. But
I like
if
Talons, but
the lane
only
goes
by,
well,
only
Oh,
by
how much?
small margin. Very small margin, I would say. It's just this Witch Doctor I don't like. The other four look fantastic from LGD.
I feel like this Witch Doctor is just going to be food.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm gonna be watching him for quite a bit to see if he's got some like hidden tech or something like that. Alrighty.
Maybe something to come out of the laning stage where they, you know, Witch Doctor's able to set up his core for some early kills.
Yeah,
the
and the one
lane
thing they always do have, they have ways to start fight with Ember to jump in and just force action, and then they have overwhelming follow-up team fight in comparison, right? Talon, they kind of have no team fight. They're about just like the quick skirmishes and stuff like that, but if they get out of lanes, they get out ahead and stuff like that, these heroes are going to scale really, really hard. But LGD, they're going to be able to fight back in most situations. They have lots of team fights, so let's see how the dynamic ends up splitting of team fight versus pretty much none.
Yeah. I mean, how would you sort of consider the feel of having the having mid morph whilst you have a Bloodseeker in the safe lane? Is this greedy, or can one sort of complement the other? How does it play out when you have these two cores on the same team?
I think when Morph has a target like an Ember, or I mean even the Magnus, I think both are probably two of the better targets just based off of how can I say? Just like their abilities that you get with the quick spamminess. You're actually like a playmaking Morph. So
yeah,
I think he can take a step back a little bit. Let 23 be that super carry. And I want to see what build 23 goes, if he does go down the route of the
30 seconds to
the craziness, or if he gets himself like a Dispel. I see right now it looks like he has just like Phase, Maelstrom, maybe Manta queued up, but could definitely see things change. Maybe it's an SNY because he's versus Magnus, who knows. I think he's got options, but I do want to see Maelstrom. I want to see an eventual Aghanims probably. And then I'm fine with either SNY or a Manta or something just to catch and break chains and maybe do some cool dodges. But we'll see as it develops.
I imagine PSG LGD, if they're able to get the farm going, you know, empowered Ember and empowered PL will feel pretty good as the moments pass. You know, they're going to be able to clean up the map quicker than Talon if it does come to sort of a creep hitting scenario.
Both sides scale. Both sides do scale pretty hard, though, to be fair. Just one side has more team fight when it comes all together. And how good is PL overall as a hero now? Yes, it's gotten buffs. Yes, it's gotten changed and everything, but we'll have to see how he's going to be able to do. For the most part, the PL game versus 3 heroes looks excellent, right? Versus Morph, versus Silencer, versus Wind Ranger, great. Like, no, they don't really threaten PL almost at all for most of the game, if not.
The battle begins.
Yeah, pretty much most of the game. The SB and the Bloodseeker, they absolutely threaten PL.
So they can find the first blood. They did get the Maledict on him, so Ollie looking very dead. And we'll go into the hands of nothing to say.
Oh, the Dream.
Blood for the Ember.
That's his bottle.
We'll see what sort of knock-on effect that has in this matchup.
Yep, I'm gonna be watching mid quite a bit, but I'm also gonna try to be glancing at the Witch Doctor because I want to see what he's looking for.
Spared you future loss.
Maybe Maledict Blood Grenade could actually be just some cool stuff. I don't know. I mean, Blood Grenade's just good on everyone, so.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lane. Who's got the bigger kill potential down there? Bloodseeker, Silencer, or the Mag Techies?
Mag Techies.
Yeah, it seems pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, Silencers we've seen, it's a strong hero overall, but I feel like he struggles a lot versus these like universal trades. Techies out trades him so easy. This will be a pretty scary lane. I feel like we could see a lot of kills happen down there. Top, we'll see what ends up going down. I think it's similar where it's a Witch Doctor now versus a Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger can outtrain the Witch Doctor pretty heavily.
I deny you.
Doing a good job on him here with the Harassment Planet.
He's just hitting them. I mean, this here is so obnoxious. Well, obnoxious as a core. I love it because I'm playing it half the games, but. Yeah, the level 2 already bottom. 23 has to be careful. He could just die.
Yeah, they can go for him.
Bottom.
He's not too careful. They might just have him. 23 got the fairy fire. Oh, he's gonna get the kill first.
And he's gonna live.
Can he make it away? He is indeed. He's got the
Shockwave
speed to step away. Silence lasts a bit too long. They'll throw out the shockwave, but the Tango's gonna come in, and 23 will survive. Living on the edge there.
Oh, New
He's thinking about it. He is. I mean, I don't think he would quite do it with a level 1 skill. I think he could he might just end up losing his own life if he goes under the tower.
Oh my goodness. The little, like a wand charge or something saves him versus the final skewer. The man lives, and the man is able to sustain back up.
Yeah,
Huge.
nicely done there by
Absolutely massive.
Talent.
Yeah. And Talon overall, top. Like Jabs, she had free farm versus a PL Witch Doctor. Not a strong lane. Should have his Vanguard pretty early on. Mid lane, I think this is going to be the one where NTS, just because of First Blood, probably ends up a little bit ahead. But Talon's lanes, especially after that bottom situation, might have restabilized. 23 is still going to be set low, and we still could see a lot of trade kills coming out. But great first 3 minutes. And it's going to continue, especially up top.
New.
Trying.
Taking a few tower hits on that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Salves at the ready for 23. You know, maybe seeing if you can put a cancel to it. They really want to try and get in under this tower, but they've got to be careful. Can't afford to give up any more kills in these attempts to take down the Bloodseeker.
No, we're seeing Mikoto actually. He's starting to really control mid now. He's just trading with NTS, just hitting him. So even though there's the First Blood, that matchup, as you mentioned, you really wanted to see it. You're getting it, and it's looking good right now for Mikoto.
And any supports really sort of spare the time to head over here to do anything? Maybe try and catch them all by surprise?
I don't know about that. I think he's just checking runes. You can double check runes if you want. Right now, heroes are getting low, though. 23, he's starting to speed up. The thirst is kicking in.
Top lane. See, nothing to say. Does manage to swing across a little bit away from his lane. Either with Why You Smile to take out Q. Who started to head over towards the mid.
He got the bounty. He took the bounty away from NTS, so NTS does not get to refill, and Mikoto, he's going to get what looks like the double water rune. So NTS still sitting low, which means the thirst is there for the Bloodseeker. He's going to be zooming around. It's going to make his lane a lot easier to play bottom.
Now all 3 cores of Talon off to that slightly hotter start here in these first 4 minutes of laning.
A really strong setup. And oh, okay. So I've seen this from offlane Morphlings in pubs, but he's queuing up the phylactery.
All right.
Yeah, I've had a couple of these.
Someone did this against me when I was playing mid. It was relatively annoying. You know, these adaptive strikes, they hit you, and it's like it's over half your HP. It sometimes feels like, depending on the hero. It's a lot of damage if he gets it online fast. Kind of the point where you just don't feel good returning to the lane if he gets the phylactery online quick.
I got stuck the other day because I played versus this, and I'm like, is this actually good? And I started doing the math of agility difference versus the cost of phylactery. And then my brain started hurting, and I just stopped. Because it's almost like, it's kind of expensive, where you could look and you're like, the agility can almost not be the same, obviously, but maybe benefit you in a similar kind of concept. I don't know. It was interesting. I wanted to theory craft it with Aoi a little bit at some point.
Definitely, it's a build that can kind of fall off a bit. You know, you get this phylactery, you got to start getting those kills. You know, you're not going to be sitting back and farming. But that's what you want from your mid. Yeah, that's what you want from your mid.
He has a Spirit Breaker that's going to be taking a lot of space, and he has a Bloodseeker that's going to be taking majority as well too. And yeah, I think this bottom situation that happened for 23 has made it so, yeah, he's getting a lot of farm, and very unlikely that he dies. Now maybe with the rotation.
Yeah,
only level 1 Maledict. It's only level 1. He got healing.
You're right.
Lotus.
He's gonna live. He's gonna be fine. And maybe Talon can find something in return. The Shackle Shot does land, but the Voodoo Restoration should be enough to keep Why You Smile safe. Q does continue to step forward. And 23 manages to grab in the Lotuses at the side, but won't look to race back into the midst of PSG LGD. So PSG LGD, they'll live, but not able to find that kill on 23. With quick reactions from Talon.
Nice play from Q. I don't think he was taking out anyway because level 1 Maledict, but he gives the healing Lotus over to his buddy 23 to be able to sustain in the lane. Jabs has Vanguard, and he's versus PL, so Jabs can just be left alone on an island. Their tri-lane quite a bit stronger on the side of Talon with the Wind Ranger, the Silencer. The Witch Doctor doesn't provide that much. The Techie's Mag, almost as strong as kind of the 3 heroes, but Witch Doctor's just a bit underwhelming. 1k lead now at the moment. 3 lanes looking very good.
Tower is under attack.
Who's it really going to be down to on PSG LGD's lineup to start making these first moves? Is it just sort of pressure on the Ember?
Yeah, it's all NTS really. But at the same time, like if you leave mid, so Morphling thrives, and Morphling can actually match your rotations pretty well. The one thing is you do see the build from NTS. This is, I mean, it's his build, but it's also like now the Morphling can't actually turn into the Ember and go absolutely bonkers because it's not a slight chain build. It's a slight Flame Guard build. Bottom, 23.
Get him in the opening. With NTS TPing in, they'll easily finish off the job. NTS quick with the TP. Make sure they have that extra firepower to bring 23 down. They need to be having happen. Does mean that mid indeed is opened up for Mikoto to start applying some pressure. Jabs, he's looking for the kill top with Voodoo Restoration. Definitely proven to be a bit tricky to DPS high enough through to actually bring down this Witch Doctor. Ollie comes in with backup, and they will finally get it. Ollie's going to be happy that the kill sort of held on, and Two's able to pick up that +2 in.
+2, -2. And mid, they'll get some tower push going here, forcing the Ember away. Good rotation from Q.
Good damage to these tier 1s. I mean, top lane also.
Yeah,
It's about down to 20% on this tier 1 tower. Another push or any sort of situation where Shiro has to step away from that tower, he may just lose it.
I don't think LGD is too upset with everything that's gone down. I think bottom, they're maybe like, okay, yeah, it kind of sucks that we didn't get super far ahead, but now things are starting to stabilize. Things are looking pretty hot for them. Yeah, I think 23 should have had, or in theory should have had maybe a bit of a rougher time, but just because of that one kill he's able to get, he's almost pretty much the same net worth as a PL, which is pretty big, since the PL was not contested.
Still looking for opportunities around this mid. Trying to push and nothing to say away. We can finish this tower off.
Just keeping him low. They're just whittling him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
23 getting pressure up top.
A little low on the mana, I guess. So hard for him to make any rotation right now. Indeed,
He's refilling.
Bloodseeker top.
He wants to stay mid, just because he doesn't want to lose this tower so early on. It's kind of his job. It's like he wants to rotate, but can't leave that lane. Wait, why you Smiles Courier just now? The heck?
He sent it past the tier 1 bottom.
Oh,
the tower took it out. Yeah. That was just the one recipe.
Yeah, it happens.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2 to 3. Less than 1k lead at the moment. Top, they're starting to get the pressure. They get the rupture on the real Shiro. That's big.
Yeah, I don't think Shiro's got way out of this one.
No.
Just gonna stand his ground and just slowly but surely go down. Kill as well, going into the hands of 23.
Oh, the dream. Now he's 600 ahead of the PL just from a quick second there.
We saw then the damage here coming out from mid Makoto with that phylactery. It
hurts.
Him down pretty low, nothing to say. Really can get caught by surprise. How much damage that hits you with here just 10 minutes in.
Yeah, that is it's actually really good. Never mind. It is really, really nice. I got really annoyed playing it versus the other day. But it was an offlaner, so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's on your team or he's against you? Or were you annoyed that you... Oh, okay.
I was supporting
and you're annoyed that he was building it. Like, what are you doing?
No, it's like when you're playing support versus some of these heroes that get it so early, it chunks like half to 3/4 of your HP.
Oh, it does.
You're just like, well, I just got here and I gotta go back. Okay? So. Seeing these stacks, LGD, we saw Planet was taking some time away during the laning phase to get these ready. They're pretty big. I think it's what, a quad or 5x ancient stack. Looks like a quad. New's gonna start working on it.
I mean, nothing to say, just continues to get bullied away from this tier 1 mid. Very hard to hang around there when Makoto's around with the +1 support.
And they have absolute, complete vision of Shiro this whole time. They have that vision up top, so they see the PL, they see his farm. They're probably telling and talking to each other, being like, guys, look at this PL. He's level 6 with treads. And he's got nothing right now. 23 is probably telling his team, guys, I'm getting close to my Maelstrom. Like, they're probably all talking together. Probably feeling pretty damn good about this early game. But LGD are on the way to recovery with these stacks.
Yes, sure. I mean, Makoto and Ollie, they're on the hunt. Here's one of those squishy supports. Makoto's in. Quick blast with the adaptive strike. It's an easy pick-off. Planet's gone.
This is cool. I really do like this. I don't know what other item that you would get that would look this good this early on a Morphling, just to be a playmaking morph from the mid lane. This is really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the alternative would be, could you do some Axe Rush as a mid-morph?
Yeah, but you'd get it way later, right? You'd get it maybe in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes from now. Minimum.
Yeah, sure. It's much more expensive. Yeah.
You get this now at like, what, 9 minutes or something like that, and then you're just 8 minutes something. You're shoving them out. That's cool. And TS gonna take some big damage. Does have to jump away. He's getting charged though.
He is. They've got 4 of them.
He's got global.
Direction. They can go for this. The silence comes in. Another blast with the adaptive strike. That's NTS gone.
Right.
Makoto picking up these kills. Top net worth it. This mid-morph. It's looking very, very good.
Yeah, it's right around the power rune too. So he gets himself the shield rune. It spawns bottom. Yeah, things looking great. Like they're starting to just free farm. Yes, LGD, they're getting some catch-up stuff from stacks, but Talon now starting to really pull ahead of things here. Jabs is huge. He's going to have Octarine. how soon. It's getting pretty close to... Actually, does he have it? He's one component away, right? Or does he have it? I think he has it.
No, he's got it.
He's got it. It's 12
done.
minutes in. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these 12-minute Octarines, mostly from Bat Riders, but this is insane how quick it is on an offlane Spirit Breaker. Game pace is going to... As you said, for Talon, they are not really cooldown reliant. This is even... Now it's like even less so. They can just really go. Respond to anything.
And Neo's got his blink. So...
Okay.
They will find the Wind Ranger, Q, and they'll get him.
Good kill.
Something here for them to find, but it does, of course, give up the fact that Neo does have... Okay, no, it just got...
He didn't show it.
So
Yeah, it just
still
got
not, not aware that the Blink Dagger is there. So still a chance for PSG LGD to make a play with the Blink RP.
Could catch
them by
Mikoto.
surprise.
This could be...
Considering it, it's tricky if he's quick on the reactions.
It's not worth the try.
Yeah.
You don't know who's behind him either. 23 is on the lower end. Oh, it looks like 23 is not going to get Aghanims. Well, maybe not early. He's got his 4 items queued up at the moment. It's not necessary to get, but I was hoping to see it in a pro game.
And Mikoto
Q?
and Oli, they're just hunting.
They'll find Q. They'll use the RP for him, though.
Same time, their PL's in trouble. Shiro's been found. As Jabs, Oli, and Mikoto catch him deep in his heart of the jungle, and they know which one the real one is. There's
Jabs
no chance.
knew.
Yeah, they lose Q, but the bigger trade, again, being found by Talon as they take down the PL.
They might... They're thinking about fighting mid. They know that RP's on cooldown. That's the big team fight, really, from LGD. I don't think LGD can stick around. They got to back away. They will get a DD on NTS, so that could be big for this next upcoming fight. But yeah, having to commit that RP just for the Ranger and then not even getting the tower off of it, it'll be painful for LGD losing their PL off of that. Starting to get slowed down quite a bit.
It does have the recovery method of the Empower, of course, but
Sure.
the way that Talon's playing could be difficult to find the time needed.
And power is always dangerous as well. It's like, yeah, for farming it's great, but in the fights, you don't want your PL really empowered. Gives them away immediately. But they're going to use it to just farm. So they'll get the stacks ready. I think it's another, I believe another quad stack on the far right, Ancient. So the PL should be able to get over there and farm it. Shiro. So Aghanim's another farming and fighting kind of tool. He'll be able to rush that and get it on time. I feel like he's not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with this Bloodseeker, though. It's going to be very difficult with this type of build. With how much the 23 has been able to get after these lanes. We'll have to see.
I mean, they're looking at this top lane again. And trying to regain some sort of wall control around this point. Let's be cautious. I mean, PSG LGD, they can get dove here if Talon see the chance. They've got the 4 of them, Talon.
They got easy ways to move around.
I'll take that.
I guess PSG LGD, they are avoiding the action.
Just farming it up, using their Empower. And yeah, I mean, gold lead is just trickling between that 1 and 2K. Nothing to write home about, really too much for Talon.
I see smoke picked up. So perhaps time to go around the Blink RP again. Agstun on Shiro. Could even look to get him involved if they wish.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how much this is going to do.
Now, ideally wanting one of the cores. An RP on Q again is not going to feel too good.
No.
You need to get something bigger than that.
And they have to be very wary of the global. That's the other scary thing, too, is even if you get, like, this Dream 3-man RP, gotta watch the Silencer's positioning, because you can just global and cover, so you can't cast any spells on top of it. A lot of layers that's gonna be coming up versus... An Illusion Rune is nothing to say at the moment. This could be a big one for the next fight, too, to dodge the global, get rid of the Blood Right.
Talon close to the next items. So Q has nearly got his blink. Shadow Blade's nearly done on the Spirit Breaker.
Almost BKB for Bloodseeker. Yeah, they're just buying their time. They're waiting, and then they're gonna strike together when they hit that timing together. Planet, is he gonna find that ward top? He does have a sentry pretty much right on top of it. Yeah, they're going to be able to find it. It does scout the 2 heroes, though. So they see Planet and New up top. Some information to the side of Talon. Shiro getting away with recovery.
Jab's ready to pounce, though. If someone shows
Yep.
top. Just waiting around this Roche area. Trying to get the good angle for the charge across this tree line if anyone goes on the wave.
Planet. Hello.
And he's going to walk into him.
Jabs a little bit scared to chase.
I mean, there's a few more around. Nia's about.
And Jabs definitely does have to be a bit cautious around tree lines and stuff. You charge, you could just charge through like 5 mines or 4 mines and just kill yourself, so. Yeah, still hasn't quite yet taken that talent, of course, for night vision or for armor. Prioritizing his abilities as we tend to see for these breakers. Mines will be cleared. Game stagnating. So for LGD, I would say that they're probably pretty happy the fact that nothing's going on. They're just getting to sit back and farm for this PL with the power. Getting his item timing.
Yeah.
He's got Axe Diffusal now, so he hasn't been contested from that Axe Diffusal timing. Roche is getting started. As we said, LGD have a lot of team fight. Let's see what's going to go down. 23's BKB's not on him yet. It's coming out of the courier.
If they get a good blink RP for Nia,
They got
he's
him.
going to start the catch on a Bloodseeker.
Skew.
The Global Silence comes out. See if after it comes to an end if there's any further follow-up. Shiro throwing out the Spirit Lance. 23.
Big
He's
Lance.
about half HP. They'll catch him with the chains. Jump forward from the side from Planet. He's not able to clip onto Jabs. Jabs is able to step back. Got Shiro continuing to push in. And they've taken out 23. They'll also find Ollie in the trees there. Shiro,
Huge.
nothing to say, hunting him down. Q able to get the blink off. He'll live, but a good strike from PSG LGD in at a point where, yeah, Roshan was down to half HP, so PSG LGD, they'll sweep in and take it for themselves.
Patience is a virtue. New. Just waits and waits and waits, finds the opportunity, sees this Bloodseeker, gets the catch. Yeah, he literally had the BKB coming out. Pretty much perfect.
Can't time it much better than that.
No, and the Lance was
BKB
perfect too.
Returned.
The Lance bounced, I believe, on 3 heroes immediately afterwards too. So it's like they were like, oh god, we gotta actually just panic and run away. As Shiro has now claimed top net. What a spot.
He's got his diffusal done.
Really nice timing. Diffusal done, Axe timing, and he's got a Pupil's Gift. Probably the best fighting neutral item you can get on something like PL.
And do they always have decent ways to find the PL, or does it get difficult against a farmed PL this game?
I mean, they have good ways of clearing illusions with
They
the
do,
charge and the Morphling and Blood Ray and all that, so. Until, like, way later on, I think they should be able to keep tabs with Shiro. But this is a big deal, really, for PSG LGD. Getting this farm, getting this Aegis for the PL, who... Yes, he has to worry about Bloodseeker and Spirit Breaker, but his matchup is... It can get pretty okay when he's buffed up and everything. And he's got the backup of Ember. Scaling is hitting. Top, they see New. Talon definitely trying to punish something here with their Breaker. They haven't found any kills in a while. It's been a pretty passive game.
And they're going to try for Neo here. But a TP out, it's not going to do it. Adaptive Strike's there ready to put a stop to that one. Still tanky though, Neo.
Here comes the charge. Oh my god!
He's away.
0.2 seconds. Jabs is like, I'm gonna keep going. Jabs, I think Jabs wants to keep going.
I mean, who's down here? Makoto's headed over.
Oh my,
Neo's
is
back
Jabs
by
gonna-
his tower.
Is Jabs gonna suicide?
Nah, he's going to pull back from this. He's not going in. Be way too crazy. There's too many setup from PSG LGD around that tower for that sort of move. PSG LGD, they were ready for it, though. Didn't know that there was that chance that Jabs might have tried his luck.
I passed the state of the game after them getting rushed too. Like now the gold
Yep.
lead starting to trickle and power is doing its thing. Q. Shackle
Trying to
connection.
start something. Got the charge across the 2 supports.
Bubble.
RP's attempted, but the global comes out just in time to put a stop to the RP. 23's able to put the BKB, but he's having to run. Can't afford to BKB and stand his ground. The physical damage is too much. He's on the retreat. Nothing to say. Look for the chase. He's able to get the chains onto the Bloodseeker. Bloodride's going to get laid down, but nothing to say. Jumps forward. Another Spirit Lance comes in onto 23. They've got to keep running. The Shackle holds back NTS. The illusions
Can he actually
will
run?
stay upon 23. Another jump forward from Shiro. Can he get in range for another Spirit Lance? No. Neo is there with the blink. Closes the gap on 23. That Bloodseeker's gone. Ollie,
get
he's
another.
also going to get caught. Nothing to say. Lands the chains again. Double kill for Shira on the PL. Starting to look a bit
Okay.
rocky for Talon. They had a solid start, but it's slowed down. And now PSG LGD, every fight, they're getting further ahead.
Yep. I knew the Crimson Guard. Literally, yeah, there's a global to stop the RP, but he pops Crimson. 23's hitting people, and he's like, wait a second. I'm hitting for 0 damage. And he just has to run with his BKB, and they catch him anyway. LGD. Wait for timing. Timing's working. Their group up. It's too strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Makoto's going to try and get his Ags, but it's, of course, quite
Okay.
a while away.
Is under attack.
My Jabs is queuing up his own Crimson Guard now. He's like, okay, well, we need to be able to match team fight of our own since we're pretty much just lacking that entirely on our lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
23 still is getting this decent farm, but his damage has just kind of disappeared because of this Crimson in the overall aspect of great, like, just straight up team fights, so
Radiant's bottom
he's gonna need that Mjolnir, it feels like, for the next fight for them to actually dish out any damage and clear out these heroes, but still a minute left on Aegis, and LGD's getting a ton out of the map of it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you see why you smile with his build. I mean, we saw him not even skilling Cask until way later, just heal plus Maledict.
Radiant's bottom tower
Lane,
They're going to go with the global. They've got the ult as well into the shackle shot. Nicely
kill.
executed by Talon.
That's how they have to set up for things. Head-on team fights, not their forte, but pickoffs still are going to work out with this type of single target draft.
Super quick pick off there. Nothing that PSG
Yep.
actually could do to save him.
Global on cooldown though,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
but not like they want to take this head-on fight anyway. They want to just look for pickoffs here with Jabs and while you smile and Planet isolated in the river.
This looks like a dead witch doctor. Silence into the shackle. Another one
Close
to
to.
be found here this time for Makoto, now dominating. And now they can maybe try for an objective in the mid to get the push going. Makoto, he's trying to see if he can chase for more. Heads into the triangle, but the rest of PSG LGD, they're already out.
Good pickoffs there for sure. That's how they got to trickle back in this.
Shiro's farming.
He is going to be the big problem. But I mean, it's still 3 cores farming pretty well on Talon. By no means out of it. Very close game. Execution is going to have to be key in team fight. So as I was saying for Talon, they have to be very decisive how they take the team fights and very kind of have to have number advantage, it feels like, or have to have like this super godly global to take out a couple of these heroes before the fight starts. Straight up 5v5, it's going to be very, very tough for them to take versus this lineup.
Radiant's middle
What's that new
Jabs
Shiro
has to
wanna-
get a lot of charges off. Yeah, they're trying to go in here to contest.
It's just the two of them, though. And they need to kind of wait
Yeah.
until Nothing to Say connects. He's bringing the top wave round. Talon, they'll settle for this Tormentor.
Okay. Pretty decent one. Gale Force.
See how much of a push PSG's SGLGD want to commit for. They can take this tier 1, but going again, probably not what they want to go for right now, especially when Shiro's got 2,800 gold in the bank. Also got the Lincoln Sphere very close for Nothing to Say. Last few
They're gonna
times has
queue
been
up.
caught by a shackle.
top tower.
They're going to queue up a lot of Lincolns this game, I'd imagine. Yeah, Neo also had his queued. I believe the PL even could. It's the best item in the game versus Spirit Breaker, by far. There's like, it's hard to say anything else, because you always know when he's charging you on the map. You have protection versus it, great versus Bloodseeker, great versus Shackle, as you said, so many single target spells. Definitely feels like a super valuable Lincoln's game.
Still holding the lead, but not growing any further. Stuck
No.
around this 3k advantage with, relatively farmed. The 3 cores of Talon are behind Shiro.
It's going to be interesting to
Aghanims.
see how...
Yeah, go for it.
No, sorry, no. It's just gonna be interesting to see how it all kicks up, like in the straight team fights. I'm really worried for 23's damage. I don't know if he's gonna be able to deal enough, especially because he didn't get like if he got shard, perhaps then he could go through some of these heroes. But I'm definitely a little worried for him being able to focus fire these targets in straight up team fights. They're gonna get the Ags on Mikoto. They're gonna look for something here. Global is back up.
See how prepared PSG are for this. They may suspect that this sort of smoke's coming in with the way that things have been slowing down, and they're keeping tabs on sort of the progression of Talon. They'll know that they've just finished up these sort of next item.
Shiro bought Lincoln's. He went for that instead of the heart. So I believe they have triple Lincoln's finished now. That's going to cause some issues. Rupture, yeah, Rupture, Shackle, Charge, etc. Even that Morph. A lot of different things that it can block here this game. No one can't find anything.
The map's pretty scary right now.
Wisdom Runes. Jabs has collected himself a Greater Healing Lotus. There you go, Jabs. Mini cheese on the Spirit Breaker.
TP's coming in up top as this push starts to show a little bit. Nothing to say. Just the wave up to the tier 2. Trying to hold the wave in this sort of position whilst they can make their space to set up for the potential Roshan.
Oh, Planet, you need a couple more mines. He has, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 set up on the Tormentor on the far right. He looks like he's trying to instant detonate their Tormentor, but he needs a couple more. I believe it's like at least 7.
He's still got time.
Yeah, I think it's 7 or 8, if I'm not mistaken, at level 12. I can't remember exactly.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche, on the menu. Mines already set up around the Twin Gate here from Planet. They're prepping the trap. Shiro 18 has been hit. Same thing for Nothing to Say. They're going to start it.
Talon's got to make a move quick.
Yep. What does Talon have? Anything big that they've gotten in the last few moments? I think Crimson Guard and the Aghanus are the last two things that I saw picked up. Mikoto hit 18, so did 23, and I think 23 he picked up a Vindicator's Axe. This item is massive. Just an FYI. 20 armor if you're stunned, so it could make the difference. Aegis completed.
He's going to be there. Zanu. He's able to get the RP. The Global Silence will be there to stop the follow Shackle. The Shackle actually popped by the Lincolns. The Skewer stopped by the Global Silence. 23's now.
23's hit.
Turns over towards Niu. But he's just taking so much damage. 23 just immediately dies. Dying through the BKB there. Could not stand his ground one bit against PSG LGD's full lineup. As now PSG LGD, they'll see if they can continue the chase. Nothing to say. Not quite able to close the gap on Q. But that pickoff already big enough. They kill off the Bloodseeker and they got what they came for. They get their Roche. They get their Aegis.
Owen, did you see him hit the Magnus? Because it did 0 damage. He hit him 4 times and did like 20 damage to him or something. He actually just completely tanks everything with the Crimson Guard. 23 having a total wrong read of how he can turn that fight. LGD getting comfortable now in this game.
Sure, just absolutely massive. We'll see on the replay again. 23
It's
trying
just
to
a
get in on
Pavise and a
this.
Crimson. He can't break through the Pavise even, I think.
Yeah, but the Death Ward from Why You Smile just destroys him.
Yeah, I mean, he just got melted.
A really nice position from the Witch Doctor. There's no way to get over to him and put a stop to that ult.
Another grab mid.
Not going to have the vision for that.
No. And Planet did go put the mines on the Tormentor, and they can keep pushing now.
Yep, they can keep going. 7k lead, Shiro as big as he is, and still with 3 minutes of Aegis. Not an easy team to push back here on the defense for Talon.
No. Jabs. Trying, new. Tormentor instantly explodes. Boom, Witch Doctor gets a shard. The beauty of techies, as everyone respawns. They'll give respect to it. I think they're knowing how strong they are and how comfortable they are. And yeah, I just gotta keep reiterating how much I love Niu's build this game, understanding how to take back foot. I feel like a lot of times I've seen these Magnuses just always default, and they're just like, okay, you know, treads, harpoon, etc., blah, blah, blah. This game, it's just Vanguard, Blink into a Crimson Guard. Really understanding to take the back foot this game.
Niu's ready to go for another catch. They've got to be so far away. I mean, even with this build without the harpoon, Niu's been able to still get some good grabs with the Blink skewers.
Yep, he's really been owning. They just have so much damage mitigation between them. Greaves on the techies, the Pavise on the Witch Doctor, Holy Locket, heals, etc. Too much for Talon to deal with.
The tower gone. Tier 2 top. No defense
that
to be
is-
had for Talon.
That is definitely interesting. That's a good point out. It's still level 1 cask on the Witch Doctor, and he's going stats.
He just wants to live and drop that death
He's just
ward.
healing. He's just healing and death warding. Cool.
I'll see how easily PSG can get away with this high ground push.
They're whittling it down. Still a minute 40 on Aegis.
Photo. Trying to fight back with his own PL army. Let's get the fortification out here. PSG with his pressure.
It's dropping.
Right, it's going. Tier 3's gone. Rack's exposed. Talent.
They can't do anything. Everyone's full health. Why Smile just sitting there with his heal activated?
I mean, who goes in first is hard. Even if they're going with the coverage of the global silence, PSG, they've got the items to respond to that and kill whoever jumps in.
It has to be Jabs, but he has prolonged his BKB so much this game. He went his Octarine to Shadowblade. He went back for a Crimson Guard. So no BKB. It's not easy for him to just straight in charge and start fight. He's about to have it done. RP.
And he gets the RP off the global silence is there, but they kill off Makoto. He's gone. Another clean grab from Neo. Buyback is available from Makoto, but they're losing a second set of racks. They may just be able to...
They're losing the whole base.
To find the Megas here. PSG, they just swing straight down towards the bottom.
I
It
mean,
was a
waiting and waiting.
hopeful looking start from Talon in this first 10 minutes, but the game slowed down, and much to PSG LGD's favor. They've done everything in the second half. Q and Jabs, they'll try and get in on this one. Shiro pushing over towards Ollie and deep into the base. Ollie's going to go for the TP back to the safety of his high ground. 23 don't want the BKB, but he has to run. Again, nearly killing him off through the BKB. Q has to buy back. But the racks, they're going down.
They got no damage, Owen. Everyone's full.
Makoto. He's tried to get in on this. Same to be said for Jabs. We're going there for Shiro. Turns with the Spirit Lance over towards Jabs. Skewer comes through for Neo Jabs. He's out. No buyback on him. 23 steps up immediately to his death. Here's the slide of fist from nothing to say. Takes him out. As this one fogged, it looks to be over. GG is called. PSG LGD. They made the second half look easy. Some flashy stuff from Talon in the first few moments, but it just seemed like they didn't know where to go from there.
No, they slowed the pace of the game down. PL finishes Ags, finishes Diffusal very quick afterwards. They show up to Roche, get the Roche, and from there, easy pickings, really. I like their itemization a lot. I think they understood some damage limitations coming out from Talon and also just team fight limitations. They get Greaves on the techies, Pavis, Witch Doctor, go heals, get great catches from Neo with Crimson Guard, and there's no damage. I watched 23 and 2-3 team fights, I think. BKB run in, start hitting targets. I don't think he didn't even break through the Pavis shield. I actually think he didn't even touch these targets, so wow, cool. So the Witch Doctor, I mean, there's definitely a purpose as to why he wanted to have it for the group up. Cool.
Yeah, PSG, they look good. I mean, Talon, they try this kind of mid-phylactery morph. It looked good at the start, but it really is one of those things that kind of falls off. Because it's like, after you got the phylactery, what are you doing then? You're kind of just going for the standard morph items, right? And that takes time.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit too in their heads about just like, let's farm for that next item and hit on the side of Talon, rather than just being like, let's hit, let's hit, let's hit, let's hit. I think they should have been a bit more active with Jabs, rather than sitting back and just trying to get this farm from him. He got great item timings, right? 12-minute Octarine. But I don't think he even found anything with it afterwards. I don't think they found any pick off. LGD definitely compliments to how they played, playing off the map, just farming, buying the time till they felt like they could hit. But for Talon, things stagnated very quick, and it just completely went into LGD's favor.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Neo on the other side on his off-lane roll, he popped off 209, didn't die at all, and yeah, built for the team, tanked up with his Crimson Lincolns, but was still the one starting these fights, making these catches happen with the Blink Dagger alone. Just, yeah, proving that you don't, as you say, have to just always go for this Harpoon Rush.
No, I really love that he did this, and I'm glad he didn't, he went Treads, Vanguard, then he went back for the Blink. It's not like he just went straight Crimson. He went knowing that he had to take the back foot, knowing that he makes the plays. And this is the fight in particular that I'm looking at, and I'm watching 23. Look at him with his BKB hitting these targets. He hits the mag like 2-3 times, and he's like, oh my goodness, I'm doing nothing, and has to run in. LGD, dominate.
Very, very nice game one here from PSG LGD. I think, for Talon, what's going to change up in game 2? Something a little bit faster, or do you want to be able to just play something that's able to match the greed of PSG LGD?
Maybe a little more team fight just to make things a bit easier for you to take straight on fights rather than just being a full pickoff lineup. But overall, I would just say they got to do more. They just got to play the game more rather than playing a farm game. I think Jabs just hit way too many creeps. The fact that the Spirit Breaker has 300 last hits in this game, and the same thing for the Morph and Spirit Breaker, right? That just tells me they're just farming. They're not looking to actually make plays. So I think that would be my takeaway. Jabs is 1-1 and 4 in this type of game, right?
So with that win, I believe PSG LGD already are now in a very good spot with regards to holding on to guaranteeing a top 4 performance in this group. So I think they may need the second win for the super guarantee.
I think if you go...
I
think if they 2-0, they're good, right? 2-0, no, 2-0 and they're top, right?
For sure. 2-0, and I think they're perfectly safe.
2-0 and they're top, unless secret 2-0s, and then it'll be a tie for the first place, right?
Yeah, we'll see. This next win, if PSG LGD is able to get it, could be a big one for them, getting that spot guaranteed in the next round of group stages. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the first game of this 2-game series. PSG LGD able to take it against Talon. I believe we're going to have a short break, and then we'll be back to walk you into the second game of this series. PSG LGD up against Talon, game 2, coming up next after this break.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we are halfway through the series between PSG, LGD, and Talon. We just had PSG, LGD getting themselves that first win, and it looked pretty convincing by them, right, Fogged? I mean, the opening, the laning phase, sure, Talon, they had some stuff going, but it really felt like they didn't really know where to go from there. It all slowed down, much to PSG, LGD's favor.
Yeah, slowed down a lot. Itemization, I think, maybe could have been something that could have been changed a little bit, but overall, I think the play is something that Talon really needs to work on in the last game. I think it's very rare that I see a Spirit Breaker offlaner having pretty much the lowest damage in the game. I think he was second lowest in comparison to a Witch Doctor. And a Magnus, okay, fine. Neo was actually like 200 damage behind him or something like that, but when I see a Spirit Breaker that has this type of lane as a 12-minute Octarine, and I see he only does 8,000 damage in this type of game, feels like something went wrong there, maybe for itemization or the way that they did overall play. So for Talon, back to the drawing board a little bit, got to play a bit better. But for LGD, I'm actually really happy to see this because they've been on the up throughout this tournament overall, and this game, you know, this actually looked very methodical. The way that they understood, sure, lanes maybe didn't go perfect. We made a mistake bottom. We got this kill that didn't end up happening for us. 23 gets a game because of it. They know when to slow down. They know when to pressure. So this was a really good show for them.
Oh, for sure, yeah. They definitely brought out the level of play that they're going to need to keep doing if they want to go far through the next portion of this tournament format, which, as far as we're aware, we might be wrong. There might be some crazy tiebreaker that causes something else to happen. If they win this game, pretty sure they are guaranteed going through this group stage 1. So one more win between them and getting that guaranteed spot. Talked about some of the comparisons between the players last game. We have the matchup coming up between Neo versus Jab. She talked about it already. But what really was sort of the things that stood out between what both of these offlaners were offering for their respective team?
It was kind of both. I mean, itemization and plays. Really, that's kind of why I wanted to highlight these two. I already mentioned Jabs sometimes does do this where it's a little too farmy and he just has to take a bit too much space. This game he took a lot of space, didn't end up using much of it with his itemization. While on the other side, Neo, I feel like he didn't take up much space at all, and he did everything with his itemization. Pretty much perfect from start to finish. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about these two a lot, and then definitely did want to point out one other quick thing, of course, too, that we saw from the, because both of us were like, Witch Doctor, what's going on?
Hey,
he did 40,000. He did 40,000 healing.
Yeah,
that
was a lot.
That is a lot of heals. So
between that and sort of, as you say, the early defensive items that picked up by the team like the Crimson Guard, Talon were just unable to kill anybody. And those last few fights as well, we saw some good duration Death Wards coming out and just shredding 23 Savage through his BKB.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like the overall concept that LGD was looking at for the game ended up, it all meshed together perfectly with the way that they itemized and ended up slowing things down and just knowing exactly when to hit. So let's see what Talon does to adjust with this. I still didn't mind their draft. I think it's just, if LGD is able to like sit back after the lanes go a little weird and just get this farm and then itemize better, then the game's going to look differently. But I still was okay with Talon's draft. I think it could work out if they just played a bit better.
Well, let's find out if the draft's going to be much different from what we had last game, and if any of these heroes that PSG grabbed will not get through again this second time, as the draft for Game 2 is beginning. So far, nothing responding to the results of that last game. It's the Bat Timber, the Deucer.
And I guess I could say that even though I preferred, I'm still going to keep saying, I did prefer Talon's lineup. I guess I could say that in a way, looking at LGD's, like their lineup is just a bit easier to execute because they have this team fight, and it is mag techies at the end of the day. It is a very strong opening 2 that do scale and do a ton throughout all stages of the game. So, as I said, I only favor Talons by a small margin, but either way, I think LGD's definitely has a lot that can work out well with this current patch.
See Talon. They won't leave that techies in. They won't leave that Magnus in. Last time we had a Void Spirit ban.
Too strong. I didn't really like that ban. I felt like that was
we don't normally see that early.
No.
Because
the hero can't be that OP.
No, because you could just pick like a Bloodseeker, and then suddenly they don't want to pick it. And they were playing Bloodseeker anyway, so maybe worth spending that ban elsewhere.
This is where you maybe just
what
you trade. Because you're probably asking like, what do we get out of it? So LGD, they just snap the mag. Let's see if Talon adjusts, because they did the Wind Ranger and stuff a couple times now. It's been pretty shaky, so maybe they do just go for something that's a bit easier to execute. Maybe they will just do a Rubik +1.
I mean, Wind Ranger and Rubik's fine, or not? Those two opening.
That just feels underwhelming.
Well, what about Rubik
Instead, I'm gonna
Morph?
see like a
Or like, what did you feel about the Morph last game?
I thought it was a pretty good. I think Mikoto played really well. I feel like they just didn't really have an off-laner. I don't know. Deb just stayed top the whole game.
A beast.
Go for the beast. This was banned, right? I believe. Pretty early on.
May have been, yeah, in the first one. Maybe second.
Let me see. I'll open it up. I still have it open. Yeah, it's banned in the opener. Let's see. This is new for them in this tournament.
Oh, they don't do this opener?
So. Nope.
Okay. Maybe
They don't. They haven't.
Something hidden up their sleeves.
Going back to the beginning of the week, let's say their first 3 days, Beastmaster was unpicked, unbanned in their series. And then into the second day, or yes, 2 days ago, it did start getting banned by them.
Stick with the Wind Ranger.
Okay. LGD.
Very quick
Void
with the
Spirit
Void
up.
Spirit. Yeah, it doesn't get banned in the opening.
Nope.
I mean, I guess this is why they did ban it in the opening.
That
The
is true.
PSG with it. They'll pick it in the first two.
It is NTS. It is one of his favorite heroes, so he's just going to ban to cover it now. The Ember, the Bloodseeker. I mean, it's excellent. It's amazing all game versus Wind Ranger. That's the one thing that I really like about this hero. Even if it's a core, which, I mean, it's a flexible hero as we've seen now for the Wind Ranger. If it's a core Wind Ranger, you just kill him. You literally just kill this hero throughout the whole every stage of the game. You just click R on him, and you can't do anything even with Wind Run.
Let's see if those bans show it.
Yeah. And honestly, Void Magnus, I was chatting with Quinn a little bit yesterday, and I was just saying how ridiculous some of the concepts and how like some interactions of Dota work right now. I've been seeing these Void Spirits late stage when they have like Manta, Echo Saber, maybe a Linken's. Empowered Void Spirit getting a DD has like 900 damage. It's so ridiculous. Okay, they'll ban the TA. I mean, that is the other one that we've seen. Actually, Talon was the big ones that did this as a counter pick versus Void Spirit in the mid lane. They're one of the first ones.
Did they win when they did it?
They used to do it. I mean, they definitely have won within the past, but it's something they did, I believe, even in like last DPC tour, even before this was a universal hero. Will they leave the Bloodseeker, though, is the question. Maybe they don't fear it.
I'll Pugner again.
Okay. And yeah, they don't fear the
Slark.
Bloodseeker. Cool. Cool. I think I've seen Mikoto do Slark mid versus Void Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
I could see it.
Maybe
If
not
you
in
play
an
mid Morph,
official.
you play mid Slark, yeah.
I think I've definitely seen him and 23 do it in pubs. I'm like 100% sure of it. Maybe they did
That
it
could be good.
during the league. Let me look. No, they didn't do it during the league. They did the Wind Ranger during the league versus the Void Spirit mid. Pugna ban, Enchantress ban.
They're going right into the reserve here. Only 10
They
seconds
are
left.
out of
Talon.
time. Holy
Sky
moly.
ban.
Okay. I mean, you're
Do
just
they,
targeted supports completely. And I mean, it is because their LGD is first pick, so they did start with 2 cores, but
sure, but you didn't
Interesting.
target the SD.
no, you did not. So that tells me it's likely a support Wind Ranger again. So they're running it back. You're doing the Wind Ranger silencer. I think this might be actually Wind Ranger mid versus Void Spirit because they've run it before, but that matchup, I don't know, lane might be okay, but overall game could be hard.
Yeah, Void just jumps you.
He just jumps you. Yeah, just kills you. Global will help a lot, to be fair. But similar again, I would say, just from these three. Again, LGD, they have team. Yeah, Void Spirit provides a little bit of both, but they have a lot of team fight that's going to be coming in for LGD. And Talon definitely running more of a strategy of kind of like pick off again, feels like. At least from these three. Yeah, Beast provides both, but LGD's got all the time in the world. And they know the talent is very limited on the reserve time, so they can really think about these two.
You're going to want to grab one of those supports. There you go, the keeper of the light route. Seeing this here, we get a lot of bans.
I mean, they've got Coddle Void Spirit now. Very strong. Do they do something like the ET? I think they maybe could. I know Why You Smile does like it. And ET versus Beast can be pretty nice, and it amps up your Void Spirit a lot. Maybe it's something they can consider. Okay. Go down the CM round instead. Hey, this is like Berlin. We're back to Berlin. CM Coddle.
Okay. So, yeah,
CM... This hero disappeared.
Yeah, it did. Why was that? Did it get nerfed?
I mean, it... Slightly, right? But I didn't think it was going to go from hero to 0.
And so why do they want it here?
It's very aggressive, super strong, provides excellent things for both all their heroes. Good rotations, good versus Beast, good versus Wind Ranger.
I trust in the Abaddon carry by the looks of it this game.
Okay.
Unless I don't do Talon play this anywhere else?
I wouldn't ever put it by Jabs playing it for some reason. And then they move the Beast or something. Just because it's Jabs. But yeah, I'd imagine it's more than likely like 90% carry. Okay, so he's got like his plays around Void Spirit with like his Manta and his silences like that eventually. And he's of course versus Magnus, so he can always, you know, ult off and shield someone depending on how the RP situation does happen.
Can take time to become a bit of a threat though.
He definitely can take some time. Although it's different now, because it's no longer the day of Radiance Abaddon. It's Phase Echo Harpoon kind of build, where you just annihilate supports super easy. And a Wyvern ban. Cool. Another hero that I think is going to continue to see more play at that Winter Wyvern versus all these universals and stuff.
Probably what targeted in the mid lane as well, would you imagine? Or could it very much been a support pick for Talon?
Could have been a mid.
Mikado playing that, yeah.
No, absolutely. Very likely that he would have played and they would have just taken the Wind Ranger as a support. It causes a lot of issues, the Wyverns, from what I've seen. It's like pushing high ground versus this hero once he gets his timings is extremely difficult.
And they're still banning the mids.
Okay.
I think that Ranger will be indeed the support again.
They have, like I said, though, during DPC, they did literally, I'm going to just double check myself so I'm not sounding stupid, but I'm pretty sure they picked it into the Void Spirit. Oh, no, they actually didn't. They actually they got the Void Spirit picked into them, but he stomped the lane. It's versus Execration. Because I was going to say, why would they pick the Wind Ranger into it? That's a bit weird. So yeah, I think it might be a support, but looking at the bench, talent, two big cores, two big tanky, very comfort Shiro heroes, the Alk and the TB. Oh.
All right.
Okay.
They want to play it fast against this Abaddon.
Oh, and what was the change from Lycan as well, too? When he howls, he fears summons, right? That was not a change now. That was 7.33, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Right? I've never seen it.
I've heard some people say that there's potential. I mean, this is what it's going to be played on the off lane, right? Or is this going to be carry and not mag off lane? Like, what priority do you give the Lycan when you want to do this?
Oh, and I'm not sure. Very interesting for sure. And they'll get Mikoto one of his super flashy heroes. They'll just play the carry Lycan. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Let's see.
He is buffed up. What do you reckon? He's got his secondary carry with the Void Spirit too. This is a very good puck game, I will say, for Mikoto. Some limited disables and stuff like that, and this is a hero that he pops off on. He does have to, of course, be a little bit careful for some Void Spirit situations with the catch. But besides that, Mikoto could definitely pop off if he's able to get that itemization.
I mean, we don't see that much puck, I feel. Why is that?
We don't.
They're just more sort of higher damage mid heroes right now.
You have to
You
be
wanna roll
careful
with?
when you pick it. You just get counterpicked if you pick it early. You pick a puck early, you're gonna get Ember Spirited or something, and you're just gonna get slide chained or slighted constantly and pushed out of the lane. Okay.
Well, let's see. See if I said PSG LGD, if they get this win, they're going to be in a very, very good spot.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm torn. I think I like LGD slightly more this time around in comparison. Let's see if I'm wrong. Let's see if I can jinx them now this time. I mean,
Be a
Talon's...
close one. I mean, Talon had the potential to take away game one with the lead that they had at the start.
No, they did. They absolutely did. They just didn't do much. That's why I was like really hesitant on them. They just didn't really play. Jabs didn't do much. He just really farmed after getting Octarine. So, this time they have vision and they have a lot easier, like more natural ways, I guess, to make plays. But I mean, they'd Spirit Break last time, so they had a lot of natural ways. But
Let's see. Let's see. I'm looking forward to seeing
Let's
this. See if because we've seen a few teams just struggle to make the carry about and work. And yeah, the power of the Lycan. Is there some?
I haven't seen
untapped
carry
potential?
Lycan.
No.
I gotta look at this. I'm so curious. I literally have never even like pubs. I've played hundreds of games on this patch already. I've never seen the fear interaction versus summoned units. So I'm gonna laugh when I see it probably.
Let's see. Yeah, it could be fun here for Shiro. A very different game for him to play compared to the PL that he was doing in the last game. Real different vibe from him.
And have we had any carry Lycans at all? I'm looking through. I see. Oh, is this Aster? Maybe did. Let me look.
Yeah, how many times has it been picked?
There's been a good amount of Lycans picks, but I'm checking if there were any carry. Yeah, look at this. Monet played it as carry.
All right. And it worked?
They did lose, but Monet went 20-4 in this game.
Hold up.
Free and do whatever you want.
Monet went
let's
bonkers in
find
this
out.
game. I didn't see this one. And he did have a Magnus.
Let's see what we get going on here. Smoke up from Talon to start things. Should be a fun one.
I mean,
I think we're going to get a bit more action than game one.
I would hope so. I think that last game got really slow, and I think that's where LGD was able to just thrive because they just got the slow down pace. I'm so excited to watch this Lycan because it's another one of these universal heroes, right? So the physical damage, the right clicks that are going to come out from this hero now, this could be really interesting. And looking at the build that we saw, at least from Monet, it was Tread's Harpoon, and he had a 14-minute Tread's Harpoon.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets that sort of timing again here this game. I mean, definitely... yeah, you got to imagine that's the... Yeah, he's already got it queued up, so yeah. No, we saw one player try the... Who was it that tried the Radiance?
I don't remember.
We
who
casted
did
that
the
game. I
Radiance.
don't think it worked out too
The
well.
battle begins.
No, I don't think so. But either way,
Let's see how that-
underway.
yeah.
Yeah, let's see what it goes. 2 for 2, Bounty Rune. And we're just setting, I don't think any... Yeah, just lanes that I think we kind of expected to see here. Ollie looking to actually... Is he going to be paired up down bottom? I don't think so, right? No, I imagine we see Ollie go top, Silencer. Going to be getting chased out from Shiro, get pushed away. CM going to have to TP down bottom to secure the lane. So CM plus Lycan versus the Wind Ranger plus Beast. NTS in the mid lane versus Makoto. The Void Spirit versus Puck. And then up top it will be 23 versus the Magnus Coddle. Let's see how 23 is able to farm. This doesn't look like the easiest lane for him. Playing versus Blinding Light, playing versus the high physical damage of a Magnus. Constantly gonna get bonked. And he doesn't have the strongest support behind him either with Silencer. Lanes again, I mean lanes for LGD this time again looking strong. Even though, yeah, Talon, they were able to win the lane, or come out ahead in the lanes last time. LGD, I would say LGD last time also had stronger lanes, so. Seems like it should be a pretty good setup for them overall here in these first few minutes. Yeah, heroes just keep getting bonked back. Range creeps getting secured. I'm curious to see what type of... I mean, I think we'll very likely see the same itemization from both of these carries. Phase into Harpoon on one side for the Abad and Treads into Harpoon on Shiro. Maybe Shiro does deviate, though, so curious to see how they do maybe adjust a little bit here to get maybe some more catch for this Puck. Because they could have some situations where there's some limitations to catch the Puck. Hello, Owen.
Hello, sorry. my bad there. Right, anyway, let's have a look.
Yeah. Right now, lane's looking good. Lane's looking good right now for LGD.
It's just, yeah, I don't remember the last time we saw like in CM lane. Like,
nope.
ever. This is
high base damage,
in the safe lane, yeah. Oh yeah, it should be easy CS for Shiro.
Sure.
It'll be hard to harass him out as well.
Yep, he's got that extra region.
bit of an easier game for Q on the support win ranges have impact this time, or still can be sort of countered?
No, I think still's gonna still be a bit countered. I'm curious to see how, like, why we're seeing so many. I know, yeah, Seb's in the tournament, right? So we're gonna see more support win rangers, but I know people are trying to flex it quite a bit, but I'm not the most fond of support win ranger in comparison to a lot of other heroes at the moment. Great core support sometimes can be a little bit lackluster.
Top lane. I mean, how safe is it for 23 up here? Is it very hard for these two to threaten the abandoning lane?
Depends on lane positioning, but for the most part, it should be pretty hard. But I think this could be a lane where he suffers a bit in last hitting. Versus Magnus with the damage and versus just constant blinding lights. Could slow him down a little bit. And overall, from what I've seen, at least in this tournament, Silencer is having a tough time securing lanes. Whoop.
Oh, bit of the old lag, I think. Okay, yeah,
when are they going to fix this, Owen? I'm going to call it. When are they going to add
what?
the stall that you can't pause resume? Everyone's been talking about it.
Well, what's happening? Because what, two people are pressing pause at the same time on the team?
Exactly, and it just instant paused them. Because I think before there was like a, what do they call it? The protect, like safety, whatever the hell you call it.
The
like
grace period.
Like grace period. Thank you. There you go. Look at you. You're so smart with your gaming terms.
That's not a gaming term.
Is it not?
No, the grace period.
Look it up.
I think that's like.
Danielle, is it not? Danielle looks at me and she's like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, that's like a real life thing. That's not a
She's like,
gaming
it's
thing.
like the period between the end of a billing cycle and the date of your payment is due. So it's actually literally not a gaming term whatsoever. Well, my life is just games anyway, so for me it's a gaming term.
And what's the build up for Shiro? Is there much
I think
sort
this
of
treads Harpoon.
versatility?
No, I think the item is just too good. Right? Harpoon is just busted on these universal heroes, so. Let me see. I don't think that he would deviate, would he?
And then what, you trying
no,
to
I don't think you do.
push fights and sort of dive around every ultimate? Like how
yeah,
active
I think
you
you
go for
actually
kills?
fight. I mean, I don't even think you need to fight only around ultimate now. I think the times of Lycan only playing around shapeshift may have changed, may have stopped. Yes, you obviously would prefer to, but I think there's definitely situations where you are a scary, very scary right-clicking core now. You actually buy boots. When the hell did you used to see Lycans with boots?
Oh, you would just go, yeah, naked helm and dom, right?
Naked helm, every game. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing to watch and see eventually what he gets too, because this is a very good, I mean, we can talk about way later. This is a really good like nullifier and stuff like that. There's definitely potential for like these blood thorns and all that versus the puck. So yeah, we'll have to see what type of adjustments.
And see if see if it's like sort of the start of teams trying a hero that might catch on with some of the other squads as well.
I'd imagine so. I mean, it's universal. I think is yes, it's been buffed and to that 0.7 for quite some time now, but this is the time to test. You know, this is not DPC. This is DreamLeague. Yes, it's a massive prize pool. Yes, it's massive for every type of thing like that. But hey, if you're already secured to very likely, especially also making it through, why not? You gotta make it to the second group stages. Try some of these heroes.
I think they would have felt confident after the way they shut down that game one.
Yeah.
They did have the chance to try a very different approach, really. You know, Shiro on the Lycan rather than his PL.
I like to see it. I like to see the openness of Zhao 8 overall.
Back in action. Apologies for that delay, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what we get. Nothing to say still is one of the few players that I watch when he plays Void Spirit that almost always gets a point in Dissimulate. Maybe it's just a specific matchup, but I think I've seen Quinn almost exclusively just put extra points in 8th and Remnant now. He's like 2-0-3 most lanes that I've seen.
Expectations altered.
And what will the build be for Neo this game? You imagine the same? That's what he did last time, or a reason to go for something a bit different?
I wouldn't see why he deviates. No, it looks great. Well, good Crimson game again. Yeah.
Made really good plays with it.
Mikoto. Holy moly. Mikoto is unbelievably low. Power Rune, it's going to be there, but it's getting checked. I'm seeing Planet. He's running for it. Mikoto. He'll be able to at the very least get it. And looks like Ali did get the block of the camp. Planet was looking to stack that hard camp there on the left while he made the move. Up top, Niu does get the skewer.
Not gonna quite have enough to get the kill. And why? Ooh, we've got stick charges, and power shot's actually going to be off the mark from Q, so. Why you smile back to safety?
But Q will laugh and be like, haha, made you use your stick.
That's true. There's some value taken away there. Mid lane just continues to have this advantage for nothing to say. But yeah, not too surprising considering just the prevalence of Void Spirit right now against what is quite a rare puck pick.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the matchup. It's the same for like these Embers. This one's a little bit different because Ember just literally spams the puck out of the lane for the most part. Void does similar, but he also just has 20 extra base damage over the puck, so he just last hits easier.
On top lane.
He gets
it.
it.
Bit far out. 23 chases him down as he hits the 4. 2 points in the curse, 2 in the shield. And it's first blood for him.
A solo kill completely. He'd been whittling him down for some time there. That was really well played. This time 23. Trying to make up for last game.
Just very similar amounts out of the lane as to Shiro, but that first blood definitely going to push him over the edge a bit.
Yep. Jab's Vanguard is finished. Unable to really push him out by any means. But Shiro, he's also just gonna sit down here himself. They can't really touch this Lycan. He's got his Bracer, Wraithband, as we've seen for all Universals. Tends to be what you want to buy. And then you go for your Treads, Harpoon, Manta, Lincolns, etc. You just go for these defensive items that benefit Universals so much.
Back to base from Mikoto, though.
Power Rune gonna be secured for nothing to say.
If it's a nice aggressive one, it is. The Arcane Rune for the Void Spirit. Gotta be
And
careful on those side lanes.
Puck not 6, so they might have to keep the 2 supports in the mid lane until he does get it. He's just about to have it, though. But they could look to punish Mikoto very quick. He orbed aggressively, too.
Got the 2 supports behind him. Gonna try to make the move. The second astral steps are off the mark. Yeah, Waning Rift able to dodge it.
I mean, that's still... Mikoto using the orb there is... I think you see like this Arcane Rune Void Spirit there. I feel like that's some ballsy play there for Mikoto just to use it. Because he could have just gotten set up on, but has the backup of his teammates to protect him.
I mean, another slowish start. 7 minutes. Just the 1 kill. So far, the 23 was able to get top.
Oh, is Ali going to be able to do this? The sneak? No, he's not. Plan is faster. Okay. I was like 7 minutes to Wisdom Rune. He's going for it. But no, he just ends up blocking the camp instead. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune exchange. And he does get the D ward on the hard camp too. So I did see that Ali blocked the triangle area a little bit, but one of them got D warded, secondary one not. A lot of stacks going to be made, I think, in most of these games, as we've talked about. The change to stacks is enormous for supports. Just a PSA to the supports out there. If I see these supports level 4 at 10 minutes, it's not because you didn't get the Wisdom Rune, it's because you didn't stack.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we've seen the better teams be pretty good at this pack.
It's too much XP. Bottom jabs, they're going to use Shapeshift. He's tanky.
He has
tanky enough.
He's going to go for the raw TP, and that should be enough. Yeah, good defensive maneuver there from Jabs. Gets out.
Top. A snipe.
Big jump there. Able to strike before he hits the 6.
He had 6. He didn't skill it. He was holding the skill point.
Oh, he didn't skill it. I guess, yeah, just didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't anticipate
Didn't
that
see him
jump
coming.
from the Void Spirit,
No,
yeah.
he just got burst from the Resonant Pulse plus double Astral. Or single Astral, I guess, that connects on him. DD will be secured, though. Mikoto, off of that rotation from the Void Spirit, does get the rune at the least for them. But that's a nice kill for NTS. And they might try again.
See if they can at least force out the ult.
They do.
There it is.
On the way, though, Mikoto. He's got the DD rune with the rotation.
Good Dream Coil could set up for a kill.
It's set up for multiple. They know he's here, though.
Not happening. PSG LGD just a bit more aware of the movements that are happening between sort of the mid and the side lanes.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. I mean, how many is this? Well, like a 6x Ancient on one side and a... Just a 2x has been blocked, but a 3x hard camp on the other. Ali. Wolves. Did he send these wolves through the twin gate? I think he did.
He must have done right, yeah.
That is actually cool. Oh, I didn't really think about. Imagine being a carry and you just gank with your wolves on the safe lane.
Yeah,
that's
you
actually
just
kind of
continue
neat.
free farm on the other side of the map. Yeah. You don't need your wolves to CS. You're on your own.
Something unexpected that could. I mean, we'll see if he continues to do it, but that's actually something pretty cool that we could see. He's even gonna bring himself. He's got shapeshift, so.
Yeah, here's the shapeshift.
Makoto's
TP's
TPing.
coming in. Makoto wants to be a part of this defense. Only going to get the Dream Coil onto the one of them. And they've lost Ollie. They will get Planet in return. If they can get more, they'll travel the skew over towards 23, but 23 gets caught by the RP, and that's the borrowed time gone. Shiro still with the ult, the shapeshift. Can continue to attack into 23, finish off the kill, pick up the double.
Oh, and the damage from this Lycan. He's got the pig pole.
No, they can't kill him.
He's gonna be able to get out. Holy crap, he hits so hard. 200 damage with Empower already.
And look at why you smile. Tell them not to be without finding something in their favor. But yeah, the
they lose
potential of this
23
Lycan.
again. Yeah. I mean, he's got Echo Saber now. Tread's Echo is finished. So for the next fight, he's gonna kill these targets that much quicker. A Silencer died in like 2 hits. That is actually pretty scary. 23, similar farm, right? He does also have his phase Echo Saber, but 2 times being brought down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jabs is at least trying to put some pressure on bottom as he works his way towards the Axe, about halfway on it.
Okay.
Planet on his own, not enough to push back this Beastmaster right now. Especially with Makoto joining the push as well.
That's the creep wave at the least. So it's going to slow down the push at the least. They're going to bring another hero. Q is making the move over. Good lane Ollie. Might just get bonked into them here. One hit from
on him.
Echo Saber.
Gonna be a big hit. Oh, there we have it. The final touch for Shiro. Another kill for him. Now on a killing spree. And indeed
Now
able
level 9.
to make this action happen without having to use shapeshift.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Level 9. Without Empower, he's over 200 damage. With Empower, he's going to be getting pretty close to almost 300 damage now already on this Lycan. This is crazy how hard he's going to really hit. And on the flip side, yes, the Abaddon does have a bit of an enabling factor also with the Beastmaster aura, but I feel like Empower is way more impactful on these universals. Oh, I'm excited to see how much Shiro's really going to hit for.
You could just completely clean up in some of these fights.
Yeah, especially the Silencer. Like, the thing about Silencer sometimes when you're playing versus these Vision heroes like Lycan, it is very annoying. Because even though you're carry, you're going to be scouting a bit with these wolves. So you're going to ideally be able to find the Silencer in the backlines and just delete him. So for Talon, they have to be sure to protect Ollie. And have that really strong front line from Jabs and from 23.
Really all down to what mainly, yeah, the Roar and the Coil to control this Lycan running at them.
Dire are scanning.
Have to land it ideally, though, because if you control one, the other one's going to run rampant. There is a Void Spirit in the game also who is having good farm. So you have to, I mean, ideally you want to catch multiple Coil on these heroes. Jab's getting close to his Aghanims. One component away. And a pretty big deal that this Sentry Ward from Talon, the one that we saw placed earlier from Ollie on the Ancients, it never got taken away. That is a full block on Ancients the whole duration. It does limit a bit of the gold. Could see maybe even like a 2k gold lead for LGD if that wasn't blocked.
I mean, how come did they try and take it down, or they just didn't care?
No, I guess they just, I don't know. There's too many thinking about other things. He unblocked the other one. Not sure. Definitely should have, but happens.
Talon building up a very nice stack of farm here. Jabs, he's closing in on that Aghanims.
See if they'll have a better showing than last time after the lull period when not much was happening.
Yeah, I mean,
this time,
yeah.
Neo is actually going for more of a scaling route. The Neo is actually going for the Tread's Echo Saber this time. They are triple universal heroes. There are 3 universal cores on the side of LGD this time, so they do scale really hard.
Neither team
seem
looking
pretty
for the
content.
fight.
Yeah.
Just sitting back, hitting the creeps, which, as you say, may work out a bit better for Talon this game, but overall, with the way that PSG were able to close up that game 1, I think they'll just be a bit more happier with this pace of play.
I mean, and they have triple universal. NTS, it's caught from Shackle. But Punish. Coil does connect.
Gets the 2. They're going to try for the easier kill of the Crystal Maiden, and they'll get it. That's why you smile gone.
Okay.
But it is just the one of them.
Planet.
Pull back Planet into the Shackle, sets up for a potential of a second support kill. They get it. Global Silence is there, but look at this. Lycan just gets in, destroys the Silencer.
Roar.
Jump forward. They're trying to keep this fight going, but the Roar is caught onto Shiro. He's going to try and use his last moments to run away from this. Looks like he'll make it. Shiro gets in, gets out, but Talon standing strong there. They take out the 3 of them. Shiro, sure, he's able to get in and delete the Silencer, but he's not able to delete anyone else.
Nice consecutive Shackles coming in there. 23 also gets the Harpoon to catch. They got some nice consecutive catches 1 by 1 on the side of Talon, and a great global to cover them. I think the RP maybe would have caught 2 off of that one there, so good catch there, punishing this Magnus. He is now going to go back for the Crimson Guard after going for this Echo Saber on Niu, maybe feeling like if they had that damage mitigation, it would have made the difference, but a great fight from Talon.
It did work out nicely for them last game. Yeah, against sort of the likes of the Beastmaster and and even the Focus Fire of the Wind Ranger could come in handy.
Yeah, and Jabs, you're seeing he's doing very similar. He's going to go for his own Crimson Guard right after his fighting item too, so this could make a big difference of just stopping damage that LGD will have inside that fight too. Very similar approaches from the offlaners this time around. As now during this downtime, I mean, Ollie, 45 seconds Global's on cooldown. LGD not really looking to make a move, and that's going to allow Global to potentially come back up. 23.
Hana has got nothing to say by his side, and he'll jump Q. He's got the stick charges in with the Focus Fire. They'll get the kill. Q does go down in return. Great to be had here for nothing to say. Meanwhile, down bottom, Dreamcoil's going to be there to stop the TP out from Why You Smile.
Nice.
Talon continues to take the lead here with the kills with these pickoffs that they're finding.
Support's getting brought down, but nice moves from Talon. Getting that 1 extra. And what's the itemization? Atos. The Wind Ranger is also continuing to scale, as you mentioned.
Yeah, you want that against this Lycan. It's his Void Spirit.
It's definitely a really nice pickup this game. Great for these universals, of course, as well, but great versus all 3 cores. Okay, Niu switching it up. He's got Crimson Q, then switches to Blink, feeling like they might need an initiation. We'll see which one he does opt for soon. Right now, Talon, they're definitely very strong in the upcoming fights. Crimson Guard's finished on top of everything else with the Beastmaster, so might look for a fight now that Global's back up again. They have that response versus that RP as we've seen. LGD, they're just going to force Roche.
I mean, with Lycan, they certainly can.
They've got this tier 1 up top too, so they can get there very quick in comparison. Talon, they can TP the outpost, but see if they make it there in time. It's starting to drop. 23's running.
They're dropping the ultimate here just to speed it up.
They got it.
Been hit by the scan, but yeah, not able to make the move in time. 23 will start to step in, but it's already been taken. Aegis into the hands of Nothing to Say, and he's going to look to jump 23 very quickly, see if he can start something before Banner receives the rest of the backup.
They force the ult.
Mikoto does have Dream Coil if he finds the chance. Niu.
Roar and Mag.
They're going to turn and focus the Magnus. Frostbite. To hold back the Wind Ranger. Q continues with the Focus Fire. There's the Dream Coil out to the 2 of them. They've taken out 1. They've taken out the Aegis. Nothing to Say he's going to be back with round 2. Shiro. He's trying to chase 23. The shields are there, and it's going to be too much protection. He can't dive this tier 2 tower. So despite getting the Roshan and the Aegis, Talon, they're the ones to come out on top.
Might be able to get him. Do they have detection?
Uh-oh.
He jukes it. Completely jukes it. But Q seems to have an idea of where he could be. Now they see him, the Hawk. Should be able to get planted.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No way.
There you go.
Close.
I mean, good fight for Talon, considering they don't get
Great
that
fight.
Roshan.
Yeah, great fight for Talon. 23 starts it, gets away. Shiro ends up... I guess he thought he's faster than the Abaddon, but I mean, 23 is zooming with the phase boot Yasha. Ends up being just as speedy as a Lycan in shapeshift pretty much. Gets away. And definitely seeing the Crimson Guard come into play there from Jabs. And he gets the ideal roar. Again, they're finding Neo before he's able to get anything off.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This game, Talon definitely executing the team fights.
Yeah, they've got really nice push, so they can go for quite a bit now.
Yeah.
See what more there is to be found. Just start to eye up the tier 2.
I guess they're taking Tormentor. They're going to steal it.
Easy.
Oh, that was close.
It's a sniper.
Almost got it with the Illuminate. That's a pretty big move. They run in, snatch it. Who ends up getting the shard? It's the Silencer. Okay, probably one of the more meaningless ones, unfortunately, but at the very least, they take it away.
Well, they can go back and head over for theirs as well.
Yeah, they go get theirs. I mean, big moves, really. Getting the Aegis, getting pretty much everything in these last 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're close to having the Manta done on 23.
Yep.
So yeah, with the fact that they're able to take that fight and take the Aegis away from PSG LGD, they themselves could look to push it. I mean, I guess it depends if they feel that they need to, and how relaxed are Talon, or do you think there is some sort of element of needing to go?
Oh, I think they're feeling pretty okay. I think this time around, because they have this this great team fight that's coming out from Jabs. I think maybe Jabs did feel a little, maybe, I don't know, uncomfortable or something on the Spirit Breaker, just being like a full pick-off lineup rather than having team fight. It looks so different. Like, he's showing up to every single fight with this Beastmaster, now with this itemization. And yeah, he does provide a ton of team fight with this type of build. With Ags, with Crimson, you are a super strong team fighter now on the Beast. And he's also, of course, gotten the Vampire Fangs, which is an amazing item on this Beast. Not only for the lifesteal, but the vision that it gives you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You're very tanky. 2-2 bottom. Big push going.
They're not afraid to push, Talon. Anyone steps up, they're going to get dragged back by the Harpoon at 23.
Yeah, Neo, he's continued to prolong his blink, so their initiations are a bit lacking on the side of PSG this time. He's gone back for BKB after disassembling his Echo Saber. Feeling like he needs it versus this global, versus this puck. Could be big if they don't see it coming. He could catch them off guard if they're all focus firing the Magnus and he just gets BKB after global and gets the RP onto them. We'll have to see for the execution in the next few fights, but Talon overall having some very good fights all together here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
And we're seeing the Mikoto puck definitely working out. As I said, he's one of the few players lately that just makes it look great still. 4-0-5. LGD looking to force the fight.
Jabs. Gonna try and turn with the roar. Will find the Lycan. 23 coming in as well onto Shiro, but they don't have the damage. Shiro's able to back away. They've already lost Q.
RP at 3.
It's there, but the borrowed time and the Aphotic Shield's there in counterplay from 23. Neo still able to get the skewer off. Silence
No
catches
follow-up.
onto the Void Spirit. Shiro's starting to fall low. He's caught in the Dream Cold Pike Mikoto. They've taken out the second support here, PSG LGD. But they've lost Neo, they've lost Shiro, and they've also lost Why You Smile. 3 dead, maybe more. It's 23. He's going to look for the chase onto the Coil. They'll get that as well. Great coil from Mikoto, secures the fight. Double kill for him. They didn't have a chance in that one, PSG LGD.
An awkward way to... awkward start to things. Shiro pops pretty much everything, runs in, gets the nullifier on the Windrunner, gets body block, gets roared, gets controlled, gets brought down to very low HP. And then the RP comes in and he feels forced to fight alongside of it, but he's too low. He just dies. Mikoto and 23 just clean up completely in this fight.
Let's check this out again. It looked like, I mean, you can definitely see why PSG LGD felt that they had a chance. You know, Shiro opting to come back in off the back of this 3-man RP that Neo was able to get, but just a little bit too low at this point. And with the coil being held onto by Mikoto, he's ready to clean up this fight.
Mikoto's playing like a god this game. 6-0-7. I feel like every single coil has hit exactly on the targets that he needs it to. Him and Jabs, yeah, really stepping it up this game. Jabs getting the ideal roar. I mean, it was handed to him, of course, this time, but the ideal roar, ideal itemization. As he's pretty much doing what Neo did to them last game. And yeah, Mikoto, that lack of catch for him is definitely starting to be a bit of an issue. They used a lot to just kill the Wind Ranger in that last fight, and then Mikoto just comes in and gets all free spells off, so they need to solve this puck issue.
He's got him again.
Sure does.
Mikoto has the coil. The Manta's going to be there in time.
Ooh, nice to see.
He's away, but only just. That was close there. Not quite having enough lockdown, but definitely scary on the map.
It is, and it looks like, all right, there's an adjustment being made. So we don't see this much anymore on the Void Spirits, of course. They tend to just go right-click build. NTS is going Aghanims. So he's looking for that answer to the puck. He's looking for more answers for these team fights to provide them a little bit more.
Yes.
What? No, this is a dangerous position to be in.
I mean, if they get a shackle, I mean, even then, actually, he's pretty tanky, Shira.
Oh, I meant the CM and the Madness.
Oh, you're watching it up top. Oh, those
I'm watching
guys,
PM.
yeah.
Look where LGD is. I mean, these two are playing topside farming, just trying to cut waves and stuff like that to try to buy some time. Even CM ulting to cut the wave.
They already got a creep wave with them, though. Talon, so they can still go for the push.
They're trying to buy time. And nothing to say. Aghanims is finished. And the other big timings. Just the blink on the Magnus. They absolutely need it from New. That's why you smile. We'll go down. Oh, a roar?
They wanted him dead.
You just want to yell at him.
That's one of the
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It does provide a lot of damage. Gem being purchased. They saw this pesky CM running in. They're also playing versus Lycan, so versus the Wolves, this is always very beneficial to buy when you have some type of lead. And I do feel like Talon is feeling pretty strong right now. Definitely don't want to overestimate, though. They don't want to feel like they're over strong here, because LGD definitely still have chances to be able to take these fights if they get the connections. Just the last few fights have been a bit blundered by them. Now Neo having Blink will be able to get perhaps better setups. Just still has to watch out for the globals that have been pretty perfect from Ollie. And let's see if nothing to say is Aghanims will make the difference to try to trip up Mikoto. Planet is also approaching a Hex, so they're trying to look for the solutions to deal with this puck.
They're rather split up right now, both teams.
Yeah.
Probably just trying to wait for this next rush.
It's up in 2 seconds.
You gotta imagine they will go for it. Yeah, they smoke up PSG LGD.
The Blink is done, and the Aghanims is done, right? So they've got two big item timings here. They're not going to wait for Planet having a Hex. Even though he's very, very close, they want to look to hit around this Roche timing here. AC, I believe, is finished. The Courier is dead, though, for 23, so he can't bring it out. It's actually pretty big. A DD on Mikoto, though. I mean, they're starting it, and they're going to kill it pretty fast.
They're not making the move in time.
No, LGD's not going to make it. They will claim double Wisdom Runes. And it looks like it should be Planet finishing off his Hex in a second here. Unless he gets picked up. I mean, Mikoto sees him.
He's dropped the coil for this one.
Yeah, he's got the gem.
No, and if he can get the solo pick off, yeah, for sure. Actually, the gem. He can always just commit for these kills. No hiding here for Planet.
Mikoto really
owning. Full AC done for 23, so they can look for the high ground with this now. Yeah, just on Savage.
Night and day difference from Talon this game to last.
Yeah, they've had a clear sort of objective after objective here this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Shiro's still very farmed, but
he is. They still definitely have to be a bit cautious. Just have to be careful for the high ground defenses and stuff like that, because LGD's draft, it still does an explosive amount of damage.
He's going to try for the grab. And ooh, that's a pretty quick grab there. Ollie doesn't stand a chance. Jabs is going to try with the rope. The 4-star's there. They do get the Gale to bring back the 3 of them. You're holding back the BKB and holding onto his RP for now. Shiro has popped the shapeshift. They forced out the ult from Lycan.
Pretty decent. I think they have to be a little more careful how they focus fire Niu at this point now, too. With the BKB and with the Vindicator's axe, it makes a big difference. If he gets roared, he's going to have 20 extra armor. So it will be a lot more difficult for them to just bring down Niu before he does get some spells off now. Nothing to say. Also has Titan Sliver, so same thing. Niu doesn't have BKB though.
But he immediately gets caught by the leash and the silence. He doesn't have buyback either. He's out for 50. He's 90 gold short.
What a risk. Flavors, I mean, Mikoto very quick on the fingers there, but
instant.
No BKB for the Magnus. He has to be very careful when he goes for those type of plays.
Nice Street Wave coming in soon.
Max is dropping.
Trying to take that Aegis out of 23, but they can't quite. Answer's back up. He's fine.
Oh my goodness.
Doing a lot of damage on the racks.
And they pass him the cheese. He's back to full. Smoked up. How long on coil? 20 seconds. A full Lincoln's now as well on Mikoto.
Yeah, they can't catch him.
No. Even now with the, I believe the Hex, I think, on Planet is about to be finished. He's going to have an answer for it, too. They're getting the wraparound. How long on BKB? It's up. Everything's up for LGD. They're on Ollie.
The jump. Gonna kill the silence of a jabs. He's in with the roar onto Niu. Niu gonna be shoved to the side, away from Ollie. So Ollie will get taken down. Shiro's in for the kill, but he gets caught by the stun. Be able to run away. Niu's got RP, still good to go. We'll catch both jabs and Q. They've killed off the 2 supports. They themselves, they'll lose while you smile. Immediate buyback from the CM. 23 and jabs. Can they clean this cleanup with Shiro?
Shiro in trouble.
He's getting bashed. He's getting silenced. Shiro, he's gone. Cannot survive through that. As they've had to use 2 buybacks here, PSG LGD, but they still end up being the ones losing the fight.
He cannot stand toe-to-toe versus a Beastmaster Abaddon. These two too strong together, just beating on him. He also has Elven Tunic, so a couple misses coming into play. Can't quite get that Satanic heal. Push now commencing. LGD expended pretty much everything there.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Let's hit the shot for Axe. And they can keep this push on. No real reason for Talon to have to back off. But their support's back in play.
The 3 cores on Talon just feel immortal. Jabs just stands his ground, healing them up, beating on them with Yagnim's Paladin Sword 23, very similar. And Mikoto just free casts. 8-0-10 on this buck.
What are they going to do? They're going to do something soon. They try for the jump. But borrowed time's there. Aegis is also still available on 23 if they do try and go again.
Jeez, Mikoto is quick, man. That jump there, he almost ends up catching, nothing to say. Like, he's literally split-second jumping as these other heroes from the side of LGD jumps. He jumps and silences and almost gets coil on them. Like, he almost actually gets him there if he gets the coil on. And now he has a shield rune, too. They're going to keep the push going. 23 lacking a little bit of mana, but I think they've got some Lotuses and stuff to pass over to him.
Yeah, and they're still super strong at this point.
Yep.
Really knowing how to push the advantage this time round, Talon.
It's good spellcasting, great fights that they've taken. Like I said, the 3 cores thriving this game. Ollie, yeah, he's 0-7, but I feel like even him, he's landed perfect globals in almost every situation.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
I'll see if they can get a catch round on the bottom, but you know, even if they don't, they can just bring this extra wave around and
Mid lane.
not to threaten the potential mega creeps.
Mikoto just toying with him. Roar.
Oh, gets the
BKB's
BKB
out.
up first. The global, they're trying to jump jabs. See Shiro getting surrounded him, and again, he's just trying to stand his
They're all
ground.
hitting
Jabs at 23. It's not working at all. They've got to get him out there. The RP's out of the 3 of them, but the borrowed time comes out from 23.
He's coiled.
The coil snap catches Shiro. Shiro's out. No buyback on him. It's going to be 2 dead on PSG LGD. Jabs is being kept alive. He's still living throughout this. Or the skewer. Is it
He's
enough
still
to take
alive.
him down? He's still alive. They can't kill Jabs. GG is called as Talon will take this game too.
Very well done. Night and day difference. Like I was saying, felt like Talon in the last game. Didn't feel like they made money moves after the landing phase. This game, Chris moves the last pick puck. Makoto ends 10, 0, and 11. Beautiful performance from him. I don't think you could ask for more. The catches that he's able to get, never dying. Sure, mid, NTS had a good matchup, but Makoto, the better rotations, the better catch over and over again. What a game.
Yeah, we don't see Void Spirit, and Puck pop-offs to that extent much at all, so definitely a solid thing that Makoto is able to show is still very much part of his repertoire in this patch. We've just seen the prevalence of these spirits in the mid. 10, 0, 11. Yeah, perfect. Perfect stuff from Makoto. And for PSG OGD, I mean, we felt they were trying something a bit different for this Lycan carry. Potential was there. You know, there were moments where Shiro was doing a lot of damage. I mean, you look at the rest of the team, like, nothing to say. He didn't die. 6-0-2. It just didn't matter. They just couldn't stop Talon this game. They couldn't slow him down.
No, I think Neo had a way harder time this time getting any type of initiations. Last game, he was a god. I think his itemization that last game ended up working well. I think this one, he wanted to go more scaling route, and I actually think it ended up really hurting them. He goes for, like, the Echo Saber and stuff rather than going for the Blink, going for this type of playmaking and stuff. And yeah, several times I saw him just, like, waltzing in. He's about to RP, he gets global, that top fight in particular. They lose consecutive heroes, and Talon just takes better fights over and over again. And Neo, 0 and 8, and ends up not really getting too many good connections. Yeah, he gets RPs on like 3 heroes, but it's after the fights were almost decided in most situations.
So, I mean, according to, actually just looking at some of the positions, it looks like PSG LGD are guaranteed through with just the 1 win alone. So I'm going to imagine that means that Talon also getting a win in this series today means that, yeah, we're going to be seeing more of this team. They're going to be going forward to the group stage 2. Yeah, they got the exact same score, both ending on 8 and 6.
Cool. I mean, yeah. I mean, as we said, we're seeing good things from both sides. I think even the first game I said I don't think it was like this draft. I think Talon just didn't really do much. I don't know what went down with them. LGD showed a lot of prowess in the first game. This game, a kind of similar idea, but I think Neo probably needed to take back foot when he has 2 universal heroes that are going for carry builds. Either way, it happens. I think Talon just out-executed, and it's good to see. You know, we expected a lot of these 1-1s, and yeah, we get them again. So
I think Talon should be very proud of the performance they've had in this group. As I say, they've really impressed so far this tournament. And here we have some of those moments, of course, from that last game. Kind of unlike game 1, it didn't really look like PSG LGD were going to have a real sort of chance of turning this. The last few team fights, the like of the Void Spirit, they just weren't able to cut it.
No, and even though he's like empowered and everything, 23's just... he just feels way too strong for them to actually deal with. The RP just came late, yeah, multiple times. I think the Silencer Ali played like a boss, but also Makoto. So just great ways and great team fights. I want to see Talon play like this more. Maybe the lineup favored them a little bit more, I guess you could say, of just having the natural instinct to team fight more than the last lineup. But either way, I mean, they executed great here. And LGD, some execution problems, but yeah, it tends to happen when Talon has this type of advantage running at you.
As I mentioned, I don't think LGD would be too disappointed. Both teams should have, as I say, looking at the stats, secured that spot moving on to Group Stage 2 here at DreamLeague Season 20. And I think, yeah, absolutely every reason to believe that both these teams, I mean, if either of them sort of just kind of smarten up their act just a little bit, they could start to look unstoppable.
Yeah, just a little bit more, I mean, just having the cleaner games, I guess, in a way, all the time, rather than trading every single time. Sure. That would be ideal, but yeah, just cleaning up their act. But Talon, it's a very expected thing from the SCI region, trading, and I guess for LGD it's starting to become, but I guess for everybody it is starting to become just trading series.
It really is.
Finally gonna get the best
so
of threes,
many
though.
1-1s. This group A has been pretty crazy. And yeah, I mean, there's still obviously the chance for tiebreakers a bit lower down, so we'll see if that happens with the other teams. But as I say, I think Talon, they are secured. We've actually got Jabs on the line, I believe. Jabs, are you there? And how are you doing? Hello. How's it going?
Feel good. Feel good.
Yeah.
Make it to like.
Yeah, I mean, you
group
guys.
stage, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, What do you think it has been about this tournament? Has there been something different with the preparation or such? Because you guys are turning up, you're pretty much taking games off all the teams here. Like, it looks like you guys are kind of hitting a bit of a new peak. Like, you guys are on fire.
I think we just like trying to figure out what's good for us, and we try to focus more on team play and communication after we failed to qualify.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely seems to be working, especially the way you're sort of able to come back in these scenarios where you lose the game 1, you come back in this game 2. I mean, going back to that game 1, when that came to an end, what did you guys sort of talk about? Like, what did you feel did go wrong for you guys in that game, where everything sort of kind of slowed down and PSG LGD were able to outcarry you guys?
I think just the way they play is really tight, like a Chinese play style, and we couldn't kill anyone. Like, we could have played better, but it's just that they have PL and we couldn't outcarry them, and we lost the game. That's it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it did seem very difficult to recover after you guys did seem to fall apart. But yeah, that game 2, absolutely fantastic stuff. Fog, take it away.
Hey, Jebs, congrats. Just wanted to ask how you guys are overall feeling about this patch in particular. I know I've been asking most teams about like the universal and stuff, so I just wanted to ask how you guys feel about these universal heroes and 7.33 in general.
I think people just trying to figure out what's good in the meta, and universal is just starting to have like too high damage in the lane. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, we're seeing some crazy numbers on some of these heroes, especially when they're backed up by the mag. Not that was a problem for you guys this game. You were able to deal with that very, very nicely. We won't keep you too long, Jazz, but just kind of looking forward towards the rest of the tournament. As I said, I might be wrong with this, but I think you guys are secured for the next group stage too. Have you been following many of the games going on in the other group? Is there any particular team that you're quite looking forward to play against here at DreamLeague?
Not really, because I don't really watch much, and like, because like off time, if not playing, I just playing pub and just looking here. Yeah. Maybe like Miracle, only see him playing.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun. The Miracle match. I think everyone wants to get the chance to play against him. We'll see if Shopify, of course, are able to make it through that next stage. Well, thank you very much, Jabs. As I said, you guys looking fantastic so far, taking at least a game off everybody that you played. And, you know, essentially on the positive side of things, those 1-1s could have ended up as 2-1s if they're best of 3s. You might have won every series. So you guys looking great. Good luck with the rest of your games. We look forward to watching more from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jabs.
Okay.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jabs from Talon, having a very, very solid run so far in a group that did prove to be tough, of how close it has been between all those teams. And indeed, I see it locked in now. Talon and PSG, LGD indeed guaranteed. Moving on to Group Stage 2, in which, as just a reminder, you know, top 4 in both Group A and Group B will be going into to play in a group of 8 together. So all very exciting stuff. Really looking forward to seeing those teams clash, as we heard from him. Maybe looking forward to playing against Miracle. I don't know if Shopify, they'll be playing probably next, right? They've got their last game. It's against OG. Yeah. They pretty sure they will need to 2-0 that if they want to have a reasonable chance of getting into the top 4, which could happen. Yes. Could happen. So we'll have to see if that is the case.
They have to 2-0, or they have to 1-1, and then they have to tiebreak, right? Versus OG,
yes, sure.
I believe it is.
Tiebreakers,
so, yeah. Some kind of situation could happen there. But yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting to see when Group A hits versus Group B, and then we get to see like the stand-in group, I want to call a little bit, right? Because Group A has a ton of stand-ins in comparison, versus the one that has pretty much full rosters, and how it's going to end up being dictated. Which group is stronger? I feel like Group B has a lot of powerhouses, but Group A has definitely been impressing with the unexpectedness that I think people didn't really see coming from like Talon, from Secret, from EG and stuff like that. Maybe from EG, but from the other ones, not so much.
Yeah, well, all so much to play for still, and the collaboration of the two groups merging into one, it's going to be so much fun to see. But we're not done yet with this stage of the group stage. We've still got one more round of games at least to play. Of course, tiebreakers may be needed to be added on after that all, which we believe will be played tomorrow. The last series for now that we're covering on this stream, it's going to be another big one. Gaming Gladiators against BetBoom. Both of these teams at the moment sitting at the top half of their group. BetBoom a little bit more on the line with the 6-6 compared to Gaming Gladiators 8-4. We'll see after the break who's going to be able to take this. Wins for Gaming Gladiators, I think probably just the one will secure it for them. BetBoom if they want to avoid those tiebreakers, they probably need to get the 2 wins in. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after this short break with Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink-wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fog, and we're getting ready for the second series and last series of the day on this stream. BetBoom versus Gaming Gladiators. Two teams at the moment in the top half of their group. Gaming Gladiators a little bit further ahead with the 8 and 4. BetBoom, they're sitting 6 and 6. But even though the scores don't match, definitely a high chance that in the matchup they certainly will. Could be another 1-1, honestly, with just kind of what we expect from BetBoom, right? They came in looking super hot on their first few series here in this DreamLeague pod.
They absolutely did. This is a team for me that I always look at, though, that emotions dictate a lot in their games. I don't know if it's truth or anything like that, but it seems like this team, when they're winning, they win. When they start to falter and lose a couple games, it becomes like a quick and steady decline. So, little worried for them because they did drop, I believe, 5 games. Well, they lost 4 games in a row, then they won one, then they lost another one to Entity, a team that's not really looking so great. So maybe they are feeling a little bit hurt and distraught from that one overall. But either way, if we see the BetBoom from earlier and from the first day, then it could be a little bit different. But either way, yeah, I don't know. This team they're super strong players, but for some reason something seems to happen to them, especially at LAN, where they underperform. This year, it's not really like LAN or anything like that, but yeah, I don't know if those losses will hurt them or not.
Sure, I mean, we see some of the replays from that series against Entity, and yeah, as you say, dropping a game against Entity, something that not a lot of teams have been doing, because Entity, they've just not been at their best here at the Dream League, so a loss to them, it's definitely going to sit in the back of their minds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Nightfall is playing like an absolute beast, to say the least. I think he tends to. Most of his carry heroes right now are quite good. The morphs, even the PL maybe could be really good too, as we saw in the previous series. But looking forward to this one a lot. Looking forward to see what BetBoom is going to be able to bring to the table. Because they're picking some heroes that nobody else really is. I mean, GPK is playing Tiny a lot, and I think nobody else is. So I'm really intrigued to see the whole idea and concept of all this.
Looks like it was indeed a pretty crazy game between the two of them. A lot of brawling, a lot of fighting, and yeah, Nightfall there. We have, of course, the carry here for BetBoom. I mean, how do you sort of rate Nightfall right now as a carry? Is he pretty solid? Does he have his ups and downs? You know, how's it been with Nightfall?
I think he's always been an unbelievably terrifying carry player. So
sure.
I think he got moved to the offlane for some time just because, it's just the position that they had open and he wanted to try to play with the players. But this guy's a natural born carry player for so long. He was rank 1 for ages, even before he was known in the pro scene. So yeah, I always highly regard him, especially when his heroes are in the meta, and they absolutely are right now.
I know they really are. Nightfall there with the solid KDA and reliable GPM. Of course, his matchup on the other side of things, looking over at Gaming Gladiators lineup, Duracio, I definitely one of the more entertaining carries, just because he has those mistakes, but he still wins. Like this team, they play around him so well, and like as you said of recently the other day, it will be these deaths in lane. Don't be surprised if you see Duracio down once or twice in the lane. But also don't be surprised if you see it not really matter by the end of the game. Duracio is normally back up top, or at least, just there behind Ace. Normally Ace is pretty high up, of course, with how much money this offlaner seems to be able to get every single game.
Yeah, I mean, Duracio is a very risky player. That's just to say the least. Even when he was playing when gaming wasn't doing so great and everything like that before this iteration, like, he still was a very risky player and he would have these type of deaths. So nothing has changed. The player has stayed the same. I wanted to do this comparison in particular because I feel like Duracio, risk taker, Nightfall, pretty much the opposite. He looks and he takes his fights very decisively, while for Duracio just is like, yeah, I'm gonna go in. So it's a pretty cool comparison of how different maybe these carries can be.
We see there, I think indeed this is sort of average GPM, that end up being a little lower than Nightfall's, because
just a little bit.
Because it's just about the starts of the games normally go for Duracio. He's normally playing the recovery plan, but a recovery plan that's been very, very reliable. Gaming Gladiators, as I say, sure they're dropping a game here and there, but they haven't been 2-0'd. The games they dropped were against Beast Coast, Asta, Shopify Rebellion, and OG. So a bit of a mix of teams, falling at different spots across the league position-wise so far. So really no telling if this team's going to turn up today and drop a game again.
Yeah, I think this one's very tough to really call. I feel like for me, most of the time I would say gaming should 2-0, but hey, you never can really count out BetBoom. I think this team is really good. They have a lot of clever stuff that they do, sometimes even busting out these pudges and stuff like that. As we said, they're tinies, can catch people off guard, but we have a lot of fun matchups. We have a lot of different things that we can't talk about in this one. You know, it's tough to choose the Dyrachyo versus Nightfall, of course, matchup when there's a Quinn and a GPK, of course, in the game too. So it's going to be a really exciting one, to say the least.
Yeah, well, how would you sort of match up the potentials of both of these mids? I know we did indeed just do the carries, but when you look at sort of GPK's performance against Quinn, I mean, people always have talked about GPK, right, being this, you know, one of the best mids, maybe if not the best on certain heroes and in certain metas. Would you sort of agree? And what is it that kind of causes his downfall sometimes in some of these losses that they've had?
He's just a bit of a volatile player at times, but yeah, he's amazing. I think it's actually a pretty cool matchup versus Quinn. The only thing is that worries me is the same thing about, like, it's actually the roles reversed, I feel like, this time around. When I think Quinn is the Nightfall and GPK is the Dyrachyo. When GPK can sometimes make these type of risky moves that get punished, you know what I mean? So, and it can spiral out of control. I think GPK also, as we've seen, does get a bit, you know, the emotions can sometimes get to him a little bit. Besides that, I think this guy's like a 10 out of 10 player. I just love watching him. He's super dominant, very confident.
And Will, as I say, with the position they have right now, 6-6, to sort of really take control of their own destiny, they definitely need to win at least one game. Otherwise, tiebreakers or maybe just even straight relegation could occur. As for Gaming Gladiators, I'm pretty sure one win. I mean, definitely, yeah, one win's all Gaming Gladiators need. One win, and they're guaranteed. So, could see some fun stuff in Gaming Gladiators if they do get that one win. Maybe picking some pudge themselves or something. I don't know. If they get that first game win, we might see Gaming Gladiators have a bit of fun with that in that final match. Because we could
I don't think so.
You know, they're not going to do that.
No way, Quinn's
we'll see. I'll say I told you so
mercy.
when we get some pudge. Gaming Gladiators pudge in game 2. But these two teams, when they go against each other, what are you expecting? Like, do they sometimes fall back for the farm game, both of these squads, or is it going to be pretty active?
I think it's going to be pretty damn active this time around. Yeah. I think that these two teams really do like to fight quite a bit more. Gaming, maybe a little bit more waiting for, like, nah, actually, that's not true. They both just like to fight a lot. I'm actually going to, when was the last time? I don't remember the match when they played together in Berlin. I believe they traded, right? I don't remember if I was casting that one.
It was a while ago, that one.
They did, it looks like.
Okay.
So it looks like they did end up trading the series. So yeah, I mean, I think it's very likely it does end up as a 1-1, but this should be a very exciting matchup, and it could go 2-0 in either favor. So yeah, it could be crazy. It could be a really crazy game.
Would be a big 2-0 for BetBoom, as I say. Would secure them.
Yeah.
But they need definitely both the wins to get that guaranteed. Anyway, we're gonna have a short break before we start this series, and you know, I'm sure you all do make sure you keep close attention to the wonderful ads that we do play during the break. But have a look out for a lovely little trailer that we've got that we'll talk a bit more about after this break. We'll see you soon for the first game of Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. Don't go anywhere.
In Dota 2, there are 3 attributes: agility, strength, and intelligence. Each stat grants the following benefits. Depending on their primary attribute, heroes also gain +1 base attack damage per point. As of 7.33, a quarter of the heroes in Dota are now universal heroes, meaning that they have no primary attribute. As a result of this, they gain 0.7 base attack damage per point in any attribute. There are some pretty insane benefits from this difference. For example, Windranger, previously an intelligence hero, used to gain only 10 attack damage from Diffusal Blade. Now, because she's universal, she gains 17.5 damage from this item, making it a cost-effective item choice for damage. This item alone being viable for Windranger automatically made her a counter to every hero in the game that doesn't like having their mana burned. Some of the best items for universal heroes are +all stat items. Iron Branch, for example, grants 2.1 damage for 50 gold. Mantle of Intelligence, on the other hand, grants 3 damage for an int hero for 140 gold. That's 1 damage per 47 gold. That's right, Iron Branch is twice as cost effective in terms of damage. A common inventory for universal heroes to start with is 1 Tango, 2 Circlets, and 3 Branches, because this grants an insane 15 damage and 154 HP at level 1. In other words, if you are playing a universal hero, you pretty much can't lose the laning phase, so long as you buy +all stat items. Speaking of winning lanes, Wyvern, for example, is a hero that really struggles in the armor department. So much so that people were going Wraithband prior to her being changed to a universal hero. Previously, these would grant her 2 attack damage, but now they grant her 6.3. Bracers are also a popular choice for universal heroes that previously could get harassed out of lanes, such as Windranger. The most popular, and honestly most overpowered universal hero items are Gleipnir and Harpoon, mostly because they are both very strong in the late game, and they build from the most stat-efficient items, making heroes deal insane damage while being nearly unkillable.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 20. We're just getting ready for our final series of the day here on the Ember stream, BetBoom versus Gaming Gladiators. But first, before we get into that, as I said before the break, I hope you were all watching very carefully. I'm sure I could trust you all in chat to have been doing that. Because a little bit of a quiz, a little bit of a question for those of you who were observant enough, or maybe those who are just straight up smart enough to figure this one out. So after watching the DHL Pro Tip that was played during that break, do you know how much damage Universal Heroes gain per point of intelligence? Now, don't go typing it in the chat. Well, if you do, put some fake answers in, try and throw the others off, because there is a prize on the line. That's right. There's a very nice prize to win. If you know the answer to how much damage Universal Heroes gain per point of intelligence, go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answer the quiz question there. And you could win a €200 Steam voucher. That's a lot of games, or if you're just a Dota fan, it's a lot of beautiful cosmetics. So €200 Steam voucher up for grabs. Go over to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and let them know the answer to how much damage Universal Heroes gain per point of intelligence. And as I say, don't type your answer in the chat unless you want to make one up, because someone will probably copy you, they'll get it wrong, and then you increase your chances of winning. It's sneaky, but €200 Steam voucher up for grabs, it's worth doing. But yeah, now moving on to this series, Fogged. We just saw the teams getting themselves ready. We should be starting the draft pretty soon. We said we expected a bit of a bloodbath between these two squads. The question is, with what heroes? And have there been heroes that these teams have been playing that no one else is right now? Any sort of specialist picks from these two squads that you've been impressed by? Or maybe you haven't been impressed by?
I mean, the only specialist pick I think that I saw was the Tiny, I guess.
Okay, Tiny.
If I was going through it the last, unfortunately, I didn't get to see like every single one of BetBoom's games. I got to see a majority of gamings. I think gaming has been very structured and they're just very defined in the way they play. They just pick kind of very similar heroes, not really deviating too much. BetBoom doesn't. I mean, they deviate quite a bit more, but they don't deviate like crazy. They do have some different heroes, I guess. They do like Legion and Tiny. Maybe those are the two differences. A little more.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think we ourselves have casted any Tiny, or actually casted even any Legion in the games that we've had. I know there's been obviously a bit more Legion picked amongst the different teams elsewhere on the channels. But yeah, this being the last series for these two teams within this group, outside of potential tiebreakers, means a lot. So with the position they have right now, Gaming Gladiators, one win should at the moment look to be enough to secure them one of the top 4 positions, get that place moving forward to group stage 2. BetBoom, they kind of need both of them. Otherwise, they're probably going to have to play a bit more Dota 2 in some tiebreakers, which could start to look pretty crazy. I mean, we already know, right? A little bit of a spoiler if you are still following the end of the other group. It looks like, I mean, we're still waiting for that final result to roll in between TSM and Liquid. It may have done so by now. And that could be a 4-way tiebreaker in Group A for that, for just one spot, that 4th spot going forward to group stage 2. So pretty crazy stuff guaranteed to be happening in Group A, and definitely a chance of that also happening here, because as we've seen, Gaming Gladiators, as strong as they have been, they do drop games against teams. And BetBoom, they started off this league with quite a bang, turning up, getting the 2-0s, getting the 2-0s sort of in a meta where everyone else was kind of just going 1-1. Right, We're not seeing a lot of teams be able to turn up and stomp twice back-to-back in these matchups.
You know, it's super wild. If some crazy situation happens where Gaming does lose 2 games, and Beast Coast wins 2 games, Beast Coast could actually be the top of the group.
They could actually be top, yeah. I mean,
if Nine Pandas loses and Beast Coast wins,
it's gonna be tough. Yeah, Pandas
right?
are good.
Then Beast Coast is number 1. So it could be some
happen.
crazy stuff going down.
Honestly, yeah.
It could happen.
BetBoom could 2-0 Gaming Gladiators. That's definitely a world where that happens. And yeah, Beast Coast, they could 2-0 Nine Pandas. Definitely a chance for that to happen. So imagine, that game will be, of course, going on at the same time on one of the other streams as we wrap up the final matchups here in Group B. But you don't want to be going anywhere else. You're already in the best spot. We've got a hot matchup. Gaming Gladiators versus BetBoom. Drafts, they have begun. Let's see if we get anything crazy in the opening bans. I mean, probably not.
Nah.
Probably sticking with what we know to just see come back again and again. The Celery Enchantress, it's gone. The Timbersaw, it's gone. And Gaming Gladiators upping the respect with the Undying. It's been one of those teams that do absolutely crush
love it.
lanes with this hero. We'll probably see one of the more kind of all-round meta popular heroes being banned here with this second ban. What would it be? Is it you ban one of GPKs? Oh, you just ban the tech.
I think
you
just
don't
take it.
have first pick.
So, holy moly, a lot of heroes left in
Yeah.
the pool. We got Bat left in the pool. We've got our Beasts.
Ooh.
We've got Medusas. We've got a lot of stuff here right now.
That sounds great. Ooh, going for the
Nice.
call first.
Okay.
Other teams wouldn't be doing this. They wouldn't grab the call as the first one. They get it second phase, but BetBoom,
They
they're open
really
with
like it. I think they've won.
Yeah.
I think they won almost every. I think they only dropped one. I think they won 80% of their games with the Coddle, and I think it's really strong just because it enables. We talk a lot about how cores are unbelievably strong right now. Maybe the strongest they've ever been in Dota. Enabling cores is huge. Chakra is one of the best enablers, so opens up the mid pool a lot too for
It
anything.
does.
Your Pangos, Void
Yeah.
Spirits, Embers, etc. They're on the table.
Maybe a
So let's see.
reason why you might want to consider Bloodseeker early, because you know it's going to be one of those spirits for BetBoom.
It could be.
So
Yeah.
getting a Bloodseeker in your 1-2. I mean, they also do like the Medusa first up in the first phase game of Gladiators. We've seen that a few times. You know, Ace had a very chill game, kind of carrying out a win the other day on that.
Yeah.
On the offlane.
It has lost, I think, every time versus the Anti-Mage, though, right? It's getting picked
Sure,
a lot,
so
and
we're
then
not saying-
Anti-Mage
yeah.
gets snap-picked, and it loses. I think it's lost every game that's happened so far. So that could be something gaming's discussing right now, because, yeah, these AMs just seem to... They're winning everything. I didn't check again if it's updated, but it was 100%. So they'll go with their bat, super flexible. See what the secondary one's going to be.
Who's the best bat player on the team? I'd probably say Ace right now, right? With how he's able to farm on that offlane.
That's way too tough of a question.
Yes.
You got a Quinn. I mean, Quinn, maybe his bat isn't the strongest of his heroes. but
I
you
think
got
I
a
just
Quinn
like
bat.
Quinn on other heroes. Like, sure, Quinn's still
Yeah.
going to have the chance of dominating on his bat, but if you have the bat, I feel there's just so much more space if you just get Ace to just crush on it and you get.
You know, I agree.
And one of his spirits.
I'll agree with that. I'd
like
actually
that.
probably say it's Ace and then maybe even Celery
Yeah.
and then Quinn just because of the comparison of the heroes that Quinn's plays. All right. So
Yes, yeah. I like that.
yeah, I like that. And they're taking their time. So this is the way you're talking about. They could be thinking about one of those solutions to a.
So it probably will
spirit
be
that could come out.
a Celery or a Quinn bat then with this one, right?
Yep.
Do they have any flexibility Gladiators with the Doom? Or is it just purely Ace?
It's almost. I think every time it's been Ace, but I guess you can't 100% always say it could. I guess still be like. I mean, 99% chance it is. The bat could still be flexed though. This could still even be Tofu in theory.
For sure.
So BetBoom,
sure.
they'll get a very strong. So it's not a spirit, but it is a very strong chakra combo. Besides
It
just
is.
stealing the mana,
All do
double
so.
snake is insane.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, do they care about the anti-mage? Will that be considered in the bans? And if it's left, do gaming gladiators take it, or do you think that's not really their style in playing against the Medusa?
I think it's what I would expect from BetBoom. It's probably like a morph dark. Actually, no, you can't do darks here anymore. So it's morph, Slark, AM. I guess would be the three bans that I would think that they would do. Morph Slark AM or Morph Pango AM. Maybe the Slark isn't something they care for. I think you should. It's won every game. I don't know. Like the AM has literally won every game versus the Deuces.
It's been
so
good.
Stats don't lie.
Dratio plays a good AM.
He sure does. I'm gonna actually bring up to see if it is still, if it updated to see if it did get played again.
They do ban Storm though. But could that be the mind game saying, hey, look, we're banning Storm. We're not going to pick AM. And then they don't ban AM because you banned Storm.
Could be, but it's also they have Coddle, so it's a little bit of a both. That
I guess,
this
yeah, you
Storm
want it banned
is
anyway.
very enabled.
10 seconds remaining.
And Anti-Mage is, where'd he go?
5 seconds remaining.
Where did he? Wait, what? My game bugging out? Oh, he did end up losing a game. Okay, there we go. So he lost earlier.
And what are the would you say is the best one for GPK when you pair it with the Coddle? Is it the Ember or is it the Void Spirit?
Tough to say. I think they both have.
Because
They both have their merits.
sure, I feel like Void Spirit's kind of the better hero, but in the matchup, you know, having the duo with the Coddle, Ember Spirit can be pretty
I like Ember.
ridiculous. Yeah, Ember Coddle.
Yeah.
I like it too.
But they both feel amazing, honestly, because they're both. I would say that I guess Void Spirit maybe when you look at it could be more of a natural Link Inspire versus Bat Doom. Ember is still a Link Inspire, but it's a universal hero with the Linkens on Void Spirit, right? I don't know. I'm just because there's the Bat Doom. I'm trying to think what would maybe be prioritized. I don't know.
I mean, imagine if they want to, right? As gaming gladiators, you can ban one of the spirits, and then you're obviously going to get the first pick out of it, so you can pick the other one. With the Shadow Demon banned out, BetBoom, when they run the Medusa, do they still have the ability to put a Wind Ranger in their lineup? Do we see that in other roles? Like, would they do that as a core alongside the Medusa, or not really if they have the Medusa?
No, I mean, well, I don't think they're thinking anything like that. I think it's just Shadow Demon is God tier versus Medusa.
Sure, the illusions, yeah.
The illusions have mana shield. They're absurd. You kite. Late game, when you get Aghanims, you break them as well too. So split shots non-existent, etc. Stuff like that. So I think Shadow Demon's honestly maybe my favorite support versus Medusa now at this point in the game. Just because you buff damage that she takes and she splits damage to her. I mean, actually doesn't split much, but splits damage to the allies around her and everything too. So it feels like every spell is amazing.
See Pango.
Take Pango.
Be the ban. Now, Gaming Gladiators, they don't need to ban the Void Spirit, because of course they have the pick, if they want to grab that out of this phase.
Want to.
But do you think that might be a bit too early to pick the Void Spirit, or would you be okay with it after they've opened with Bat Doom?
What's your concern if you pick it? Them like Shadow Fiending or something?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe you're not really too fast if you're Quinn. Because you are, Quinn's likely to continue to have his hero pool banned out if he doesn't pick in this next phase.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what BetBoom will, if they'll like hard counter pick if they do see it picked. Gaming Pride discussing that.
Yeah. We have seen some teams try this, but it's been, I feel like, not great results. I mean, you see a Bat and a Doom. Can you do Grim, or is that just not a hero that you imagine Gaming Gladiators would touch?
I don't think they'll touch it. So yeah, they just steal it.
Okay. They have to out of this pick ban. Yeah.
So now you decide how hard do you want to straight counter it. We've seen TAs from some teams in the mid lane to counter it. I've seen SF from other teams. I think this is possible for either one. I know GPK does like to play both heroes quite a bit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
He could still look at his Tiny as well too. I know that he does like this hero quite a lot.
What's the Magnus? Still there.
Okay. Oh yeah, Magnus is still there. Look at that.
And there is Mag Tiny.
Mag Tiny. Okay. Yep. Not a team fight.
And they always play the Tiny in the mid, right? They do any sort of kind of offlane duo with a Tiny any times?
In the past, yes. Now, I want to say no.
It does mean that it looks to be that they're leaving that final support pick for last pick, if that boom. Gaming Gladiators. This pick likely to give more of an indication where the Bat and the Doom will be going. Might want to just hold on to that last pick for Duracho. Unless they feel that it's going to be banned out.
What's Toronto Tokyo looking at? Like a Disruptor? I'm thinking or something? They'll go for Void. Okay, so this is the 9 Pandas approach, I guess, versus the Medusa. They have 2 heroes that can build halberds pretty nicely. Maybe even 3, honestly. The Doom could even. But Void Spirit and Faceless Void, I think that's the approach that we saw from some teams to deal with this Medusa as well, too.
Sure. I mean, yeah, dude, if Grimstroke didn't suck, he would be excellent with this lineup, right? You know what I mean?
Unfortunate.
Void, dude,
sucks,
Void
though.
with the Grim, with the Inkswell.
Yeah.
Double Dooms,
I
the
swear.
double lassos.
We've seen games even where we're like, man, this looks like such a Grim game, and then Grim literally, it's miserable, and then we talk to the team that wins, and we're like, wow, we thought this was actually a really good Grim game, and then it did nothing. So it's always really funny.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Quinn just trying to protect himself, as we saw there with that quad ban at the end. Didn't talk about it, but BetBoom taking out the Rubik, and yeah, the Disruptor ban. I kind of expected that one. I think you're playing Faceless Void and Void Spirit. It's clear that Toronto Tokyo probably wanted that one.
Any other supports that are a huge nuisance for Void?
He might just want something. Maybe not, actually, because he has Medusa. I was thinking maybe Lich. I know they do like it, but maybe not because of Medusa. Still Pugna, if they want to go all in on
Pugna. I was thinking
on
down
the
that line as
pump
well.
up. They can just pump the Medusa up. You have later you have Decrypt once you have levels versus Chrono. That could be pretty cool.
Pugna would be solid.
Their lanes are a bit passive. The supports are pretty much completely reliant on the cores, but it is a lineup that is fully about enabling the cores if they do go down that route.
Pugna could do that.
There's just a lot of heroes that get. There is a bunch of the things that get on the Pugna though, which is my concern. There's a Bat and a Void Spirit, which They have like 3 simultaneous jumps on the side of gaming, so these 3 can pick and choose their targets, where the Bat addresses Pugna, or Void Spirit addresses Pugna, while Void goes for other targets.
They ban the Lich.
They'll take out the Lich anyway. Okay, I mean, that was the more obvious one, I guess, just because of what Bat Boom likes.
Oh,
And they'll
Spirit
go
Breaker's
down.
still there.
Okay. They wanted that, I guess, like, front line a bit more for the Dusa and hero that can tank some of these spells. Maybe it was too much if they went to Pugna. Gaming,
10 seconds remaining.
Tofu, very likely, right?
What we got? They still
They do do the Dark
so
Seer. Oh, so they did flex the Doom. I didn't know if they
it's gonna
would.
be Tofu Doom.
Okay,
I mean,
'cause
this,
we were
this
talking
is
about
nice,
it,
right?
but-
If you could, because it allows you to fit the Dark Seer into the draft. And this
Yeah.
definitely isn't something that BetBoom would have expected you to do. Because if they ever thought there was
No.
any possibility of this Dark Seer would have 100% been banned out.
Yeah, this was a really clever little switch up and flex. I don't think we've seen Tofu do this too much. We've seen some players do it, but I don't believe Tofu. I like the Darkseer versus the Dusa we've seen a lot of times, so it does make sense. And they do have good heroes to be Ion Shelled. They have a Doom, which is not bad. They have a Bat Rider who can be surged, and the Void and the Void Spirit. Okay, so they have an approach that they're looking for to take versus the Dusa. BetBoom has a very strong, well-rounded draft, though. This should be a good one.
Yeah, the vacuum walls could be pretty huge this game.
They could be.
You're catching Nightfall plus, a couple of the other cores around him. And you're likely to hit the multi-hero vacuum wall. You see his big smiles there from Quinn.
Yeah, they're probably feeling it. I think both teams are happy with what happened, but I think gaming, they may be
I
a
think
little,
they're happy,
maybe
yeah.
slightly happier, just because they got the like gotcha, at the end there.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys picked a Spirit Breaker last pick versus our lineup, which is I was like, if you look at everything here, it's like, is the Spirit Breaker? It's like, man, bam, got a Spirit Breaker. It's gonna change things. Gaming, they pick a Darkseer, which is very impactful this game for the auras and also versus the Dusa. So maybe a slight edge to them. This should be a really, really cool matchup though. And we'll see what Top was able to do on the Doom. I'm gonna go back and look actually. When was the last time I saw Tofu play it for the team? Because I feel like it's always Ace.
Yeah, I mean, are we seeing many teams still run the support Doom? Right
It's
now in
only
this
when you
patch?
really flex. It's only when you're flexing.
Yeah.
I think I saw Boxy playing it maybe and someone else doing it the other day. I'm looking through Tofu. I haven't seen him do it. I don't think he's ever done it. I think in the last 3 months at the least that I recall. I'm at 3 months right now, so let's see. I don't see it just yet. So yeah, it was a very unexpected flex, I would say.
I think the big threat could be the fact that the two cores, they got their voids. Quinn Void Spirit, Horatio Faceless Void. Sure, BetBoom have this strong old Medusa that they opened up with, but you can absolutely see that Gaming Gladiators, they've tailored their draft very specifically in a way to try and ensure that this Nightfall Medusa does not have an easy game.
Lights out.
No, absolutely. This is going to be such a cool matchup, really. Lots of team fights that could kick off here, and there could be some really explosive ones. We have a Magnus on one side, we have a Darkseer on the other. Kings of team fights, Void Doom as well, of course, on the side of Gaming Gladiators. So they probably have a bit of an edge when the big team fights, 5v5s kick off and stuff like that, depending on cooldowns, of course. But BetBoom perhaps can fight a little bit more reliantly and a little bit faster, maybe. But I like it. Gaming, they've got, I would say, pretty much exactly what they wanted.
And yeah, we don't see too much Tiny in the mid. I mean, how does this matchup go? Is this one of the heroes that can sort of fight back against a Void Spirit, or can Void Spirit get ahead of this?
Void Spirit hits you. You're 0 armor. I haven't actually, I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen it since it's the universal Void Spirit now. I used to see it in the past where I've seen Quinn do fine in this matchup versus Tiny's. Sometimes the first few waves, maybe, Tiny can pull ahead because of the base damage, but times are changing with that, with the universal.
Let's have a look. As I said beforehand, both teams very much needing at least a win to have a solid chance of securing themselves a spot in the top half of this group stage 1.
Tofu, the tree, is it enough?
Gonna be close.
It is.
Toronto, Tokyo, first blood for him.
The first of many.
Nice blood grenade. I didn't see was that Tokyo? Yeah, it was. Blood grenade enough.
And what's been the build for GPK? Does he get the early blink? Does he get the early echo and run around the map? What's he running around the map with?
I think I only saw him play it twice, and I think it was just farming up.
Yep.
But I think one of the games he did go blink early, and I think that's the game they actually won. No, he did blink both games. Apologies. He did blink both.
Blink rush.
So he rushed it. Yeah, just treads blink. So space making. Definitely can make sense this game too. Is your Magnus is just gonna go for like these vanguards, and it's gonna take him a little bit of time. So if you want to go for that blink first, you can be the one to make plays. GPK, nice toss back.
They deserved it not. Yes, this would do just fine.
And let's see how these lanes end up going down, because yeah, some of these do look like they could be a little bit difficult.
I guess not the easiest of games for Dyrachyo to get kills early with the chrono, right? We've got some pretty beefy heroes and some options to put a stop to those aggressive plays if he doesn't catch everyone.
Yeah, it's like unless he's Ion Shelled early, I don't think he's gonna get too many early kills, I would imagine, unless it's on like a Coddle in particular. Holding skill point though, Dyrachyo at the moment. Just time walk for now. Can go for dilation if he sees fit versus these two. Very good lane to go for dilation. Yeah, and he will. Tofu taking quite a bit of a beating. Honestly, this first blood for Toronto Tokyo is pretty important because he's got boots and a windlace. So he's actually just 360 movement speed, able to trade pretty effectively with this Doom to get some space for the Dusa. Could actually have a effect even onto like the mid if we see some early rotations perhaps coming out from this Spirit Breaker.
So far, very close across the lanes.
Close
More
across
denies
the
for
board, yeah.
GPK in the mid on his Tiny. I mean, when you're sort of playing this top lane as well, and this Magnus Cottle duo, do you take more points in the Shockwave early on because you've got that ability to spam, or do you just keep the same build?
As far as I've seen, nobody even levels it. It's 1-4-4 strictly.
Even when you got the Cottle with you. Yeah.
Probably even when you've got the Coddle. The thing that we're seeing that gaming has done is preparation. So at the 3-minute mark, I mean, they did this earlier, of course, but if you look at the triangle, it's just a Coddle Magnus, so it's a bit, you're going for greed, you want to stack. There is not going to be stacks. They double blocked. So triangle is completely blocked from the side of Gladiator versus this Coddle Magnus.
Almighty money.
See if they're able to head over and do something about that in time. Get anything going there. It's definitely going to be quite an annoyance. We've seen how much stacks play a part this game.
I love it. I love seeing these funny tips from Celery. Celery tips him because he got double bashed. Dyrachyo back-to-back bashed him. Very even across the board. Even in mid lane, things are starting to stabilize. Quinn's base damage, once he has Bracer, is starting to get closer to the Tiny.
I guess the real difference between the mids will be that, you know, see Quinn, he's going to be able to make plays before he really has his item, and GPK, he's got to get that blink farm, so
yeah.
Definitely a bit of a moment where the Tiny has to be a bit more passive.
And I thought this is where we might see Tokyo make that move toward the mid lane to try to help out to get the rune, but not the case. It's actually Celery, so Quinn gets the rune and they deny the fill-up from GPK. That hurts. Someone might have to die in one of these side lanes to fill up the bottle of this Tiny. Still farming fine. Ace could be in trouble here. Another blood grenade.
He's not got any way out of this one.
Nope,
he's going down. They'll make sure they give the kill to Nightfall as well.
Nice place for Tokyo.
Yeah, farming very nicely down at 24 and 8, getting more out the lane than Ace at this point.
So GPK will just make the decision. He's like, I'm still farming fine. I'm not missing out a crazy amount leaving mid. He's just going to walk back. He's probably going to miss, what, like 2 CS or so? Okay, he makes that call instead. Good kill for Nightfall.
And they're going to try for Pure Top.
Pure?
Might just have him here. He's not got a way out, of course. No point in the skewer yet, as he wasn't quite able to hit the 4.
Ooh. He went greedy. You tend to see the 1-1-1 from these Magnuses. He put that second point in. Gets punished when his Coddle leaves the lane for a moment.
It's going to be a very nice pick there for Dyrachyo.
Pretty much identical things from both sides. Last hits even across the board. Dyrachyo gets a kill. Medusa gets a kill. Very even first 5 minutes here. Power Runes could be the next dictator of what's going to go down in these next few moments. 20 seconds or so. See who makes the rotation. Quinn is going to hit 6 in a second here off of these next 2 creeps. See how many supports make the move.
Dire are scanning.
Team's bringing in a +1.
It's bottom. It's a big rune too. It's not a kill rune, but it's a prevent kill rune, I guess you could say. It's a shield rune.
GPK able to continue to safely farm around this area without any worry. I mean, you know, obviously considering the supports Gaming Gladiators have, it's not like this Battle Doom going to really have any chance of coming in on the mid and threatening the Tiny, especially not now with that shield rune.
Celery will actually get this D ward here, so they will know that there's a ward there though, because he did show he placed the obs ward afterwards while checking. So we'll lose his obs ward up on that little spot at the same time too. A lot of similar movements coming out though. Very, very methodical from both sides as we have the Wisdom Rune. In about 10 seconds, we're seeing Toronto Tokyo setting up for it. Celery also looking to try to maybe steal it, but he can't.
There's no way to get past Pure and save.
Tokyo might be able to get this.
Oh.
Tofu's trying to be sneaky. Ew, the charge. He gets it.
Easy.
And a second bash. Does he get another one?
Give him a few more. He could get a kill. No, not getting lucky.
No.
Not today yet.
But they get both wisdoms, so a little bit of an edge now for Bet Boom off of that little bit of a move. Movement's starting to happen. Celery TPs to the twin through the twin gate. It's spotted though. An obs ward. He'll take it out immediately and just head back toward the north. 2 D wards early on from Celery.
So very close to the Midas, Dyrachyo. Ready to play the farm game.
Oh, they're ready to go take it late, huh? Makes sense. I mean, this is going to be one of those... This could be a long game. We're playing... It's a Void versus a Dusa with a Magnus. And there's a Doom in the picture, too. Support Doom, but either way.
Yeah, that's true. Both of their supports could scale pretty nicely.
Yeah, this is a Greed is good game, for sure. The supports on both sides are very powerful. Spirit Breaker Coddle on one. Doom and Bat on the other. So GPK trying to make a movement. I think they've... If anyone's watched the way that Ace plays his Darkseer, they should know that this is starting to happen here. He's been doing this every game he's played it. They just ditch him down bottom. He takes over the bottom jungle. So looks like they have done their homework. They're hunting for Ace. Can
Is it easy for them to kill him?
Mid lane in the meantime.
They're moving in. Save was trying to get some XP out of this lane, but 3 of them collapsing on the Coddle. Yuk win the kill.
On Ace. They gotta hold the charge though, because he could just TP.
Start the surge.
He's low enough now that they can burst him.
Yeah, they can get the kill for Nightfall as well, ideally.
Yeah. He does.
There we go. Nightfall picks up the gold.
Nicely done. Good homework, honestly. I've seen, I think, 4 games where I watch Ace playing this Darkseer. Tofu starts moving, and no one punishes Ace. Bet Boom. They do.
Do you feel
Here,
good?
In the meantime.
Charge onto Quinn. They might be able to... I guess half of them to control Quinn. Even if they use the RP, they really need further follow-up. GPK is going to try with the setup for the combo, but an Astral Step still ready. They've got the toss back into the RP. It's not enough, though. No. Quinn. Pulse is out. Astral Step to the high ground. Lays down a Remnant. They can't chase. That's the RP gone.
Too tanky. Treads, Bracer, very strong on this Void Spirit. Gets, I think, the 3-man Resonant Pulse, too. RP being used. A nice attempt, though. You know, at least they try for it. What were you going to ask me?
I mean, for Bet Boom, do you feel good that they go for that focus onto Ace rather than Dyrachyo? Because I feel like a lot of the other teams at this point, they're like kind of looking more towards the Faceless Void. And obviously with this sort of setup, Dyrachyo is getting complete freedom top.
I think going for the Ace Darkseer like once or something like this can be good, and then afterwards now you can perhaps set up for Dyrachyo. But you definitely want to push Ace away once, I think, is something that I want to see teams do. I think it's a good kill. But yeah, Dyrachyo, he's getting away with quite a lot here. He's going to be able to match this farm of Medusa because of this Midas now. Uncontested. And he gets, in my opinion, my favorite neutral item on the Faceless Void, the Duelist Gloves too. So he can even join. GPK. Be okay.
The support's not quite yet to hit the 6.
Celery. Quinn. Perhaps looking for Pure, but no, can't.
I mean, but is there any chance for them to take any stacks? Would you be
Celery
happy
can.
Yeah?
Yeah, Firefly is in broken ability now. How much damage it does. You can steal stacks and supports really easy. They take it all.
Not only blocking the stacks early, but indeed once they let them start to build them up, they steal them.
Gaming. Striking back, even though Bet Boom, they got the Wisdom Runes. Gaming now with these last few moves have got themselves in a comfortable spot. And Quinn, he jukes out. Celery likely to go down, but well worth
They've got
it.
him with the ult. Quinn's getting away with a lot. I mean, sure, Nightfall's
Yeah.
at the top, but the 3 cores of Gaming Gladiators right behind him.
Yep. And Ace, honestly, now it's like, it's going to start becoming very difficult for you to actually set up a kill for him once he gets his next item. And Duracio's actually showing up. A perfect chrono.
He's pretty low on mana. This should be a kill.
What a play from Duracio. That was sick. Literally right on the edge of the chrono, too, so the double ion shells just slapping him. Gaming. Some big moves in these last few moments. And GPK steps up. This is way too far.
They've got him under the tower. The GPK will pop the stick charges. He has got Toronto Tokyo safe by his side. The Doom's been dropped down. They're going to be able to get both of them from this. The Doom and the last one of Toronto Tokyo, they take down GPK +1. The 2 of them dead in the mid. Gaming Gladiators beginning to build quite the lead.
They are snowballing. 12 minutes in. Ace now at this point. His mech is nearly finished. Duracio gets a kill on the carry. Javelin's done. What more could you ask for? GPK can't make these type of mistakes. He's got Blink Dagger up, but not the easiest targets to really go for on these side lanes at any point. It's an Ace Darkseer with mech with a Vanguard. Can't combo him. Quinn, nearly 2k HP. Your only real target's the Void, and I don't think Duracio is going to give him that. This is a big hit really now in these last few moments from Gaming.
Great move for Duracio, right? Nightfall was not prepared
So
to be
good.
chrono down here.
So damn good.
Yeah, this good play. A little too far up. Celery hitting the level 6. The 2 supports ready to drop their ults to get another.
A big deal here. Echo Saber already finished on Quinn. Bottom Ace. They will
They
get
got
him.
And Quinn TP's in, but the Stone Gaze will come out. They'll cancel one of the teams TPs there, Gaming Gladiators. GPK tries for the combo, but pulled in by the Remnant. Seeing if they can
GPK.
push past the tier 1.
Blink.
They get the toss back. I mean, that'll be one of them at least. They find Tofu.
Good kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That was honestly huge. They get Ace before he's able to even get the mech off. They get the combo, they get the chain stun off of him. Then they get the follow-up kill. A great display there from GPK with his Blink Dagger. Still showing, doesn't matter if Gaming's making the first move. They did use a lot to get those kills. He strikes back. I want to see GPK do this constantly. He knows that his Magnus Pure is going for more of a carry route. So he's got the Treads Echo Saber finished. So GPK, yeah, I think don't show yourself too much on the map. Look to set up a kills. I'm impressed that they got Ace. Quinn, though, on Nightfall. Nightfall has 20 Wand and a great Healing Lotus. Will it be enough to save him? It's dropping low. A lot of heals, though. Combo, GPK's in. Catches the 2 of them. The heal, the mech. Celery's now coming in. Follow-up. Tokyo gets bonked. Not the grenade. Tokyo, he'll just give up his life for them to get away. Too much sustain from Gaming. But the Dusa does survive, but it does cause him to expend 21 charge. Great Healing Lotus as well to at least protect him. And Quinn does get a DD now right afterwards. So Gaming, they strike back. Didn't use the lasso either. So lasso, Doom, it's available if they do want to take another fight here. Rallied around Ace's mech. Yeah, they're going to smoke it up. DD on Quinn. It does get spotted, though. Double wards being placed from the side of Bet Boom to see this.
Yeah, they could set up for it. What do you think at this point? You're just trying to avoid this.
They have to have the numbers at the least. GPK, though, getting jumped.
gonna
DD,
jump.
it's a lot.
See if they can burst and they get the knockback with the flame break to simulate in. GPK dragged back by the Vacuum Pure. Thinks about the RP, but the Doom's there.
RP? Nope.
They've taken him out. They've got the lockdown. They'll take out the 2 of them, and the chase comes in now from Duracio. Even jumping up towards the tier 2. Toronto Tokyo tries to turn with the ultimate, but he's caught by the bashes. The basher gets bashed. As Gaming Gladiators, they are not afraid to fight right now, and Bet Boom, they certainly are. These last few engagements, they've not been easy for Bet Boom to deal with Gladiators running at them.
No, they even had to, like, they rotated significant heroes while you were missing for a second. Bottom, and they didn't actually, they got Nightfall out, but they ended up losing heroes anyway. Honestly, DD on Void Spirit is so broken. That's all I'm going to say. I think it is literally so insane how much damage this hero does. It's similar to Tiny, just with fast attack speed. Yeah, Quinn just deletes heroes. A 6k lead now, and they still have Chronosphere.
They do. They could go again around this triangle if Dratio wants to come and join.
Quinn's thinking about it. Pure.
Yeah, accelerate. Start with the Firefly. Pure, he has to put the RP to try and save himself. Quinn's going to look for the jump onto the backlines. Gets in on top of save. Pure, we're about to get the skewer onto Celery underneath the tier 2.
Okay.
We'll punish Celery for this one. Quinn's out. Picks up another power rune. Haste rune this time.
Quinn tried to jump the supports. Doesn't quite get the cleanup onto save. But it's an RP expended for just a Bat Rider. I'm sure Gaming's like, oh, okay. Now we can just take a fight when you respawn. And yeah, Quinn, we see him there with that haste rune. He keeps getting all these power runes. And yeah, some nice itemization coming out from Celery. We see them a lot. They tend to have auras, Pavisas, etc.
Got to try and slow this game down somehow, Batboom. Only Nightfall keeping up right now. Pure and GPK, it's going to be a tough recovery.
Got to slow it down, but they got to also still look to make moves with GPK, because I don't know how much you can really slow down when you're playing this Dusa versus this scaling core as well. Yeah, you scale, but I'm not sure you outscale a Void Darkseer Doom by any means. So I think GPK still has to be incredibly active this game.
Yeah, we've seen so far
not easy.
How well Gladiators can just kind of run in and grab whoever they want.
Yeah, and they have Greaves now, so they have a benefit of way more auras since the Magnus, as we've seen, he's going for like more of a secondary carry. Gaming has a huge advantage in team fights because of all this. On top of just their spells, their auras. GPK again.
Not gonna spot him.
Hide. Nightfall.
They see Nightfall.
Oh. Oh my god.
They saw him. He's able to get the Stone Gaze off. The lasso was there. They drag him down a bit, but the TP's coming immediately. A bit too close to the tier 2 for Gaming Gladiators to continue to try and push for the kill on the Medusa.
Duracho. Ooh. Saw the Tiny for a split second there down south. Stone Gaze was forced though, so they're thinking they can re-go, and they have vision of her. When thinking about it, can't quite.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That boom is able to trickle away versus that 5-man movement there from Gaming.
Still not able to quite keep up with the farm though.
No.
Need
It's
that
really-
blink on Pure.
Tower is under attack.
Feels like it's going to be a hard game for Nightfall. It feels like it's going to be him isolated as this core with the way things are looking. And he is playing, of course, versus the Darkseer, so the stronger you are, the stronger the Darkseer is. Top, Pure. They go for a Quinn. He's tanky.
Oh. Toronto took his able to cancel the TP of Ace. So
Okay.
Ace won't be here to back him up on the top lane. They might not need him though. Just the rest of the 4 Gaming Gladiators is enough to take down Pure and keep Quinn safe. Maybe even having the chance to go for more here. Tofu trying to stay on top of GPK, is able to turn with the Avalanche. Blink's going to be back up in a second. He'll get out of the little pond area.
Tofu a little indecisive there. I think he could have actually gotten GPK there. He just like kind of went back and forth on who he wanted to go for. Because he could have blood grenaded him before the stun came out and stopped the blinks by any chance. But either way, Gaming, they tank right through it. Quinn, far too tanky, 2k HP. All the little things matter. I always like to say this. So the rights of the Eloshar, the occult bracelets, whatever you want to call it. 10% magic resist on this neutral item, tier 1, is pretty absurd. Little things when you're this tanky do matter versus a burst lineup.
Radiant's top tower
And they expend nothing. Yeah, and Batboom had to use a lot there.
is under attack.
Yep.
Feels like a super heavy game for Nightfall.
Yeah, I just saw that too. The double wind lace. I've seen players do this a bit. I mean, is this? Whoops.
Well,
Whatever.
I guess it's because he's going to upgrade it, right? And then does the upgraded item stack with Windlace? Or not?
When he goes for drum, yeah, but
Yeah. But
Then
sure, there's
Quinn-
yeah, you don't need to buy it first. Yeah.
no.
Unless it works and it shouldn't work, you know what I mean?
I don't believe it does, but I actually haven't tested, so I could be wrong. As far as I'm looking at his movement speed, he's 365. That means it's not. So.
At least it looks
Celery?
intimidating, you know. The enemy clicks, you're
Something
like,
like
my
that.
goodness, this lad's got a lot of movement speed. even though he doesn't, you know.
I mean, Gaming just continue to outplay around the map, though. 8K lead. They're getting away with murder. They're kind of doing anything they want to do around. And now they have BKB as well, too, on Duracho. He is huge. Starting to get more of these auras built up as well, too. I believe Drum is now finished for Tofu. So they have Drum, Greaves, and Aghanim's about to be finished for Ace, too. So there's going to be a lot of Medusas that are coming into the fray. And these Deuces are getting strong. Nightfall, as you said, still farming well. He's going to have Manta Butterfly. Are they even going to be able to kill the illusions that are formed of this Deusa?
I know. And with the looks of it, they're going to get Aegis for this next push. Not really a position where BetBoom can contest. I mean, they're pulling back for now, Gaming Gladiators. I guess they don't actually have Duracho right next to them. They want to try and look for a kill first for their ults.
Okay.
The smoke.
I mean, they're going to go for Pure. Pure has now shown that he's... Okay, now he's gone for Pipe and not a Blink Dagger. So, I mean, the whole real team fight reliance is going to be up to GPK getting the most godly initiation ever. Did he sell the Vitality booster then? I guess so. Or did he not actually build the Vanguard? Or maybe he didn't build the Vanguard. I actually didn't see. I think he just went trenching a health Echo Saber.
Yeah, I think that's probably
that's actually what it was. Yeah, whoops. Sorry about that. Roche will drop. Quinn, on top of not being able to get burst a single time yet this game, 5-0-3, now he's got an Aegis. Okay, and yeah, Tokyo, he has drums. So now we can click on him and make him look salvaged, of course, the Spirit Breaker for double win lace.
They want to fight with this BetBoom. Is into this Aegis.
They've got timings. They got the timings, though, right? They're looking for a timing fight. Butterfly on the Medusa finish. Spirit Festival on save. They reveal themselves, though. Quinn.
Look at the toss back into the ult.
Got him once.
And they've got him once. Now, can they stick around for a second round? Tofu's going to start things with a Doom drop down onto GPK. RP's going to be popped by Pure. Controlling Quinn for now. Wolves there, but Nightfall, he's able to get away. He might have to leave Pure behind. He tries for the Skewer, but the Remnant will catch him. Still has the Skewer to play with a second time. As Ace backs away from Nightfall. Pure. It's a good drag back onto Duracho. Drop the Chronos. Caught the two of them. Do they have the damage? Vacuum onto both of them. They'll focus Pure first. They're taking out the Magnus. GPK jumps in for an attempted grab on Duracho, but the time walks back up as Duracho steps away from the Avalanche. Toronto Tokyo charging in over towards Tofu. Quinn is ready to get back in on this. Jumps in with the Astral Step, cleans up a second. Toronto Tokyo to fall.
Celery has lasso.
He's in. They've got the grab. Do they have the damage? Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to try. Not going to try and risk attacking Nightfall right now with this Butterfly and Manta.
Could have gone worse, honestly, for BetBoom. I think the initial go was good to get Quinn. I think afterwards it looked a little weird. It's good that they're able to disengage. I think some little like clutch bashes and stuff like that actually ends up saving some players' lives that they were able to get onto Tofu there. Are able to get away. A lot of ults expended there from Gaming Gladiators.
I will see on the replay again here. Racho getting the Chrono, but not quite having the combo to bring Nightfall down. He's hit his timings, keeping on par with the farm of all three of Gladiator's cores. This Medusa, outside of being caught by the wall of Ace, very difficult to tackle.
Yeah, until they start getting a bit more items. Now he does have Ags, though. Ace did not have it before that fight. Now he'll have a secondary way to make an illusion. Tokyo, he's been left alone. Can he charge away?
If they can do anything off the back of this one kill, Gladiators. And BetBoom, they're not afraid to smoke.
Yeah, I think they want to try to take advantage of some of these cooldowns. They know the Doom and the Chrono still down. Looking to try to get some type of catch. A Shield Rune also. This is a big one here for GPK. It's going to be, what, 4K life. What type of initiation they can get. They have Ward Vision. They see Ace. And they see Quinn. Can they get him?
There's the jump. Avalanche toss.
They do.
It's enough. Don't even need to use the RP for that one. Quinn's gone.
Wow, that was quite a bit of damage. I mean, the Solar Bind amping everything up. They're chasing for more Ace. They want him.
He's on his own. He can knock back with the ult. GPK's in with the Avalanche. It's another kill.
Big
Great
stuff
moves here from BetBoom whilst they play from behind.
consecutive catches, and they didn't have to use RP again. Still have it for if a fight does kick off, taking advantage of these cooldowns nicely. Invading as well. Looks like they're going to steal away the Tormentor.
It's not something that Game Gladiators is going to be able to put a stop to.
No. Who's going to get it? It's a good one. The recall. Can pull people across the map now. And now Pure does have a Blink Dagger, so has a way to start fights besides anything. So great catch up there. Really coming out from Betboom and charging another. Tofu playing too deep.
They close the gap. Further TP's coming in for the backup to have the damage to take him out. And GPK pretty much
And
doing it
Celery,
on his own.
he showed himself with that flame break.
Ooh, he's got to get out of here.
Ag's finished. Celery trying to hunt some couriers before he does die.
Gets
Get
one
the
of
one.
them. Probably won't get the second. Well, that's an ambitious TP. It's not going to work.
Does
Did
spend his
manage
gold,
to,
I believe.
yeah, get the pickup on the Blink. Yeah, Blink Dagger picked up on the way out there by Celery.
Okay, but Betboom, they're striking back here. Even though they're playing versus the Gaming Aegis, they've started to trickle things back into a more comfortable position for them. Dusa top net worth.
They had about a 10k lead earlier, Gladiators. Has been slammed down to only half of that.
That's some really good moves and good plays around their timings, really, from the side of Betboom in these last few moments.
Yeah, even though GPK is sort of low down on the farm, he's still making a lot happen.
And he's still gonna hurt. An empowered Tiny with an Aghanims, if he's able to get the tree volley off, he is gonna incinerate some heroes. Could be the answer, maybe, to deal with the illusion as well, too. Like, if the wall, if he's not inside of it, he can actually clear it out, maybe. Very neck and neck right now. Tofu, very close to a BKB, so he's still very farmed as this 4 position, but on the flip side, you see Save. He's having a similar kind of game as his 4. Glimmer plus Spirit Vessel, Philosopher's Stone, he's very farmed, enabling his cores. See Gaming, if they feel like they do want to fight with these timings here about to come out. They're getting close to a couple big ones, and they do have a DD on Quinn.
Still just a question if they can kill Nightfall in the Chrono. Kill him at all. Not
Or
easy.
do they just ignore him?
I think they kind of have to. Yeah, try and tackle everyone else.
Unless they find him completely isolated. Tofu. And they set up for him here. They're recalling. They're setting up the gank, but Tofu, he's going to make his way out first. And Gaming, I think they did get this timing. Does Quinn have his Lincolns? Not yet. But they do have BKB for Tofu. So it looks like they might look to strike back here. How long on Roche? About 1:30 till we find out.
The map definitely very scary for Gaming Gladiators, despite the ones having the lead. With the way that Betboom's moving around.
Yeah. Initiation's going to be pretty key here. Who's going to get one? Dyrachyo not quite 20, so he doesn't have that big attack speed inside the Chrono just yet. They have to be wary of positioning, though, also. Both sides. There's an RP, there's a vacuum. There's a vacuum into a Chrono as well, too. So, Betboom have to be careful how much they're clustered. Same thing for Gaming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
GPK's courier gets killed. Both teams now wary of the positioning, it looks like here. That courier just flies right over them. That's actually pretty big for Quinn. He's able to get the Lincoln's delivery right under 3 heroes, I think, who saw the courier. Looking at another courier, they killed the Harpoon. Okay.
Oh, they did.
And looking far left, this is actually big. There's double Wisdom Rune from Betboom on their side. And I think Gaming saw it. They had the Watcher earlier.
So they know that one's
They lost it now. I think Dyrachyo might. He hit 20 anyway, but it's a lot of XP.
He's not checking.
No, he's not. Oh, well. Maybe it'll be 3 at some point, and someone's going to get like 2 levels from it. Tokyo. Pushing top, Dyrachyo. Hunting for him a bit here. Time dilation catches him with charge cooldown.
Yep.
He's got the charge up now.
He's away. Can't do it on his own, Dyrachyo, unless he wants to drop a Chrono, and he doesn't want to do that for the Spirit Breaker.
No.
needs to save it for something bigger in a game that's starting to
Middle tower is under
feel as
Celery?
close as it is. Look at the avalanche. Toss into the trees. Not enough straight up to take him down on his own, Celery. But the rest of BetBoom are chasing. Blinks back up.
Pure's here. He's got Blink. Do they want to chase into here? A lot more of Gaming Heroes. Celery.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He will
With
get
the knockback. Yeah, they'll just leave Celery to die. No chance with the rest of Gaming Gladiators having any temptation to join him. Just want to get their next items done. Get that Skadi finished on Doraccio. Same for Nightfall, make a similar progression. His Skadi also very, very close. It's about 2,000 gold away.
Yeah, they're so farmed. The difference for Doraccio versus Nightfall is the Midas is definitely kicking in. Where
he needed the Midas.
He's almost 21, and the Medusa's still only 18. Medusa's of course using illusions to farm and stuff like that too. So Doraccio does have a good timing. And look at Doraccio too. They pass him a greater healing Lotus. I always like to point these out because they can make a huge difference. Doraccio commits his gold. He buys his second ulti orb.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I guess feels safe with the two tier 2s still up on Gladiators, half of the map.
Yeah.
And really wants to have it, to maybe have that opportunity to just stand their ground against Medusa.
Roche up in 15 seconds.
They're smoking up.
This could be the game-deciding fight. This is going to be a massive one. Who's going to get the angle? Celery looking to clear the vision of the area. Get their own vision. Doraccio shows his face for a second.
Gets a BKB off. Winkers is going to be
Did
there
he find
to block the ultimate. He's trying to find a chrono opportunity. He's in on top of GPK.
RP'd.
BKB soon to come to an
They're
end.
on
Just caught
Doraccio.
the RP. The BKB comes to an end. The Avalanche toss combo takes him out. Doraccio not able to get the RP, get the chrono that he wanted to. BKB comes to an end. They're still trying to fight this game in Gladiators, but 3 against 4, it's not going to happen. They're going to lose
Beautiful.
more. Nightfall with the triple kill. Gladiators, despite that early lead they built, they are really struggling to kind of fight into the formation that BetBoom has just set up consistently around Nightfall's Medusa at this point of the game. It's looking very solid from BetBoom.
It really is. I mean, Doraccio, he gives him a free initiation onto him. His BKB gets popped, but I think 5 or 6 seconds of it, he's running in circles in trees trying to find this Tiny. He finds him, and then his BKB wears off, and he just gets completely focus fired from everybody. A bit of a disaster from gaming as BetBoom.
It was.
Consecutively, I think, in these last, I want to say, honestly, in the last, like, 15 or so minutes, it's been all them.
It really
Almost.
has. It really
Just
has.
the game of farming.
And yeah, that's in a game where they've been behind on the gold. But you
Yeah.
definitely don't feel that. The fact is now even. And BetBoom were getting these moves back-to-back successfully executed whilst behind. Now that they're starting to build the lead, it's not going to get any easier for Gaming Gladiators to take this fight. Even if they
No,
get a
they're not
good
getting the
chrono,
setup.
they're probably going to struggle in taking down Nightfall. He is just that big right now in the Medusa, and he's just got excellent backup. GPK on this Tiny. He's just getting into the head of any of Gaming Gladiators' cores. It's so difficult for Doraccio to step up. As soon as that BKB's gone, GPK is going to be on top of him. And during the BKB, Pure's going to have the RP for him.
I mean, they have multiple forms of it, right? They have the RP, they have the Stone Gaze, they have a lot of different things that's going to be tripping Doraccio up. Concerns for gaming if they're not able to take that ideal fight. I see them already starting to build halberds and stuff like that, looking for a contingency plan to stop this Medusa. But how do they kill Medusa? They can prevent her from doing damage, but killing her at this point, definitely a big issue.
I mean, even killing the other heroes, GPK and
It
Pure, they're
is.
getting tanky. We're
getting
seeing
there.
sort of how unwilling Gaming Gladiators are to commit onto any of the other cores in these team fights unless they know they've got sort of the freedom to go in all 5 on one of them. They just, you know, drop in a chrono. It's very hard to find the opportunity to commit with something like that because unless you've got some huge follow-up, nobody's going to die in it right now.
Yeah, you need to have like a multi jump really on gaming. You need to address the supports with 2 heroes. Void needs to isolate something else and kill them. They might even just have to ignore the Deuce. Honestly, I think you just go for killing everyone else and then address the Deuce afterwards, just tighter with illusions. Ace bottom.
Trying to go for Toronto Tokyo, but they can't. Backups here. GPK's by his side. Again, Gaming Gladiators, as soon as they catch wind of any member of BetBoom being around, they have to run.
BetBoom's got the numbers. They've got everyone down here right now. Only 4 from gaming. Nightfall leading the charge. Buys a Blink Dagger next. So he's telling them, yeah, good luck avoiding me.
A good way to dodge the chronos as well if he's quick on the fingers.
Very true.
Radiant are scanning.
Gaming have to find some type of connection soon. Celery, he's charged up. Tokyo. He's doing too much on the Spirit Breaker.
That's what it says to be a really nice last pick.
No detection, but he knows.
He knows indeed. We'll get pushed back a little bit.
Wisdom Rune, not the triple.
They've got eyes on him.
Will survive. The BKB lives, but Celery, not so lucky.
He's going down. 16 to 14.
Boom. Yeah, I really think gaming just continues to just split and farm, but they're just getting picked and picked and picked. Another shield rune. That boom continue to just get all the space in the world. Lincoln's finished up on Pure. I believe the crit into Silver Edge soon on GPK. Another shield rune. 1800, so yeah, so 5400 effectively, well, 5400 HP with that on this Tiny too. How do they kill targets?
I don't know. They're that tanky.
And look at this again, Tofu. There's a Coddle TPing bottom. He has the recall, so he's getting it set up with the Spirit Breaker charge.
Nowhere safe on the map. It really isn't. Gaming Gladiators, they split up and go anywhere. Bet Boom just immediately kill them.
Toronto, Tokyo doing so much work on the Spirit Breaker. And look at Nightfall. I mean, he just parked outside the base.
We'll see how careful they are about the high ground push. And honestly, with the state that they're in, they could kind of just throw their bodies up at the high ground.
I mean, Nightfall, he's considering to start poke. Yeah, he's 45 seconds still on Aegis.
They just don't care about this Void right now, despite the fact that Dratcho's got a lot of farm. Just doesn't seem to be enough.
I actually haven't seen, how does interaction work if he time walks forward and then he jumps back and the Harpoon catches him midway? Well, it'll yank him from the secondary time walk, right?
I think it should pull him out of it, yeah.
I think it might. I think Dratcho has to be a little careful how he does those type of jump forward plays.
And they're taking the racks.
They're taking it. It's 15 seconds on Aegis. Will they time a jump? Looks like they're thinking about it. Can't get it.
Not able to get it. Dratcho.
RP wasted.
Well, something they're able to bait out.
They want to chase. Can't quite.
I mean, do they though? Even without RP, Bet Boom's lineup still tough to fight.
And that was what? The Glimmer made him fade for a second, so he didn't quite get the catch, I believe it was. Just split-second things, though. But now they are absolutely looking to punish. You have to try to punish anything here on gaming.
Yeah, they got to take what they can get.
Cooldown. They're trying. Look at Nightfall. He's just like, nope, no funny business. Someone makes the call. TP, even if you're at your tier 2, don't get caught from the smoke. They know that gaming's hunting. Yeah, fully split up. Pure. He is going to show himself for a second down bottom. Ace immediately starts sprinting at him. But Batboon completely aware of this. The two wards that they have placed right now aggressively, giving them all that information. They know that gaming's on the hunt. Tier 4s starting to be dropped.
Yeah.
They get some. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
He was scared. Saw GPK. Was worried about getting caught by the avalanche. Didn't come out, but GPK just with his presence, baiting out the reaction.
Did they get to see it? I didn't see Bet Boom, so I didn't have. I don't know if
they did. He kind of blinked out moments before, so he may have backed off before he saw the BKB popped.
I don't believe they caught wind of it.
No.
I was trying to toggle the fog in the moment I missed it. And Nightfall getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I believe his Swift Blink is going to be done as soon as his courier respawns if he likes it, if he would like to get it. Nice neutral items they've picked up too across the board. Bet Boom having Mindbreakers, Ninja Gear, Invincibility Cloak. Just kidding, Trickster Cloak. Some really good ones for them to set up their fights and continuously get this farm going. A catch, save, level 18 with a Hex and a Spell Prism is going to cause issues if they don't get on this Coddle.
I mean, is it any sort of concern for BetBoom that Gaming Gladiators are also farming? Or you think with the what we've seen so far, they are just more than happy to scale?
I think it's going to be up to how these team fights all go down. I think execution is going to be pretty much everything here because it's really neck and neck. Like, who has buyback, who doesn't, who misses the catch? Is the RP going to whiff? Is he going to catch multiple heroes? How long is the fight going to go? It's tough to tell, really, still at this point.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All Daedalus on GPK, and yeah, the Swift Blink will be completed by Nightfall.
Yep, they're big. Roche, it's a long respawn. Tough to really tell who that even benefits, honestly. Gaming, they've got some timing, though. Looks like maybe they want to strike. Butterfly finished for Dyrachyo. Quinn, I believe it finished the Nullifier. And Asuna Halberd on Ace. So Gaming, see if they can execute the fights this time. Are they going to get a big connection?
So far, they haven't been successful in the second half.
No. Not in quite some time. Nightfall positioned on the front line. The scan connects. Dyrachyo's just in.
Look at the BKB. Chrono's there, but Ace does get caught in it. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to come in with a charge. Jump forward with the RP. That's Dyrachyo dead. Ace also to fall. This is not the fight that Gaming Gladiators wanted to sign up for. They go for a risky move there, fighting up to the high ground. They commit with the Chronosphere, but it is not what they needed. Ace getting clipped by it, trying to initiate at the same time.
He landed in it.
And they don't get all the heroes they need. BetBoom easily able to reset, fight back. There's 4 heroes dead on Gladiators. BetBoom, they can go running straight down the lanes. Ace and Dyrachyo, they don't have buyback.
Again, it's just not quite there for the execution. Nightfall, he's perfectly fine. Stands frontline. And actually, if they get the good if they get like the perfect situation, maybe they kill him. But the Darkseer gets stuck in this inside this
They're
Chrono.
gonna look for the end.
And GPK destroys him. What a skewer as well.
Going for the tier 4s. They're going to realize soon that these buybacks aren't coming out.
I mean, Nightfall's ending it.
Yeah. Tofu. Gonna try and jump in. I still no Ace and no Dyrachyo. They're gonna know. If they can keep on in pure. There's the refresher. The second RP comes into play. It is over. BetBoom.
All right.
To take this game 1. And they do it very, very nicely as well, honestly. This was a game where they were, what, 10k behind in those early moments. I think Gladiators probably thought they were in quite the good spot. They went for this sort of gotcha pick, this Darkseer at the end of it. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter,
no.
Folk. It really didn't. Just with how well they were able to play around Nightfall's Medusa. I mean, I don't know who you really want to sort of shout out the most, but I mean, I definitely, when you sort of have a mid player like GPK turning up, playing his own stuff, playing the Tiny, something that not many other people are playing, and just kind of setting up what he did, it looked pretty fantastic, right? Just
it did.
Blowing up these heroes. He was able to do so much more than Quinn that game on his Void Spirit.
Absolutely. I mean, Quinn, of course, he starts like 5-0 or something. GPK ends 2-2, but you could feel the impact from his jumps. It was beautiful, really, across the board. I think BetBoom's macro play after the first 20 minutes was honestly pretty much perfect. It looked beautiful. They kept catching everybody. They would catch everybody split up. I think Nightfall had this excellent game, but I got to be honest with you, Tokyo actually owned so hard as a Spirit Breaker.
He did.
I feel like all his charges were successful. He got the catches. He messed with Dyrachyo multiple times. Really good game from BetBoom after they were, like you said, behind by quite a bit margin.
Yeah, I mean, that whole second period, is Gaming Gladiators. They couldn't split up and farm because of how well BetBoom was able to run at them across the map. And they couldn't group up and look for kills because the outplay, the team fight execution was just that much better from BetBoom on this one. Definitely seeing why this team, BetBoom, turned up at the beginning of this league and just smashed through their first opening series.
100%.
And so with that win, they're in a good spot. But I think the second win, if they can get both wins, then they're in a guaranteed spot. Here, BetBoom. It looks to be that way. I think so. They're trying to get a bit of an idea on what's happening here. I mean, maybe there could be a 5-way sort of tie. Still could be ties, but they're on the right track, BetBoom. If they kind of keep as solid as they did this game, they've got a hot chance of taking this game too. Gladiators struggled here.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the macro game in particular. Like, yeah, team fighting, spellcasting, and stuff like that overall was pretty damn solid from BetBoom's. Gaming's not the best, but it's their map movements. It's the way that they just kind of pulled gaming all over the place. They get these consecutive pickoffs here in particular when they needed it the most. You can see it was 10K lead. We look again, 7K lead. Look again, 4K, and it's just continuously. It's BetBoom getting every single one of the connections perfectly with their team fight. Yeah.
I mean, what would you do now if you're gaming Gladiators? You know, you've had sort of this draft where you let the Medusa through, you try and get them with the gotcha, the surprise final pick Darkseer, switch up your Doom into a support position. It didn't work. Do you just pick the Darkseer earlier and get something more sort of natural for Tofu players to support, or do you just straight up ban the Medusa against this team?
Hey, the Medusa definitely felt like a problem, but execution, I feel like, was more than anything. Gaming.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe not, I wouldn't say like blunders across the board though, but a couple fights where, yeah, just some big mistakes. I think even that last fight, like honestly, Ace, if he doesn't get on the chrono, that could just be a dead Medusa, and then maybe things are different, perhaps. Or maybe GPK just kills everybody himself, maybe, depending. Yeah, I think just execution hurt them a lot. Maybe Gaming not so comfortable having it Tofu playing a Doom either. But I don't want to really talk too much about the draft in this one. I think drafts, I think it could have gone either way. I think the play from BetBoom was just 10 times better post 18 minutes.
It did feel like it. It did feel like it. Every single engagement, really, there was nothing really going the way of Gaming Gladiators. BetBoom, they had them completely figured out. So well played to them. As I say, they get the first win, puts them in a good spot to maybe at least get the tiebreakers for staying up in that top half and moving on to Group Stage 2. The second win for BetBoom would be glorious for them. So I believe we're going to have a short break. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be coming back with what will be the final game of the day here on this stream to see if BetBoom can do it a second time in a row, take that second game against Gaming Gladiators, or if Gaming Gladiators, like they have done in many of the other series that we have had from them and from everyone else, can draw it to a 1-1. We'll catch you very soon for Game 2.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for a second game of the second series of the day. So it's a bit of a snack here for Celery, getting fueled up for some sort of sandwich, I think.
I couldn't tell what it was. Yeah,
some sort of
Who's
sandwich.
dipping it though? Do you dip your sandwich? Who's dipping it?
Oh, I mean, you can get a nice bit of sauce, you know, a bit of garlic sauce, a bit of aioli. It's lovely. It's lovely.
Alrighty.
But yeah,
well, more
preparing
smiles
himself-
on BetBoom.
Yeah, that was a great game. I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about how they played that one out as well, right? That was not one where you had really many mistakes being made by them. Once they got that lead, it looked very, very set on what their idea was in how to proceed with the advantage and how to play from behind. Yeah, Gladiators, they looked a bit lost in that game one.
Yeah, I think that was one of the best I've seen the teams play from behind, actually. I think most games, it's like when there's like the 10 to 12K, it's like it's really hard for a team to really find an avenue to kind of come back. That wasn't the case even once. I think it was literally like, what, a 10K gold lead, and they even before that, it's like a 5K gold lead, 7K gold lead. They lost consecutively every single fight after that point. So BetBoom, yeah, really, really well coordinated, great macro movements, and great understanding of how to take these fights.
Yeah. We do know that Gaming Gladiators should be able to outplay, at least play a little stronger than they did in that game one. You know, it wasn't one of their finest moments in the way that they were kind of a bit all over the place with the moves, right? They didn't manage to execute sort of this chrono into killing anyone numerous times. It just didn't line up in these team fights.
No, I mean, especially at the end there, you know, it still could be like what happens if the Dusa is caught by a punch and by a wall. Maybe there's a different situation that happens, though. I don't know. I mean, it still was GPK cleaning everyone up at the end of the day with like his big splash inside of that chronosphere. But yeah, who knows? The game could have been different, maybe just off of a couple of different things. But at the end of the day, BetBoom outplayed, out-executed, just looked super good. And yeah, looking forward to see what else we're going to get from them, especially when we're seeing some more different heroes. We did get to see the Tiny, at least, thankfully, in the mid lane. So that's cool.
We did, yeah, good to see that. Something that other teams just aren't touching. With sort of the Void Spirits, Ember Spirits, Pangos every game. Something a bit different from GPK, and it looked fantastic. Talking about the carries, Derecho, Nightfall on the Medusa, just able to do a bit more this game. As you said, we've seen teams pick the Void up in response to the Medusa in the past. Didn't work out here for Derecho.
No, most definitely not. I think they just overall, they enabled the Dusa better than I would say that gaming enabled their Void by any means across the board. They're bumping him up. They're giving him all the priority, making sure that they play. I mean, it is a Dusa game, so it becomes all about the Dusa, but could say the same for gaming. You know, you have a Void. Does tend to get kind of a lot about that Faceless Void, but yeah, I would say BetBoom, they made Nightfall shine, and I guess Nightfall made himself shine too with some really nice plays, 8-1 and 9, even though he did get caught once from Derecho. That was it.
That was the only time, and that was quite a hard gank to avoid, right? A bit of a surprise having the Void down there, making that chrono play as early as Derecho did. So, yeah, a good play from him, but just wasn't able to continue to pull out any more that caught Nightfall by surprise at any stage of those games, really. But, yeah, that was the Acer PvP there, where we got to see the comparison. And so, yeah, game 2, you said drafts, you're not really too fussed by either side. You feel like because you both teams kind of run it back a bit, you're thinking kind of other sort of situations. Maybe Gladiators, they could have won with this lineup.
Yeah, I liked both drafts. I thought both were really cool. I just was unsure about a little bit about the Tiny, in particular, how much he was going to be able to do in transition. And GPK absolutely delivered 17 assists, getting really good catches. He was actually highest damage in the game, so pretty important.
Yes, it's pretty wild. I don't see why they wouldn't go for the Tiny again. I guess this time round there was a lot of the other top mid spanned out. Quinn got his Void Spirit, but I mean, why was Quinn not able to pop off the same way he has other game? What do you think his biggest struggle was playing the Void Spirit in this matchup, and just in this overall game?
Just that he can't deal with the Dusa, and I think, like you mentioned, the super tanky frontline was very problematic for him. He has this Magnus, Tiny, and Medusa that he has to bypass to try to find this Keeper of the Light. But then it's actually also a Spirit Breaker as well, so just picking and choosing his target, I think, was very difficult. And I think BetBoom just outplayed and outvisioned, outdid everything in the later stages of the game with Tokyo and Save.
Yeah. No. I mean, to the point as well, do you think Gladiators would have felt that gold lead that they did have? Do you think they knew themselves that they were kind of at a 10K advantage? Because with the way that the fights ended up going down, I can imagine, like, in the action, they may have felt that the BetBoom was ahead all the time.
I mean, maybe it is 10K, but we can also talk about how there was a Doom. So maybe like 4 or 5. It wasn't a core Doom though. So maybe like 4 or 5,000 of that you could say is just like this inflation kind of thing. But either way, yeah, absolutely. With the way the fights went down, it didn't feel like they were ahead by any means. So gaming maybe not thinking that they were in that position either, and BetBoom not caring. I mean, sometimes even like a 5K gold difference doesn't really make that much of a difference because sometimes that 5K it's unspent gold or something like that too. So yeah.
It really depends on what hero's got the gold as well.
Yes.
And what sort of timing that hero plays to their strengths at throughout the duration of the game. Well, Game 2 draft will be coming up on your screens pretty shortly. We'll see once again if there's any changes. If we do get, for instance, like some respect given for the GPK Tiny, maybe a ban going that way from Gaming Gladiators. And this game, a lot rides on it. A win here for either team, I'm pretty sure will guarantee, or at least make it very, very certain, very, very likely that they will be moving forward and not have to take part in the potential tiebreakers, which we could be having in this Group B. So everything to play for here in this game too.
Indeed, indeed. And let's see if there's any, what adjustments made? I don't know. I'm not too sure because I think both teams probably looking back are still pretty happy with the draft. Maybe gaming some slight thing because as we said, the only thing is that Tofu's, he definitely plays Doom overall, but he hasn't played it in a professional aspect with the team before, so maybe that was something that they felt a little bit uncomfortable with. Not sure. Maybe that's something that they'll look to change, but we'll see.
Opening bans. They want to take out Celery's Enchantress again, BetBoom. I think it's a pretty good shout.
This is extremely random, by the way, but I think I see every team, every single player always having a clan or a guild. BetBoom has 4 players without a guild. I feel like I don't see that very often. That's just super random, but I don't know.
No, that's true. That's true. I think most do take part in guilds, yeah.
Kind of cool. I don't know. I always like to take a look at people's names and stuff. They're actually moving the Coddle. I actually don't blame them. I think save is a problem. I think he tends to be a problem a lot of times when he finds a hero that just hits. In Berlin, I feel like it was in like the Pudge for a little bit of time where he was just like super good on it. Nobody else is playing it, but it becomes a problem. I think Coddle might be up there. And as we mentioned, it's about enabling the cores, and that's exactly what Coddle does. So I can't really blame gaming for taking this out.
Techies is going to be the ban this time. So Celery has the option of the Enchantress. Didn't get that luxury last game.
Say Magnus, Ench, Bat.
Tried the bat last time. Didn't go too well.
Yeah. BetBoom looks very confident every time I'm seeing their cams.
Gladiators on the other side going right into reserve time just for the first pick.
Immediately. Similar to last time too, right? They used a lot of reserve time.
They'll get the
They're
end.
gonna decide. Okay. Because probably discussing what they give up, and it's like Magnus +1 or what?
Hugna.
Quite a big switch around. So I guess Save really likes to play like I don't want to say save, but the save / like support buffer heroes, right? Because if that's going to be him again too on the Pugna, is a similar concept of enabling cores as a Coddle. Not exactly, but can be strong. And it leaves you having to ban some heroes that maybe you don't want to on gaming too, right?
No, take them to themselves.
I think this is clever. Because I think if not, you have to ban it. Because there's the Pugna on the other side, so it could cause some problems. So I think this is actually a pretty good move. I was hoping we wouldn't see so much Dusa again.
We're getting a lot of it.
After Berlin. Now they get the cover, so they're gonna maybe similar bans that we saw from earlier from them, right? The Morph, Shadow Demon +1 maybe.
You have a preference on Ace Medusa or just Duracho? What's kind of the default for gaming gladiators? Would you consider?
You default is just Duracho, yeah. Even though he's the only pro player to have been dunked by an axe.
That is true. Those were entertaining times. Maybe not for Duracho.
Maybe not for Duracho. I wonder if anyone else if any other pro got dunked like that.
I don't think so. Not even in any of the leagues or anything. I feel like we would have seen clips if it happened. Maybe obviously in pub games.
Obviously in pub
Sure,
games,
a
but
lot
if
had happened.
like, it's just it's so funny because it's so Dyrachyo too, right? Like if any player, any goated carry player would die like that, it would be Dyrachyo. Let's see what bans. Bet Boom. They're taking their time. They will get rid of that Rubik.
Are you looking to pick up a Magnus?
Could be possible. Yep, could definitely be possible. I think also just personally, I think this is Tofu's maybe one of his top 3 heroes. I think his Techie's #1 probably, but that's for like everybody. And then his like Rubik and his Mirana are super good, so they'll take out the AM. Okay, they actually fear it.
Do they have to worry about the Darkseer, or you don't think Bet Boom's a team that would shift Doom away from the offlane?
I don't think that they would be, but
Nah.
gaming just did it when they've never done it before, so it's tough to really just say straight up, right?
And they're about Mag themselves, actually.
Okay. So that makes it, yeah, a Doom offlane.
Is this a support Pugner or a GPK Pugner?
I mean, very likely support. I don't think anyone runs. I don't think anybody's really running it as mid.
Aw.
Sadly, I say sadly, but I don't mean that. I think it's almost always save that plays it, if I'm not mistaken. And okay, they'll take out the TV. So the support option is there, the Shadow Demon. But then maybe they're thinking that looks awkward for Bet Boom. Pug the Shadow Demon supports.
I mean, is there a chance that Bet Boom try the Faceless Void against the Medusa? You think they'll think it's strong?
It's possible. It is something from their region, right? It is 9 Pandas, the ones who kind of did it first. So maybe something that they've played versus, and maybe they think it's good.
Oh,
that could be indicative. That could be indicative of a void.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could be the
Beast is one of
temptation for
those
Bet
great
Boom
heroes.
to try and try and show Gaming Gladiators how it's done. You know, be like, hey, you guys couldn't deal with us with your void, but we can.
Yeah, they're like, we have Void Doom, just like you did.
Yeah.
Let's pick a Void Spirit.
I'll get the support
I'll stick.
first. Yeah, it did get banned last time.
It did. And it gives them catch, which they're lacking. Doom and Pugna, not really going to give you much catch whatsoever. Disruptor going to help a lot with that. And very comfort.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
A third pick for gaming. So you say likely that we just got Seller into Ratio at this moment. The offlane is being banned. Maybe Ace wants to grab his. It's just going to be Quins.
He's not deviating really at all this tournament.
No.
How
But
many
for the
Void
most part,
Spirits has he played?
that's been good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder which mid has played the most.
He did lose the last 2 Void Spirit games now, though. Doesn't seem to care, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, he still always does right himself, right? It's not like
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
getting dumpstered in the mid. He always comes out strong, just not quite strong enough amongst the team lineup.
Do they just Mirana for Tofu? I mean, if that's what they've gone down the path down, mostly, yeah. They don't really deviate much on gaming. Bet Boom should have seen this coming, so they'll have a setup, and yeah, they'll get their Pango nice and early. All right, nice
Instant.
timing here. Versus Dusa as well, versus Void Spirit. Matchup versus Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit overall, I think I like him a little bit better in the straight 1v1, but Pango in the overall game is quite nice here with the Diffusal. Good versus Ench, good versus Dusa. These 2 heroes can definitely get killed from a Pango.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they might consider banning the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it could be possible.
Yep, there it is. Void ban.
Don't blame them. They don't have great...
I reckon Bet Boom would have definitely snapped that up as their hero here for Nightfall.
I think they banned PL last, right?
Yeah.
On gaming. I don't know if you want to give PL to Nightfall either.
PL or Slark?
That's a good call.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, he hasn't played PL at this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, so... And he hasn't played PL much lately, I think, also. I mean, the hero's not very... You know, you pick PL always, but it's a possibility.
I think if, obviously they have the last pick, they're going to see the lane matchup You know, if they do have the luxury of maybe getting a Slark pick last, if they
Yeah,
pick some
that's
sort of
true.
melee offlaner, it could be really nice.
Yes, it depends on what they say.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either. Probably prefer the Slark, actually. Because it gives them an even extra kind of save the Depth Shroud versus the single target Void Spirit Mirana kind of combo.
Taking time with this one. Gaming Gladiators.
They're probably discussing what all the different heroes it could be. Okay. That's more of a, I guess that's the more of the recent Nightfall kind of hero in comparison to the other two, which are a bit more outside the box. Because Nightfall doesn't really like to play. I don't think he likes to play Slark too much anymore. He used to love PL. Not so much anymore.
Let's see what his matchup is.
I don't know. I think it's. I feel like it's PL, but I could. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, PL's not bad for sure. They've got really good control. Allows the PL to go in.
I just feel like they lack for the PL on the side of gaming. But I guess it depends. We'll see. What's Ace getting? 30 seconds. What else have they done?
He goes Underlord, or is it too scary blind picking it? Oh, we're getting an offlane Medusa. So Ace will be playing Medusa again.
Okay. Duracho loves his
Life
Stealer.
I think Slark looks even better now. But you say he doesn't really play Slark. But you said he doesn't really play the PL recently.
Just recently. I mean, he plays both heroes, don't get me wrong. It's just like recent times of what... Yeah.
Either could be solid.
I'm cool with both. I'm cool with whatever. Whichever one. Unless they have some other idea, let's say. Lifestealer Duracho, he said this is his favorite hero to play. The lane overall, I mean, does look strong. Ench Lifestealer versus a Doom Pugna. They're not really going to pose much threat at all onto Duracho. He should free farm.
What's he got?
What's it gonna be?
And the other ones we sometimes see what Jug's still there. PA's still there. Not really the hottest of carries, but...
No, I thought the
Against
Jug
a
for a sec,
Lifestealer.
but then I saw like the Darkseer ban, so I'm like, why would they ban Darkseer if you're going Jug? But then maybe because the Lifestealer. Is there anyone we're missing? Any like one that stands out a lot more than those two?
Is that Ursa pretty dead?
I haven't seen anyone play Ursa.
No, we haven't, right? I go with the PL.
Okay. I thought it had to be. I was like, I don't know.
It's the main one left. Okay.
It's
what do you
literally
make of it?
his best.
Good PL?
It's his best hero in the past. Like Nightfall is the best PL in the world, I think. This guy's insane on the hero.
I played a very good game last game on his Medusa. And I mean, with this game, what are sort of the big issues for a PL?
There's not really too many. I'll be totally honest with you. It's really
pretty
just the
nice
Void
game.
Spirit. Just the Void Spirit, and if Duracho just gets too big, too fast, which could happen. I mean, Duracho has a free lane, so he could snowball, but his PL pick looks pretty damn good to me.
Better than the Lifestealer pick looks.
Yeah, better than the Lifestealer.
Close each
pick
draft.
overall.
Yeah.
And I think Duracho is the only person in the world playing Lifestealer.
Yeah, we do not see a lot. Yeah, see how many games we've had on that one this league.
Let's see. Give me 1 minute. I know he's played it. There's been 4. They're all him. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Liquid played it once, so I imagine that one was probably a loss.
And what's the wins looking like?
Pretty good. 75% actually.
Okay.
Yep. Gaming won with it twice. LGD won with it once. So okay. I mean, Duracho, he is a very good Lifestealer. Just wondering what threat he's gonna be able to pose versus the PL. I'm really worried that the PL is just gonna get out of control as the game progresses.
Well, what's your PL killing item nowadays? Is it the Radiance or is it the Mjolnir?
I don't think Radiance is an item. Not a fan. I wasn't even a fan when people were doing it earlier, when it first got changed. And people were like, oh, it's cheaper now. We were seeing it on like almost everyone. This looks like a pretty good PL game, and with anything that we saw from Bepin last time, like It looked really strong, the way that they played around the map. The macro movements were excellent. And yeah, we see right there, 19. Look at how many PL games. 827 games on this account.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And a very, very good win rate, of course, as well on it.
Yeah.
Rather the terrifying last pick from Bet Boom.
I'm hyped up for this one. Quinn, of course, playing the same heroes gaming. I guess across the board, you could say that this draft looks more them, straight with comfort. That last one, it looks them, except for the Tofu playing the Doom, right? This one, everyone is playing very signature kind of heroes. So I guess you could say for this one, they're a little more comfortable with that. Well, let's see if it is going to end up working.
Yeah, they may be trying to see if they could get away with that kind of switch around. So,
yeah.
So there's a bit of flexibility with that game one. They still need a win, but a win will be enough.
This will be interesting to see what's going to go down too for the Medusa, because the thing about the Dusa versus Pango is another, and I always talk about it can be this double, go both ways in a way, right? Because yes, you're great to burn the mana, but the Stone Gaze is very good versus Pango's Rolling Thunder as well. People are able to focus fire you during it, so we'll have to see if that comes into play too, since it is now an offlaner.
Had a great game the other day, but did take time, did take a lot of greed.
And it did take, you know, Entity, I think it was, right? Playing into their hands.
It was
just
sort of
got to
Entity
sit
not
back
doing a
and
lot.
farm. They didn't really make any moves on the map, so tons of space. Ace, he's going to be able to sneak in and actually get the bounty up here, so looks like it should actually be 3 bounties for the side of Gaming Gladiators this time around. And almost getting the glimpse there. They almost got Duraccio. Nice.
Yeah, had he skilled yet? Or?
Yeah, he had already skilled. He had skilled the feast.
He'd already skilled, yeah.
They almost got the glimpse onto him, chasing him with Scorched Earth. It was very close.
And so how is this bottom lane? You know, with the lifestealer in the end, is it pretty safe for Duraccio to farm, or can pure and save be pretty annoying?
I would imagine it's pretty free for Duraccio. You just hit the Doom, you sustain like crazy off of your feast and stuff like that. Unless Save does something miraculous. Or Duraccio does something the opposite of miraculous. I feel like he should be pretty good to farm down here. This is the first 2 CS, though, in Duraccio fashion.
We'll get this one. No,
Salary takes it away.
He secures these. All right, if you're going to miss CS, I'm getting them.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going down for Duraccio. Right now, he hasn't gotten any of those for the first wave. And let's see how it may end up going down. I like the Void Spirit in the 1v1 versus the Pango, but I feel like most of the time Pango, he ends up getting his own farm anyway. And Duraccio.
He's fine. He's got the salve.
He's not getting any last hits. This is not how I anticipated this lane to go whatsoever.
There we go. He's going to get one now. Let's see. Now, Salary's still like, dude, I'm going to take these. There we go. He's on the board.
There we go.
Able to get some more onto the tower. Yeah, he's fine.
Look, he'll catch back up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He just made... Owen. I'm going to look elsewhere. I am jinxing him. He just missed like 4.
He's going to recover. Just a little bit of a slow start. But indeed, very free farm for Pure. He's not having a trouble getting the CS at all. Well, that's him made so far, Quinn. He is off to the lead. 14 for 2 against the 9-0. Really nice first few waves.
Yeah, I feel like he should lead it, but like I said, I think GPK should be able to find his own. He's not going to fall super far behind. I say that, but maybe Quinn is going to make some magic happen, perhaps even like go for a solo kill. Maybe he's mad after that last game.
That must have been a frustrating one. I mean, because they had the gold, they had the items, but time and time again, they went for plays, and they never came out with anything.
I mean, they're playing this bottom lane really well. I mean, actually, like, Save is just right-clicking Duraccio, and Duraccio is sitting like 200 HP, scared to walk up. Like, Pure is considering skilling Infernal Blade. He does. This is not how I expected this lane to go.
Where Celery can't do enough to sort of keep the pressure off as an Enchantress? What's the struggles down to?
I think it's just a level 1, how it went down. Duraccio was like, what, a little bit above half HP, went up. He soaked way too much harass, and now it's just awkward. They don't have enough regen. Bet Boom. Masterclassing this bot lane. Every time Duraccio steps up, yeah, just eats a Infernal Blade and a Blast.
He's going to fall very low here. Save just
Saber's
chasing
gonna
him
get
out with the
another
right
blast.
clicks.
He almost has him.
Ooh, they're going with the scorch stuff.
They're going to get him.
No,
Oh, it's
they're not going to
close.
chase. They're going to pull back. But
Oh, and
still,
there's completely zoning him. It's a double
he can't
creep
get
wave.
to the lane.
Under attack.
Okay, I take back everything I said, I guess. I did not anticipate seeing this.
This is rough.
This is crazy.
And can he
Hey,
go
look at
anywhere
Save.
else on the map?
Save is level 3. He's level 2 on Lifestealer. He can't trade with this Pugna.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some recoveries from Duracho before. This is going to have to be one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, but this is not a position you want to be as a Lifestealer versus a PL. Lifestealer wants to snowball this game.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, can you bring
Hey,
down
you're
like,
just walking at him. He has level 2 level 2 Scorch. He's thinking about it.
can you bring extra support down here? I mean, what do you do to sort of shake this lane up a bit in favor of Duracho? If you're gaming
I think
Gladiators?
Duracio's dead.
They got him.
Holy crap. I
This
mean,
is- yeah.
this is going to cause so many issues in the game. The Lifestealer PL matchup is already not favored by any means for Lifestealer. Now, he has no lane. He missed, I think,
How many
3
waves?
or 4 waves or something like that. He's level 2 at almost 5 minutes. This is crazy. Bet boom. What a performance from these two on the offlane. And you know how good they're feeling. I mean, Pure just throwing out the high fives.
I mean, we've seen Ace Medusa carry Duracho before. He did it the
He's
other
got-
day.
Him and Quinn have some absolutely heavy lifting to do because this is going to be such a slow recovery. Lifestealer, not a hero that recovers very well either. Wow. Remarkable. I guess that's why you pick save his Pugna right off the
Yeah,
bat,
sure.
because he just hits you and he blasts you and hits you, and it absolutely has made the difference in this one.
I mean, top that they're going for Ace. He has got 11 1 charges. So Nightfall won't be able to continue to push towards him. Tofu's in with the backup as well.
I think I just stared at the bottom lane for 5 minutes. I gotta be honest with you.
He's starting to get some CS now, Duracho.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, that's devastating though for 5 minutes. I gotta be honest. It's 12 CS. He's the same as an inch. We'll see how much they can do to recover for him.
It'll be difficult when they have a greedy as a lineup as they do with the
being
offlane Medusa.
chased. He is dead. One more blast. Saves fast
Is he?
enough.
Hey, he's gone. I mean,
Holy moly.
I guess you top lane. Ace.
Ace. Also likely to get brought down.
Yep, they're in with the Spirit Lance. He's out of mana. A kill for Nightfall. A very different story for Nightfall on his PL top as compared to Duracho on the Lifestealer bottom.
Yeah, Quinn, he's got to get some big kills, and they're going to surround GPK. Should be able to set up from here.
He missed the shield crash off. And we'll dodge
He's
the
juking.
Remnant.
Not
He's
enough.
coming in, but DD
Dire's
Quinn
middle tower is under attack.
will manage to make sure the job gets done.
Fancy footwork, at least there from GPK. Gaming, strike back. And a pretty necessary strike back, I would say. Quinn needs to have as explosive of a game as possible with how Duracio's lane is going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Power, Wisdom runes, soon to spawn. Celery. Might just be dead.
So, no, I mean, Pure is having such the start down here. Was it
An insane
2-0-1?
game.
Going to be able to
Tofu.
hit the 6 super fast.
Can't even get the rune.
Dire's middle tower is
That's
under
going to be
Might even...
both of them for Bet Boom.
Tofu's okay. Close. Yeah, both Wisdom runes. Amazing start. Pango suffering, though. GPK, we see Quinn. He is crushing this matchup, actually. 1,400 difference after that rotation. They're going to fill up his bottle as well, too, and maybe set up for another one.
Quinn's got to do a lot in the mid game. Going to try and go for GPK. He gets the Remnant, but GPK will manage to get the Rolling Thunder off.
Defensive, though. Force a defensive Rolling Thunder as soon as GPK just got back to the lane.
Going to go for Ace top.
Ace.
TP's coming in. Glimpse back into the kinetic field. Tofu, see if he can do enough to hold them off. Ace, but the Spirit Lance is going to be back up. Ace will fall again. Another kill to be claimed by Nightfall as the safe flame
And
PL.
Tofu, he commits his last lead.
He tried to get Toronto Tokyo, but he might not even get this kill. The Thunder Strike's
Oh
out. It's
my
just
God.
another kill given to Nightfall. As Nightfall, he's picked up 3 kills already in the safe lane.
Oh, this game could be pretty brutal. I will say that. Gaming Gladiators at Quinn, he's got his absolute work cut out for him. Lifestealer Duracho, he's level 5. Nightfall, he's level 7 with 2 components of
This
Diffusal
is
already, and he has
wild.
the advantageous matchup. Yeah, Quinn, got explode. And the thing is, too, it's like Quinn, when he's playing this Void Spirit now at this point, you're playing versus Doom, who has this type of game. Lifestealer's shut down. It's a Deucer that you don't want to Doom anyway. Pure is literally just going to Doom Quinn. Yeah. So he's going to have that recovery outlet for him in a lot of situations. This is devastating right now for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, Doom was always the pure hero, right, back when he was playing carry.
That is true.
He turned up on the scene. You know, the pure Doom was just completely destroying games.
And honestly, like this save, the save is a terrifying player, man. Every time I watch him, his Coddle just owned the last game. His Pugna already now this game is dominating the laning phase. He has arcane boots. He's going to be the one sieging towers. And he's going to be able to get them very early as this support Pugna.
Quinn's on the hunt for Nightfall, but only will just be able to push him away from the camps. He doesn't have the ability to kill the PL on his own.
He might get hunted himself, too. Tokyo trying to claim his level 6 off of this creep wave. Quinn? Perhaps getting baited
into
here.
This. With the Decrepify, but indeed, without the 6 on Toronto Tokyo, it's a hard grab.
Celery will get the tower mid, though. The Dark Troll Summoner, we see him do this a lot, sneaking these towers in.
I mean, maybe he'll be the carry to step in after Duracho's tough start. We have seen him carry games from the edge.
Perhaps. He's going to need it. Duracho, Pure. Looks like he's perhaps trying to set up here with the Doom. Duracho steps up too far.
Can he do this? Yeah, I mean, he's got +1.
He's got a point. He's got a point skilled. Yep. Or point saved, so. Can you get the angle? He's thinking about it.
And Duracho, no point in ultimate.
He got phase boots off. Might be enough for him to just outrun it.
Pure's pretty speedy. But indeed, does look like that the Doom's going to be put to waste. Duracho able to live. We'll continue to hit those jungle creeps on his road towards trying to get that Midas, that recovery Midas.
That was big. Just getting out of the range there of it. Quinn, I like what he's doing here. It might be slowing his farm down a little bit, but he's trying to prevent Nightfall from getting too much free farm. And he's more than fine to be able to play around it, especially now that Doom's on cooldown. He will lose his courier to some creeps.
He isn't getting kills.
No.
Duracho, I mean, he tries to farm a wave and just loses half his HP to Pure. He's Pure,
just gets
without the Doom, can't quite go for the kill. Nightfall's got his defusal. So if you try and poke
now Quinn has to be careful.
They can start to burn the mana. They get this drag back, but no, dodged with the dissimulate. Win. Safely escapes.
Tokyo's trying to sap XP from the PL to get 6. If he gets 6, then they have kill threat on Quinn.
It's not as fun for Quinn to mess around with Nightfall now the diffusal's there on PL.
No.
It's a lot of resources to be able to tease with him.
Duracho slowly recovering, though. Very slowly.
And he's switching it up. Doesn't feel that the recovery Midas is necessary, just wants to get his armlet.
I can agree. Not a Midas Lifestealer fan.
No, especially when you have an offlane Medusa, right?
No.
You don't want too many creeps to have to be hit.
No. I think, for me, honestly, I think the only Midas that I'm very happy seeing is a Doom. Any other one, I'm a little bit unhappy. I can understand, like in the last one when Duracho went Midas on Void. But I'm not a fan of it, as I've always said. Double Diffusal's finished up. Quinn, they're looking for him.
It's a hard setup, though.
It is. You have to get the initial just static storm. You can't go for the glimpse plays unless you force Dissimulate earlier.
Is it a game where you can afford to be a bit greedy on the Disrupt to try and get an early blink? Or do you need other items to help your team?
I'm not just showing it's necessary. I don't think you're going to be able to just save your gold. I think Glimmer Cape and stuff is too valuable also. Playing versus Void Spirit here that wants to jump you in the back.
Nice. 1400 on towards the bots.
Okay.
They're not falling too far behind. I mean, it's just, what, 1k gold lead? It is going to accelerate, though, with this Midas Doom. Big stacks, though, for Gladiators.
Oh, he went back. He went back for the Midas.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if it works.
Definitely.
I feel like Armlet is... The thing about Lifestealer is, like, you have to go Armlet almost 99.999% of the time, and now it's like, are you going to Midas Armlet? And Duracho might just get set up on Pure. Tumble.
They get the Doom.
They got the
from the
glimpse
side,
too.
they have indeed the
If they
vision.
need it.
They are going to be able to control him. Kinetic fields there. Duracio's trapped. It's a successful kill there set up by Pure.
Pure going for the Crimson. And I say going for it. He pretty much has the Crimson guard. Concerned a bit for Gaming's damage even before that Crimson was coming out. Now that they've got this coming, how are they going to focus fire some of these targets?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nightfall is just doing whatever he pleases too. He's just jungling freely. Sure, Betboom's feeling absolutely amazing about this game,
I
even
think they
though
are.
Gaming is getting time to chill.
I mean, we saw how well they were able to play from a 10k gold deficit this time round off the back of the lanes. They're up into the lead already.
They're all farming too. Like Save, he's starting to jungle as this Pugna. Great levels. Level 8 on the Pugna here.
Radiant's middle tower is
And where's the moves to be made by Gaming Gladiators? It
It's
feels
not
like
easy.
with the build, they're just going to sit back themselves. Maybe hope that they can rely on the scalability of the Medusa in the same way that Betboom did to make the comeback in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, who's the playmakers? It's your Void Spirit and your Mirana. Besides that, your playmaking is pretty much non-existent. And I don't think you have damage between a Mirana Void Spirit for a lot of these heroes right now on the side of Betboom. Yeah, they're comfortably chilling. Cannot blame Betboom for just not really trying to force anything when they've completely shut down Duraccio. 0-3 on this Lifestealer. And he is queuing up the Radiance. He's feeling like he just has to versus this PL at this point.
You got to get some. It has to be the Radiance or the Miona. You know, you're not going to be able to play the matchup without either of those.
GPK. There's the Static Storm here.
They're able to keep him covered and maybe looking to turn this around on towards Quinn. The Rolling Thunder's there just in time before the arrow connects. Quinn, he will manage to walk away. Betboom as a team, they keep GPK safe.
And they immediately make their way bottom. Duraccio. They're thinking about him.
They haven't got Doom with them.
They don't have Static Storm or Doom, so it's a pretty tough kill to get.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah. Burn his mana and then make a mistake.
And just force him away from the kind of the small bits of map that he can actually find to hit creeps him right now. I mean, they're taking the tier 2.
Toronto, he was trying so hard. The illusion was chasing. He almost got the glimpse.
Gotcha's still hanging around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Literally
Rage back
hanging
up.
around.
I mean, he wants to use his Midas. You know, Midas back up in 5 seconds.
Oh, but the camps aren't there. Oh, he's going to have the other hard camp. Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Needs
bottom
time.
tower is under attack.
Celery. Starting to get his annoying push going again, but Pure's like, no. My Midas is up.
He's going to have his Blink Dagger done. Pretty much
He's
Pure.
big.
So now even more terrifying of a map for Duraccio to try and farm out on. If Pure gets the jump, this Lifestealer is going to be dead every time.
Yep. And Pure now also he doesn't have to always go for the Lifestealer now. Now he can go for Quinn
go anyone.
with the blink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ace is feeling that he needs to soak the carry potential. He's queuing up the Mjolnir himself, as we expect.
Yeah.
They'll get Pure.
Let's get caught here on
Big
his
kill.
own.
Okay,
Quinn making the
nicely
move. And as you say, Quinn and Tofu, they're the ones that have the best potential to set up and find these pickoffs.
Is under attack.
They do get, a big kill. Pure, the most farmed hero on the map. at this
Playing around their
stage.
vision. It's a nice one. Yeah, before he even picked up the blink, too. Save has almost killed this bottom tower. You were talking about the tier 2 that they were pushing from earlier. Save is just blasting it from the tree line for, I think, the last, like, 45 seconds or so.
It's going to get him close to having his Glimmer. And they're not putting any efforts into trying to slow this down. Should be an easy one here for Sage. 17 minutes in, taking the tier 2 down.
Top tower is also dropping at a similar, well, not totally dropping, but Celery doing a similar kind of thing with his creeps. Gaming definitely doing moves that trickling them back into this game. Duraccio getting closer and closer to his relic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Imagine, unlikely. I mean, once you have the Midas and Radiance, are you turning up to fights, or are you still too squishy? Do you just use that Radiance to quickly farm that next item?
That's my worry when I see the minus Radiance.
Yeah.
But
Do you get the Radiance and fight,
very
or
fragile.
you keep farming?
I mean, with the way that they're playing, it feels like it's going to be a keep farming, but maybe Betboom is going to start forcing the issue more with this Blink Dagger to fight more. Because I think it's Blink Dagger, Doom, Manta, PL. They've got a lot of items coming in.
GPK's in. And he'll drop the Rolling Thunder here to control Celery. Celery tries with the Jukes, the Decrepify and the Glimpse combo. Takes him out. Now they can start pushing this top lane all the way back out. Ace on the retreat.
Immediately, though, Tofu starts shoving mid. Stars. Racho, careful. Pure's in the area. Blink up in 3 seconds.
He's heading over. Pure, he's in with a jump.
Gone.
Stomp into the Doom. Not a chance there for Dyrachyo.
Hey, they're in his head, feels like. He's completely isolated over there. They just, yeah, they keep having his number. Arrow connects on save, but I mean, Nightfall is having a free game, Owen. 3-0-1 PL, Diffusal Manta, getting closer and closer to the Aghanims.
And when we saw, what, like 800 games on this hero, he kind of has a pretty insane win rate. So you've got to imagine when he's got this sort of lead, not many times Nightfall lets these types of games slip out of his hands.
No, and the bigger and bigger he gets, the less and less that Gaming Glider just has to deal with these illusions. They do not have great AoE damage.
No,
It's
not
really,
at all.
it's like Void Spirit, it's the best AoE damage.
You're going to scale up your HP as the PL, getting these hearts or Scardies or whatnot, and especially from like kind of the lifestealer side of things. So that Radiance damage, it's not going to burn any brighter.
No, it will not. I like that. It won't burn brighter. Nice.
Maybe in a new patch.
I mean, Celery's...
But that's what, Radiance level 2, you know?
It should scale as time goes by. 35 minutes, 10 more damage. 45 minutes, 10 more damage.
To burn yourself as well, you know? Make it like the Bloodseeker lags, the old one.
Celery, trying his best. Trying to cut waves and get some type of tower pressure here with all these creeps. We'll just get eaten this time. They're gonna Moonlight Shadow, and it looks like they maybe want to try to steal some Wisdom Rune or something with it. I think that was the initial plan, but Celery found some Lotuses. So he'll be delayed to get there, and it will be Toronto Toko claiming it. And they might actually get Celery here with it. Celery's invising in. Hello.
They see him. Goodbye, Enchantress. Save. He's going to make quick work of that one.
And bottom, Tofu, Pure. No Doom available, but...
That's got a couple of leaps, but there's a Rolling Thunder coming in for GPK. In with the blink. Very well done there. The full combo to finish off Tofu. 11-3. Bet Boom now to 3k lead.
And they're looking good.
Yeah, this advantage even though they really are looking to be back on form that they opened up this league with. I mean, they're sort of a rough sort of mid part of the Dream League, but today, this team, honestly, with the way they're playing, out of all the games that we've seen, this is looking like some of the tightest Dota that we've had. Very minimal mistakes.
And it's last game, it didn't start out from the laning phase. Last game, it actually started out more around like the 18-20 minute mark and something like that with GPK's Blink. This game, it's been from lanes. Honestly, Save and Pure did God's work. I'd have to rewatch that a couple of times just how well they played this bottom lane to deal with this Ancient Lifestealer. And by deal with, I mean destroy.
I guess
Roche
it's sort of
scanned. It's dead.
Part of the plan when you let the Enchantress through. You know, you choose this sort of matchup where, you know, evidently the Enchantress, as the support, was just not able to relieve any of the lane pressure on the carry against the Pugna Doom.
There it is. Roche only split the way of these two heroes. Yeah, and he's very, very close. 10-15 is hit.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Toronto Tokyo, I think he's tempted to go for the Blink.
You think so? Okay. Yeah, it looks like he is now.
He's saving the money. Blink Static Storm. Certainly, you're going to have two things that as a lifestealer, Dyrachyo. I mean, as Quinn as well, that you have to be very concerned about.
Oh, you say that and he buys a gem in Tranquils.
Ah, disappointing.
But no, I think he probably ideally is waiting for it. He is. I think he is doing that. He has a shovel too, which is digging up like a couple. I think I saw like 4 bounties so far, Doug, or 3, and some shovels. Ace. There's no Stone Gaze this time.
Is there any backup for him? It doesn't look like it. Or maybe there is. Swashbuckle's going to miss. Moonlight Shadow.
Protection.
Yeah, he's able to sneak away.
Yeah, they didn't have a sentry. It was coming out on the courier for Tokyo, and by sentry I mean gem now. I believe. Okay, never mind. The courier did die from Nightfall, but it actually did not have the components. I thought it was going to have it, but nope. But it will have his full Aghanims in a second here.
Sure, he's going to have to make the trip himself, though, to get that Ogre Club.
Yep. Does switch his neutral item finally. He was using the Occult Bracelet most of the time. Now he's got Dragon Scale. Great item to be able to poke towers and stuff like that, too. Of course, works with the illusions. Can be very frustrating to play against. I mean, they're keeping the gold, like, pretty close here. Dyrachyo is recovering.
I mean, this could be one of those games that, you know, Ace silently carries. Because he's at the top. And he's done it before. Easy deny there by Tofu.
The Ghost. Or the Banshee, whatever she's called. Oh my god, actually gets the deny. Alright, Pure. I mean, Doom's on cooldown. Gaming is playing versus the Aegis, though, so unsure if they're going to try to do anything to take advantage of it. But yeah, this is going to be one crazy game if Ace is able to carry it versus the PL. Because they're getting away with just catching up in farm. Celery. Likely to get caught here.
Yeah, they'll take him.
But that's going to happen. When you're all 5 split farming, that's going to happen if the other team is playing well and hunting for you, so. Only losing the 5 position here.
Okay, so definitely a bit of a chance that Gaming Gladiators are building up to a bit of a comeback, sort of as in the way that BetBoom did in that game 1. Is it harder for them to come back this game, do you think? When you sort of look at the way that teams have had to play from behind in the series?
Unsure, really. I mean, it still looks like a very, very difficult game to deal with the PL as it gets later and later, but I don't know. Maybe they will be able to work some magic.
Yeah. Gets the initial jump. Let's step in and dissimulate at the ready. They do see Quinn, though. He tried for the TP. GPK, he's got the angle. They'll drop the Static Storm. Toronto Tokyo catches in the kinetic field. Quinn's gone.
Yeah. I would say if last game is indicative of anything, then I don't know if... Is there even going to be a fight that Gaming puts up, or is BetBoom just going to keep out macro and out moving them? Because Gold, as we said last game, it was pretty much like dominant from Gaming, and then once it got even as well, too, it didn't matter. It was just BetBoom dominating every single fight, so... Unsure. I still like the PL personally, but maybe Gaming's got something up their sleeves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ace. Show himself for a second.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're setting up for Dyrachyo again. They have a feeling. They kind of know where he is. Pure is smoked up. Doom is at the ready in 2. Good on Dyrachyo this time. Yeah, hiding trees with Radiance off. Accelerate. Won't be so lucky.
You say they don't mind Celery going down like this?
I mean, someone's going to die when everyone is split farming, so... It's better than losing Dyrachyo, you know?
A gift from the tempest of battle.
I feel like we're watching, I feel like Gaming's playing, they're being Tundra right now. There's a very Tundra movement that I'm seeing from Gaming. Playing tree lines and stuff like that. Ace, he shows himself. They're ready.
They're in on top of him. Ooh, get the Manta up, but the Static Storm's there. And with that, they may not even need the Doom. They don't. Yeah, doesn't need to drop the ult to take this one out with Nightfall surrounding Ace with his illusions.
And that's a nice pinata to pop. Medusa, 15,000 net worth, high level as well. Nightfall gets the last touch. That is soon to be the heart finished as well. I mean, BetBoom, look at... This is similar to what they did last game with the warding. This time, of course, it's with them with an advantage, but I see these... Like, they have base wards, Owen. So they see Gaming setting up for everything before they even are getting out there. So BetBoom is just... They're one step ahead, it feels like. Maybe even 2 steps ahead in these last 2 games.
Another kill. Tofu's caught. They're starting to pump up that lead again. BetBoom.
Nightfall, he's going to start threatening Dyrachyo by himself, too. Nightfall is going to start feeling like he can do whatever he wants, just by himself, almost.
Now, who's going to catch him?
I don't know. I really don't.
I'm still looking at what Toronto took. He's got 3,000 gold right now in this Disruptor.
I think he's going for the Hallelujah. Then he goes to the Aghanims, right?
with this much money?
Might as well. And he's got a Philosopher Stone. Oh yeah. Now you go for
Extreme.
it. You go for the Aghanims. And he's gonna buy Blink right now, right?
He's gonna buy Boost of Bearing.
Sure, why not? Whatever.
Yep.
I thought
Alright,
he'd go
buy for the
Hallelujah,
team.
but
I mean, Gets feels at the moment the Static Storm on its own. You know, he's finding the chance to catch them with it.
that's true. It's not like they're going.
BKB's nearly there. Dressio's got it. Dressio has got his BKB.
Okay, but the other heroes that he's Static Storming don't have anything like that, so maybe that's why he's looking. Maybe he's still considering. I mean, they're probably talking it out. He's probably like, guys, what do you want me to be? Let me know. I'm at your disposal. Butterfly, of course, as we saw from earlier for the Dusa. But it's just gaming, farming, and Bat Boom doing whatever the hell they want.
They really are. Bat Boom's chilling.
So I feel like there's definitely that chance where we might not even see gaming be able to put up a fight, and Bet Boom just wins with the way that this is kind of going. But again, maybe gaming's got some magic, but I'm just not really seeing it.
It depends if they overcommit onto the Medusa and suddenly Ace is just able to sit there freely and attack them all.
Yeah,
Not likely.
Sure.
Not likely with the way
Not
that Bat Boom's
likely.
been playing this series. I just can't see them falling into a spot where this Medusa's able to freely kill them.
No, this PL is huge, too. It's going to take them forever to whittle down the Dusa. All right, the PL, sorry. My bad. The PL is massive, so yeah, it'll take them forever to kill him. And everybody else will run rampant, too. They have a feel. They know where Tofu is. They know something's going on here. I think they saw the Healing Lotus get stolen. Yeah, they're pinging him out.
They found him.
Hello.
They get the glimpse. So hard to come out of the map right now. I mean, we saw this last game, the way that, you know, Gaming Gladiators, they try and play this farm game at this point, but
Look at
you
bottom.
show somewhere, you're going to get chased down.
Look at this. Look at the ward they have, too. Like I was mentioning from earlier, this ward that they'd placed from earlier saw him kind of walking toward this area earlier. The ward's going to tick out soon. 4 seconds. Pure's got the vision.
Stone Gaze is there.
The miss. Won't quite get it. Roche, about a minute and a half respawn. Pure immediately setting up on mid. Quinn will be able to jump himself away quickly. And Celery just like cutting waves and stuff like that with his... I mean, he's been doing this the whole game. They're just... It's desperation, really, from Gladiators to try to find ways to trickle in this game for all game, really. Ace. He's going to show himself top. There's a lot of heroes here. Ace. In a world of hurt.
Yeah, no ult. No ult to save him. We were being dropped down bottom, so Ace coming up on the lane top a little bit too quick. Did not prepare for that quick of a move from Betboom from bottom to top.
And bottom, Celery. He's been found. Pure, he sees him. And they've surrounded him.
And they're just completely slaughtering them across the map. No place is safe right now for Gaming Gladiators.
No. Gaming is just trying desperately to find places to farm, and Betboom is just hunting the rats. And they're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This PL is becoming more and more immortal. 3-19, a pretty flawless game so far from Betboom.
And Gladiators just continue to sit back and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you can do. And it's itemize and just buy everything you can possibly think of to try to counter the PL at some points, like your Mjolnirs, your Shivas, etc. And just, yeah, hope for the best that you're going to be able to deal with it. It just doesn't feel like they will. Mjolnir queued up now for the Lifestealer after his Radiance. Medusa has the Mjolnir queued up, and I think I saw Shivas for the Mirana keeping queued. So just, yeah, they're trying to look for what they want, but on paper, these items are good versus PL, but in this type of game, is it actually going to make a difference? Another Roche.
And no chance of heading out here. This could be the Roshan that enables Betboom to go for the high ground.
Do you just try for like a steal? I mean, Tofu, he's walking in to try something, but he's just going to get static stormed.
Nightfall's on his way over. GPK maybe seeing if he can catch more with the Rolling Thunder. Quinn immediately backs away. No fight to be had here for Gaming Gladiators. They've got to let this Roche go to Betboom.
Probably trying to think of maybe they can go for some type of snatch play, but yeah, Betboom. Again and again, covering their bases.
Well, there we have it. Aegis into the hands of Nightfall. You couldn't kill him once.
Nope.
And you kill him twice.
And now he's, I mean, level 21, a Bloodthorn about to be done too. Nice try, GPK. He made the effort. But yeah, he's gonna have Bloodthorn, so even more answers, solutions. Even this butterfly on the Medusa now, there'll be an answer if the Mantis pop to no Dispel. Items just trickling in for BetBoom, getting stronger and stronger. Items coming in for Gladiators, but just not feeling like it's strong versus BetBoom's PL. Save. Decent damage. Trying for more. Can't get it. I don't know, will be tanked. The Dandelion Amulet absorbs all of it. They want to catch someone here. Celery. Looks like it's you again, my friend.
He's looking pretty dead. Toronto Tokyo does not hesitate.
Oh.
Oh, they miss a bit of the combo, but does not matter one bit.
They're hunting for Quinn at the same time. Pure glimmered. Just kidding. TPing top. Dyrachyo. Is he speedy enough? It's a 470 movement speed Doom.
He's
running
pretty
it down.
Speedy.
Leap Ogre Seal. Tofu there to bail him out.
Having just to run. Still not ready to face a fight against BetBoom.
When will they be? Will they be is the question, actually. Not when will they be, it's just will they be.
Oh, they really are just sitting back, farming, and hoping for the best.
Yep, Pure, another 5,000 gold on him. Everyone's so rich. Now Tokyo's queued up. The Hallelujah, the Aghanims, it's queued up next for him. They're just all massive. Yeah, interesting that he's holding the Cloak of Flames. I was seeing that too, but whatever. And the push begins.
Well, where's the defense?
Can you stop this? Cheese gets dropped in the back. Nightfall says, here you go.
Dyrachyo, he's going to try and fight. What's the rage, but only spent a moment hitting onto Nightfall. Has to back off and respect the power of the PL.
Oh, and that was close. He almost got Bloodthorned and then glimpsed out of the fight. That was really close to Dyrachyo just getting sent out of the base. Unless he BKBs. Pure's in.
He's going to try and get the jump. He's going to get the Doom drop down straight away onto Ace. They focus the Medusa. Static Storm to follow up the mana on Ace. Getting low. See if BetBoom can finish him off. The crashing through of the Rolling Thunder, causing issues for Ace as Ace is out of the game. Dyrachyo pots the BKB, turns towards Pure. Pure getting healed up by Save. Who stomp as well on towards Quinn. Quinn getting caught by the stuns, has to put the Manta and dissimulate out defensively. As they lose Ace, they get no one.
Quinn's in trouble.
With the silence. They got the Pavis on him, but he gets glimpsed back into the life drain. Quinn's gone as well.
Got Bloodthorned. He got glimpsed back. The push, it's gonna continue. Nightfall's still full HP.
Yeah, pops the cheese, still has the Aegis. Dyrachyo, he gets caught by the bash.
Delete.
And he's gone. Another one dead. Buybacks are available, but very questionable how much they're really going to be able to offer Gaming Gladiators right now. They're down 20k. As BetBoom, they're diving up to the fountain. Triple kill for Nightfall. Pure, he will fall. Save not able to keep him alive with the life drain. Triple buybacks. And they get more with this. They've only found the Doom kill. And it looks like it will just be that. They'll get to live another day. But just one kill for the cost of 3 buybacks.
The two big ones, too, Dyrachyo and Quinn. They have to be careful, too. They can still lose the fight if they try to commit chasing more. They'll get Pure, but damage is really done there. Jeez. Nightfall popping off him. He's been giving all the space in the world, giving all the items in the world to be able to focus fire these targets, and he's doing exactly that.
We've seen them try and go for the defense, but GPK in with a great Rolling Thunder and absolutely worth laying down the Doom. The Static Storm onto Ace. They easily have the damage to take down this Medusa despite the fact that Ace does have a considerable amount of farm.
The full focus fire onto him. Doom preventing anything, and then they just Bloodthorn and hit him right through that butterfly. No evasion. Yeah, BetBoom just too strong in this game. I mean, from start to finish, it's literally been them the entire game. 25-4. It's literally just been gaming farming, never able to take head-on fight versus them. And yeah, really impressive stuff really from BetBoom today. And I have to give a lot of credit to Save. I know it's like a lot of these cores that are doing unbelievable stuff, but this Pugna, the Kato last game, and this bottom lane for me was almost, not everything, but it was a majority of what caused a lot of this to happen. Because if Dyrachyo is able to have a good game, then they're actually able to maybe take fights and try to challenge the PL, but it's just them having to be on recovery the whole time because of how disastrous bottom really went.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I could go high ground again at BetBoom.
They sure can.
Radiant's
Doom's
top
back,
tower
and he's got a refresher.
Hey, give him some respect here, BetBoom.
Okay.
They know they don't need to throw this away on a too kind of hasty push to the high ground. They are that far ahead at this point.
No, and their decision making, as we've seen, especially in that last game, it's top notch. Their macro game is unbelievably good. Pure, he's gonna join the squad. Nightfall, a fresh picked up BKB. No buyback on the PL, but pretty impossible for them to get him. Let's say what goes down.
Quinn's thinking about going in, but he's going to get caught with the storm. They get the Doom down.
So Dyrachyo.
Storm as well, the double Doom. It catches them both. Quinn's out for good. Dyrachyo, he's gone. Neither. With buyback available on cooldown for 5 minutes, this should be enough for BetBoom to run it down the top lane and close this one up.
Ace gone. Yeah, that's it.
Ace does have his buyback, but the only core that will be able to show their face here for the next 80 seconds, Quinn and Dyrachyo, they're gone.
I mean, they can just run it tier 4s. They get the glimpse. Ace, he's just got to get focused down. GG.
And there it is. GG is called BetBoom. I mean, you said yourself with the results from them, it's kind of a hit or a miss with them. You know, they're either getting 0-2 or they're getting these 2 zeros out. This 2-0 looking to be one of the best 2-0s that we've had from any team in these matchups. This was
agreed.
A rough day for Gladiators. BetBoom, they just had them completely figured out with the way that they closed these games up.
I mean,
Very well played.
They really bullied Dyrachyo. He had literally no game from start to finish. They all tip save at the end. I honestly would have... It's hard to just give an MVP to like a Pugna just because of him like right-clicking and bullying a Lifestealer and stuff in lane, but it caused a spiral of issues. 2 lanes went well for gaming. They can't even play the game because the Lifestealer has no game and they're playing versus PL who's free farming. Pure owned, Save owned.
He did.
What a performance really from BetBoom in these last 2 games. That was amazing.
Yeah, what a crazy performance from them. I mean, with that as well, I believe... I said, well, if you want to kind of know the logistics of where everyone's finished, the tiebreakers and such, probably my advice would be to check out the mainstream because there's going to be, of course, all the results of all the series that we're playing just now taken into account when it comes to who has to play tiebreakers. But I would imagine with these 2 wins that BetBoom, they should be pretty safe in securing that move towards the next stage.
Yeah, and good on it. I'm looking to see how this team is going to be when they're super consistent, honestly. I think this team is terrifying, and I know a lot of people have been saying that for some time. Even in Tour 1, people were like, oh my god, BetBoom's the team to look out for. They show up on lands, and then they kind of underperformed. I want to see when this team performs at their top all the time, because they're scary. I think Save has proved so many times that he's one of the scariest 4s on the planet, no matter what hero he's playing. And yeah, the macro game and whoever's making the calls in these back-to-back games from BetBoom, they might need a raise.
Yeah, there really was no way for Gaming Gladiators to slow them down in this match and in the first game for them to maintain the lead that they had. Nightfall 11-0-7. Yeah, some of these lane setups, that bottom lane, the Pugna Doom. Maybe something that other teams could maybe try against Celery's Enchantress. It really did sort of seem to be a setup that, you know, Celery normally he's popping off, he's making it as safe as ever for Dyrachyo in that carry position in the safe lane. It didn't happen this game. They got nothing down there.
No, and it's a, you know, I'm sure at the end of the day, it's the Lifestealer asking for the last pick, right? It's your Dyrachyo being like, hey, this is a lane where I'm going to do well. I'm going to be able to farm. He did not have a lane. He literally got completely owned. So, yeah, great on BetBoom to have that understanding and just play at that level.
We see here the monster moments of this game. Not really many that looked great for Gaming Gladiators today. A rough series indeed for them with how well BetBoom were were able to just outplay and outclass them pretty much in all moments.
All moments, absolutely. I mean, great understanding of team fights, great ways of reading the map. Honestly, it's everything. Like, spellcasting across the board, laning was excellent, macro game, warding game. There's not really much to say where I could be like, BetBoom needs to fix like this little thing, and then they're a perfect team. The only thing they really need to fix is their consistency. From what I saw in these games, from what I saw, especially with like the warding and all these little things from Tokyo, this team is very scary.
Yeah, looking to be on a very good position in regards to their level of performance going through, as I said, to what I believe will be the next stage of this event. Definitely a team that I think a lot of people are going to be checking up on and preparing overtime for, especially when they come in and they get this 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. Something that, effectively winning a series against them, something that teams haven't really been doing. You know, sure, they get a win here or there, but taking an effective series against them, it's going to feel great.
Yeah, I think when was the last time they lost the series? They lost the series during the tour, I believe, to Tundra, because Tundra dominated everybody.
That's true.
Yeah. I think it was that and Liquid that they lost their last 2 series, and besides that, I don't know when it was the last time they lost a series. I think it's been months. Yeah, so I think they've lost effectively like 2 series in the last 3 months. This is the 3rd one, and it's a convincing one really from BetBoom, especially after that early game of the first game.
Yeah, well, I believe we're going to see if we have an interview going. Or if BetBoom has already moved on and maybe celebrating this win. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, with how well it all gelled together. And I guess kind of looking forward to the future games from them. What do you think it is about BetBoom that does sort of hold them back in those games, in those series where they turn up, they get 0-2? You know, because when you watch them play like this, it's hard to sort of imagine this team struggling.
It has to just be that they get in their own heads. There has to be some type of emotional stuff, because I don't know. I don't really have a solid answer for that. I think this team looks amazing. When they're on point, they are one of, if not like the best team that I watch with the way that they play the map. So yeah, unsure. I think they just need to be a little bit more consistent, not get in their heads, and maybe they need like a blitz, one of those like emotional coaches, one of those type of people to just be like, guys, you own. Why are you losing games? You guys are so good. You're always so good. You know, maybe it's something like that. Who knows?
No, for sure. If they can replicate this, then yeah, good luck to all the other teams that are playing. Very much looking forward to see those matchups from the other group. Getting to go against BetBoom in that next position, the next stage of this event. Well, I think we're still seeing if we can get an interview. Have we got any word on that? We're giving another minute, just see if they turn up, and if not, that will be it. And just in terms of what you guys can expect tomorrow, as I said, there will at least be. Looks like, by the way, TSM, spoiler, TSM did end up losing that game you were watching, Fog. You thought they were actually going to get the win against them. They lost that game. They're out.
I mean, it definitely looked like there was a possibility from when I tuned in.
Sure, but it was...
Oh.
Yeah, they're out. They had a decent time. They won 6 games here, not enough to stay in. So it will be a 3-way tiebreaker for that last spot over in Group A between Evil Geniuses, Team Secret, and Tundra. As I said, there might be other games still going on in Group B, so we have to sort of wait for that to settle until we know who's going to be contesting for the last tiebreaker. But I would imagine at least the Group A tiebreaker almost certainly will be done on the mainstream. I will be able to show you actually the final positions of Group A to give you a show of what actually ended up going down and who ended up being as close as they were. And indeed, these teams with the 7-7. That's the one you got to watch out for. Spirit, EG, and Secret. No, sorry. EG, Secret, and Tundra. They will have to play for that final spot, that 4th spot, because we got to get 4 teams out of this. 4 teams are moving on. The bottom 4, they are going home.
And Liquid. Now you said that to me, and I'm like, wait. Now I have to check. Liquid's only 2-0 is when they had stand-ins, and they were playing for CSM, to be fair. But their only 2-0 they had in this tournament was when they had stand-ins.
A rough tournament for them. Yeah, a rough tournament for Liquid. We'll see, of course, in the upcoming major. They did qualify for, if they're able to kind of iron things out a bit better there, get back to where they were, because this team was on quite the run. This team looks solid. Apparently, we have got the Group B standings. So let's have a look, see if we do have any tiebreaker situations. We do. East Coast. Oh no, sorry. There's still a game being played.
Wait, we don't know.
East Coast and Asta. Actually, yeah, it still could be a lot of opportunities for a lot of different combinations, so don't listen to me. Just go and watch the remaining games that are being played out. There is definitely a chance for a tiebreaker to be had, and could be another 3-way potentially for, again, that bottom spot. Maybe even the bottom 2 spots if we get a couple of these teams hitting 8-6 on the score. So still much to play for. And as I said, at least Group A with tiebreakers tomorrow, maybe even Group B. Primarily, you should be able to find those over on the mainstream. If necessary, though, there will be secondary streams potentially here over on the Ember stream, covering games if there needs to be multiple played at the same time. But yeah, there you go. It's been a crazy first group stage. Fogged. I don't know what's going to happen in the second one. It has ended up as close as it has been. No team completely dominating when it comes to results. We could see it turn completely topsy-turvy in group stage 2 when these two groups collaborate.
Yeah, I think things are definitely really crazy and things are pretty unexpected. I don't know if people were looking at some of these heroes to come into this tournament and just be really good. I think PL, it's a last pick and stuff like that, but PL is boasting a 83% win rate now. Anti-Mage, a 90% win rate. Like some of these heroes, maybe people didn't factor them so high. And some of the heroes that have been super dominant and looked at a lot more in this overall meta, they're starting to struggle a bit more because they're getting so much attention. You know, like the Magnuses, he's a 48% win rate, but he's played 40 games. So
that's a lot.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things being developed and more being understood as we're getting to see more in this tournament.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it from myself and Fogged today. I hope you've had a beautiful time enjoying the Dota 2 of us. You've, of course, been fantastic. We weren't able to quite get the interview with BetBoom today, but I'm sure we'll be able to talk to their players after some of the future games that they will be playing. And if they keep this up, probably will be winning. So we'll get to talk to them another time. But as for now, thank you very much for tuning into DreamLeague Season 20. You've been fantastic. The Dota's been fantastic. Can't wait to see how the next group stage 2 goes. And Fogged, final thoughts. Who is the best team that we've got here?
I don't know. I really don't know because from game to game things have changed so much, but I really liked that I saw BetBoom make a comeback in that type of maneuver. So maybe it is BetBoom. I don't really know because gaming had really high highs. They had some games where they also like lost these type of like advantages and stuff like that, so I'm not sure. It seems like a pretty close tournament though. This one's going to be a tough one to tell.
It is. We're going to have some great Dota 2 upcoming over the next few days. So do make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you continue to tune in to DreamLeague Season 20, which will indeed predominantly be over on the ESL Dota 2 main channel over in the studio. Will be a lot of fun and games still to come over the next few days and the next few weeks or so. Thanks again. And from myself and Fogged, we'll see you next time.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself.